Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Everybody doing well?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Another week.
Another week.
Been a week.
Another week where we play the game.
Over a third of the way through 2025.
You know, I
Just
think
about
you meant that to sound like a long time, but like with how 2025 has gone, it feels.
It's like it's both.
hindsight is 2020, so like
I told you what contacts that I put on, right? Like, so I tried contacts for a while my nose was healing because of Gwen ripping out my face, and I think I said this last week that
you were wearing them last week, weren't you?
yeah, and
Yeah.
the optometrist was saying how more or less like being able to read the smallest line, even if it's blurry, is considered 2020. But like everything, like driving down the street, and if I was looking at a sign more than half a block away, I couldn't even read it. Like a street sign, like, oh, this is, I don't know, Lincoln Drive or something. Whereas with the glasses on, you can read like road signs.
That's because
5 blocks away.
contact lenses aren't created individually to match your specific vision. They find like the closest match that they already produce. Whereas glasses, they just make the lens to your prescription. But like for me, finding a contact lens is kind of like, oh, you fall here, so we'll try these two lenses and see which one is better. They don't get the exact precision on that.
Oh, that just doesn't it just sound categorically worse? Like, why wouldn't you just wear the glasses then? Sans your daughter ripping at your face. Like,
Vanity, convenience of like, fogged up lenses, getting rained on lenses, sports with glass lenses and all that stuff. There's a lot of things that wearing glasses kind of sucks during. I like wearing my glasses, but I wear contacts and I have for a long time because one, I felt like I looked terrible with glasses as a kid, and your ego means everything to you when you have low self-esteem as like a teenager. And then kind of got used to it, sports and other things.
yeah, that's
I have a second mic on.
Oh, I know what it is.
You're not echoing for me.
I know what it is. I updated Windows. I had to do like an update thingy, and so that meant that you know how Wade your Go XLR could potentially route things. Yep, it put you back onto
Yeah,
routing.
it's all of us.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. That should have fixed it. So if you guys talk now, it shouldn't happen anymore. That's weird.
Good, knowledgeable words. Things people should listen to. Me. All synonyms.
Okay.
Also, I'm here.
Yes, you are here. Okay. Well, anyways, that just sounds. Your first response is obviously the best one, Vanity. I'm just like, because even when I was looking at the price of maintaining contacts throughout the year, I'm like, okay, contacts for the year, it costs more than a pair of glasses. Even these are like not by no means bragging. These are Oakley's, so it's like even a pricier brand, and contacts are more expensive. And these exact frames aren't even the ones that I got last year. I've literally had this one physically in my hand for 8 years. So like this pair of glasses I bought once 8 years ago, and then just periodically switch out the lenses. So I mean, I'm just like, I don't know. It seems like the worst, but Vanity.
All right, old man shakes fist at technology. Time for D&D.
Okay, well, anyways, I'm just saying I'm sticking with glasses. Last time on Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, we might get a level 1 hype train. That's this time though. Yay! You guys might need it. So last time on Dungeons and Dragons, you went shopping. Oh, you picked out the drapes and the carpets. They didn't match, but that's okay. You got yourself a bookcase and a couple of beds. Well, 2 of you are going to be romping around in the sack. The other one's still rolling around in the wood. Anyways, you got a couple of chairs and a couch and some more stuff. And conversations and a friend. His name's Dwayne. You scared him, but he seems nice. So anyways, you found your way all the way back to where you were before on that like platform of wood. Nope, it was stone. You were hoping to find Cuntrag or whatever his name was, but you didn't. Anyways, after playing with some dead bodies, you decided to run through the woods and wound up back at the wall. Yeah. So anyways, that was that.
Scott, that was beautifully done. And if I ever needed to repel people from my existence, I would use that exact voice.
So anyways, thanks, Wade.
Figured out the hack, guys. You just take off your headphones, which is pretty effective.
I would need to close my eyes too, because just looking at him, I could feel that voice.
Like when you get to hear a GIF.
Wait, is that a thing? Can you hear it? Do you sometimes hear a GIF?
They don't have audio encoded, but if you know what it is, sometimes you'll be like, "Oh, I know what that's from, so I know what it sounds like."
Gotcha.
You know, like you'll just recall the.
Snaga dropping the real shut up bits.
All right, there we go. Yay! Stop. All right, cool. Well, there we go. We're at least this is where you had left off. Literally here, except yes, literally here is where you had left off. Is coming up to this wall where the gatehouse that was there at the wall had seemingly collapsed, and each one of your characters did what they could to quickly get up onto the area that's here. Unfortunately, the area is not so great in size that you can easily navigate over the rubble and still have the horses in tow with you on top of it. But that doesn't change the fact that, hey, you are here. You are at the gatehouse. This is as it is today. I believe when we left off last time, you were going over to examine the body. You were to examine the corpse that you had found, the singular corpse that still had its backpack on it that you had found here. Does that sound accurate to what you all recall?
Yeah.
Great.
This was. How many
The
bodies
fact
does
that you
this
have a
make it?
map for this is a little bit unsettling. I'm not gonna lie.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Jake? What if I just like making maps? What
The
if
amount of
maps are
times
just
you said "What do you mean?" in about 2 seconds was actually impressive. I'm supposed to insult you, I think now, but like, I'm actually impressed with like, what do you mean? 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 That was faster than I can talk, and I'm known as talking fast.
Well,
The
anyways,
defensiveness in your tone there was amazing to behold.
are you saying I'm good at defending myself? I spent my whole life having to defend myself.
I'm saying you deserve it.
Fair. But I got a haircut, Wade, just for you.
Yeah, if I didn't get a haircut, we might look similar.
Wait, no, no, I don't have a receding hairline.
Oh man, the fact that you laughed with me to start that was really
No.
funny.
Check the VODs from 8 years ago. Same hairline, okay?
Sure.
It is not shifted. I'm 40 in 6 months. My hairline hasn't moved. So, okay. Let's kind of get into. I believe the intention last session was for you ending it. You're looking to go examine the dead body. You would examine the dead bodies that you had found in the other area beforehand. There were a bunch of backpacks. There were a bunch of dead bodies. Look through. You routed through people's socks and shoes and Jesus Christ. You routed through all that stuff.
We
Finding
searched
a whole bunch.
Jesus.
Well, it
So
was
there
Easter.
is a true Lord in our campaign.
It was
Better
Easter,
had some
yeah.
good stuff on him.
Just
you
some
found
sandals and a big cross. Happy Easter, everyone. That explains all the big rocks around. Okay, I'll stop.
Oh God. Anyways.
At least the door will be open.
You came over to examine this body as well. Are you doing the typical shakedown? Who's going over and looking through the pockets? Anybody assisting them? Et cetera, et cetera.
I'll do it.
That kind of thing.
I'm probably doing normal Koa in the woods around scary places thing and looking around. Oh, damn.
Starting off well.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all
Need to buy
downhill
more furniture,
from here.
baby.
Right?
You find a pristine armchair.
A 26 to start is pretty hype. I mean, I think we already completed level 4 hype train, so you guys are getting plus 2 plus 4s coming into this, unless the level 5 is completed, which is pretty gnarly as it is.
Mine broke, so I can't see what we're on. It just says unlock emote.
Yeah, I hate when it does that.
We're only 16% in on the 5, so I think it's going to be a 4.
Yeah.
Still pretty good.
It's got 3.5 minutes left. All right, cool. So
Still awesome. Thank you.
you're doing a heal check to look and see how we died, and I think Wade, you explicitly said you wanted to have Koa kind of like look around.
Yeah.
Cool. You go ahead and
He
do
gets.
so.
Is that perception or survival?
That is a perception check. I have to counter your perception check, and I think Giselle had given me a DM's dice. I'm just confirming that now. Did. So I have to roll with a DM's dice on my roll.
Okay, we confirmed last time we can luck after, or do I need to luck now?
I
If I
can
were
roll.
to.
I can roll first. I'm setting the DC technically.
Okay.
So let me just go ahead and grab my my modifier.
It's okay,
first.
Giselle. He's just the one that made fun of your character for dying, and we're the one who empathized. So like, it's cool. We get it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Cool. As long as we're all on the same page here. What is my modifier? It is pretty gnarly. Yes, it's actually a really big mod. So hopefully for you, I roll very low. /R 1d20 plus 1d6 plus. Are you ready? Hopefully for you, I roll very low. I did not. That is actually luckable.
Ooh. You guys want me to try to luck to? Do I have to match that? So
You
I
have to
a
match
50%
it. You have
chance?
to match the beat.
or
You got a
exceed.
50.
Yeah, 50-50.
Boom. I didn't.
Yes!
God damn it.
I love that both. Oh, actually, I didn't give you your luck yet from Giselle. So we'll just assume that Giselle gave you the luck that you wasted to defeat the what they had given me. So
Plus 11 modifiers. Fucking nuts.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So first, let's get into where we were. So this is going to be you, Aldo. You're going over to the dead body and looking it over and trying to see if you can find any equipment on them. I did say beforehand, this one did in fact have their backpack on them. And so as you're rifling through that backpack, you can see that they have a decent amount of supplies, like a decent amount of supplies on them. You don't know, again, who this group of people were, if everybody were associated with one another or not. So that's not possible to immediately know. But finding that there is a travel alchemist's kit on this person's person is a heavy and, it's the right person, a valuable thing to have. So this is an alchemist's travel kit. You probably aren't going to bring this with you everywhere you travel. Oh, actually, no, never mind. You have horses. Just throw it onto the horses. My apologies. They're literally on the screen. But you probably are going to travel with this on your person everywhere because they tend to be a little bit heavy. I think they're 10 pounds. Keegan, do you mind looking that up, or Wade, do you mind looking that up? Pathfinder
Okay.
Alchemist travel kit.
I'll
They
let
tend
him.
to be a little bit heavier, and they for the supplies that are in there. But more important, you can see that because they seemingly know a thing or two about alchemy, they had a leather pouch. There's like a leather rollout that when you like unfurl it and fold it out, you can see that they have a whole bunch of different vials in there. In total, 10 vials that have substances inside of them. That's a significant amount of stuff that's on that person. But a 26 isn't going to be what finds that. I mean, honestly, a 10 probably would have found these things, or at least found them without breaking them. Looking over their person, you also can see that they similarly do have some coin on them. Not a small amount, though. You're a little surprised to find... Woohoo! I think we completed a level 4 hype train. You're a little surprised to find that we... we are... my apologies. You're a little bit surprised to find that they have on their person, in total, 26 golden coins. 26 gold pieces. On top of that, they have 17 silver, 6 copper, and 11 slivers.
I made sure to write that
Oh.
part down. I cared about
Jesus,
that.
Moonstalker.
Yeah.
Those weigh 24 pounds, by the way, the alchemist travel kit.
The travel
Oh,
one, right?
that's
Yeah,
a lot.
24 pounds. They're heavy. It's not something you just throw on your person and carry around. A horse or donkey is usually needed. Wade, you had a question?
Yeah, with a 26, does he find like a dining room table
No.
or an armoire?
No.
You get
They
that
don't have
right,
that on
Buggy?
them?
Up his ass, actually. Yeah, he's just going like, whoa,
A
there's so
stable.
much space in here. Anyways,
A garage door?
A 26
Listen,
finds...
Keegan finds that with the heal check, okay?
Yeah, it's in one of his wounds.
Leave
What he
that
was
thing.
stabbed with.
Instead of pulling like a cloth out of his mouth, he pulls a table out of his ass.
A 26 finds that they're some of that coin, and you would have found low. It's like the DCs as they crawled up. You would have found to get you up to that amount of coin. But also with that number, Aldo, searching over their person, you see that they have a specialized belt pouch, like a potion belt, on their arm, tucked underneath their clothes. Maybe you would have missed it beforehand, but pulling this, like looking this thing over and seeing how like the buckle is kind of like fancy on it, you pull it off because the buckle looks fancy. But I think one of you have already been able to identify these pouches. I don't know if you all already own them, but they're one of the belt pouches that allows you to hold 2 potions in it and drink it as a swift action.
We all 3 own one of those now. We
Okay,
bought
cool.
them-
So it's
bought those when we got the armor, I think.
one of those with the buckle on. It's like a little bit extra fancy for it, so it's just like a nicer style one. The leather on its quality, etc., etc. The potions that would have been in there have already been used. They're empty, so there's no potions on them on their person. And then finally, Aldo, the last thing that you find on them that seems to be something of importance is, again, inside their backpack, inside of like a false pouch they have inside there, but not something that's permanently sewn up, something that's meant to be, hard to find but accessible. You're rifling through and you can find that there's a small notepad, or not notepad, sorry, like a small booklet. It looks to be maybe a journal or something like that when you open it up and kind of skim through it very quickly. The language that it's written in is in Perrin, which is the common tongue.
Well, I guess while Mikhail's doing his heal checking and things, after we've got all that, Aldo will open it up. I'll have a skim through.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this whole thing, searching over the body, taking out the coins, counting it up and all that stuff, you can imagine, especially with the heal check and how long that takes, this all takes a few minutes, right? This isn't like a quick, oh, I found it all. This takes several minutes, or a few minutes, I apologize, for kind of going through this task. So that's what you find on their person, clothes, decent quality. Oh, I didn't tell you about weapon. They did actually have a weapon on hand, like nearby, not on hands, because it would have clattered down in the rubble as well. They would have had an axe. So like I'm going to use the term battle axe, but it more feels like a utility axe, like a tree cutter's axe with the designs to be a bit more utility, like you can defend yourself with it more than just chopping down a tree. It's not super common, but it's also not incredibly uncommon to have an axe that's more meant for utility, but better for swinging in defense if needed, coming out inside places like this. As for your heal check, Keegan, when you're looking over the dead body and trying to find out what caused this, you can see that there are many of those little cuts, as we discussed beforehand, maybe from just above the knee all the way down to the feet, kind of the areas where you would expect to find the wounds from the Razorleaf, or whatever you want to call it, that's there. But you also, same as the other body beforehand, find punctures in this body too. All of them a bit harder to find because some of the wounds strangely look very healed, while others look more, clear this person's dead. Some of them look very healed, like maybe they'd been healing for a while in between the various injuries that they receive. You can go ahead and make me an intelligence check real quick, Keegan. But you kind of like looking this over, seeing these details here. Inevitably, the person just, they too many injuries. Again, not the idea of they bled out. It's probably more of the injuries that they sustained were just too great, and they probably bled out on the inside as opposed to out here on the rocks. Intelligence check of 9. Are you happy with your result?
I don't know. I kind of want to beat a 10 so we can learn a bit more. What do you guys think? Leave it or?
I think it's too low, in my opinion, but
It's just an ability check. It's not a skill check, so the DC is going to be a lot lower than a skill check.
I'll trust your judgment.
Unless you think that we'll find another body or something that I can potentially get that info from.
I feel like we just found a
No,
whole
go
bunch,
ahead.
and then this one's a bit separate, so I don't know if we're finding another one or not.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. 11.
Okay. And you obviously weren't using one of the +4s for that. Otherwise, you would have done that first. So, with your 11 total, you actually are able, with enough details I gave you earlier, to put 2 and 2 together. Partially healed wounds that healed. It's very unlikely they were sustaining wounds and healing for days and sustaining wounds. It's more likely they took healing potions in between their injuries. And the reason why you don't see them like bled out on the ground here is probably because they bled out on the inside, superficially healing, but just like the wounds were just too great by the time that they were taking the potions, they weren't able to survive. I mean, they're legitimately by themselves. So that's your assumption as to why the wounds look strangely healed versus not healed. Either way, clearly this person was well-funded or capable. And here they lie. That took a few minutes. Wait. Koa's looking around, trying to see what's going on and around. You can, of course, see there's a whole bunch of trees around you. That, of course, is affecting your the line of sight that you have for each one of your characters. You can only see so much so far, but there are trees that are there around. There's a bit of rubble on the ground around you, not just where you are, but kind of like strewn out and about in the area beyond. But with your, I think you got a 21 or 22, right?
It's 21.
21 total. One of the things that you do notice is that there is a bit of that ivy around this Razorleaf, if you will. It does seem to be about in greater volume here than elsewhere, which plays into your idea of, is this growing radially around a center point? I mean, you don't have enough evidence for this because you were walking straight in.
Does this one have the thorns? Because last time it didn't have the thorns that we could see, but this stuff does.
This looks as though that is the thing. So again, it has that same look to it where you can't confirm whether or not the leaf itself is sharp. But yeah, thorniness. You can see thorns on these as well here.
Okay.
And moreover, looking at just the brush in general, because of how interwoven it is, you know, if you were to try to move through the brush up ahead, you're probably already getting tangled up in how thickly grown together the brush is once you kind of get into the brush, which is starting about maybe at most 30 feet beyond the platform, if you want to even call it that, that's around you. Anything beyond that, you're going to be moving slowly just because of the thickness that's there. And then beyond that, you might want to move even slower, because even just try to push as fast as you can through could lead you to stumble through some of that Razorleaf and end up hurting yourself more than you want to. So moving slow, unfortunate. Moving slower, probably safe, but it's hard to tell from here. So it's kind of like what you're gathering. Last little tidbit I'll give you is, obviously you're on this rubble that's around you. You see the walls to either the north or the south of where you are. If your character did want to climb up on one of those after we're done kind of like getting everybody back together conversation wise, if you did want to try to like climb up there, there would be a climb. Do you see that's not just an easy walk up to it? It's like loose rubble kind of like pouring down. I imagine Koa would have like tested a rock or two and been like, ooh, this is not the most secure like climb up onto the already dilapidated and dangerous looking broken wall above, because that wall isn't even at its full height up there. It's elevated, but not much. Okay, before you start being able to get any information from the book, any conference you want to have with one another, feel free to do so.
Yeah, he's got those weird puncture wounds too. Looks like he survived whatever initially hurt him. Must have used some potions to heal, but something killed him anyway.
Where are the puncture wounds?
Point them out. They were... Did you say where they were specifically on his body?
The puncture wounds were around the abdominal area, thighs, so on and so forth, a bit higher than where the other things, which were just above the knee and lower.
Okay. Yeah, point them out. Up here, a bit higher than where the cuts from the ivy usually comes from.
So what do you think is causing this? Do you think it's a needle? Do you think it's a snake's fangs? Do you what's puncturing at this point?
Are these like large puncture wounds, or do they seem like they could have been done with like a knife or something?
Narrow, but
more narrow.
But so not large puncture wounds. But to be clear, a knife suggests like slit or jagged or whatever it is. No, this is more of again like a puncture, but not like a knife stab. Puncture
more
being
like needle-like pointed, not okay.
Yeah, but not as freaking small as a hypodermic needle, right? So,
right.
But continue. I'm sorry.
So because he said snake bite, does that seem plausible? size-wise, not necessarily.
No, the wound it left behind is like a snake bite's wound is so small that it almost like, I understand that the venom can leak back out a bit, but its circumference is too small to really gather. It's oh, my camera just went off. The snake bite.
We just doubled our viewing count. Weird coincidence.
Crazy.
Oh, there it
Ooh, a
goes.
hype train again now.
The
So
snake
far they
bite would
canceled
be
it. Wow.
too small in circumference or diameter, I should say, for this, but not by a lot.
Okay. So too big for a snake bite. What about something like a throwing dart?
That is probably the most accurate thing that you would send thus far, like a war
Okay.
dart. Yeah, that is probably like looking this over and thinking about some of the wounds that you had seen beforehand, and you're like, huh, actually, a war dart could be it. It legitimately could be it.
And say I'll kind of point them out still and say that's too big for a snake bite. Maybe like a war dart. That's the closest thing I can think of.
So as you're pointing these out and talking to them about it, Aldo is able to re-look back at those spots because he had noticed those, but he wasn't looking at the wounds specifically, just kind of like brushed past them, was looking for things of value. And kind of like pointing that out, Aldo's just being as perceptive as it was because something had like itched his mind, like he had noticed something before and he just pushed out of his head because it wasn't important. Circling back, he's able to be like, well, did you notice these? Or however Jaaek wants to put it into his own words. And you notice that around a couple of those punctures, I don't want to say all of them, but around a couple of them, you notice there's almost like splinters in the area.
Mikhail, look closer. It looks like something is splintered off around the area of a fair few of these.
Oh, you're right. I'm assuming you mean like wooden splinters, right, Scott?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not like metal shavings.
So this would have been a wooden point driven in, right? Sharpened wood. And we obviously didn't find the weapons around them because they must have retrieved them. That would leave splinters.
That's disconcerting. The vines.
The animal's not going to do that.
The vines nearby they look like they have the thorns. I can't tell if they're the sharp things that cut us, but it looks like it may be. I don't think they would have done this, but it's an added hazard that we're going to have to, face once again soon. Should we leave this area? The walls may give us a better look. Getting up there won't be easy. They're pretty crumbled, and it wouldn't be the safest traversal, but perhaps not the worst idea to get a better look from up there, especially if there's something throwing wooden war darts around.
Yeah, I would imagine they'd want a good vantage point. He feels a little bit paranoid now and is like looking around for high points.
I don't know that we should linger
by,
here.
do you? Yeah.
So,
Well,
I was gonna say, so as you guys are talking, something that catches Koa's eye, because Koa is the one that had rolled as high as he originally did beforehand. And we have unfortunately that did not work the way I wanted it to. That is hilarious. It literally made a tree.
killer bush.
That is a tree.
That brings you to our sponsor tonight, Manscaped. Do you have a bush that's causing you a lot of trouble and thorns where you don't want them? Use code LOSTINITIATIVE at manscaped.com and get rid of that pesky bush today. Disclaimer, we don't actually have that code.
How did I get a tree?
Well, Scott, whenever you were born...
Clicked on it and gave it an initiative.
No, but that would have to be on the token layer. I'm on the token layer and I don't have any trees on the token layer. I genuinely
no,
don't.
it doesn't have to be token layer added to the initiative count. It can't be GM layer.
But
Or actually, you can. We just wouldn't see it.
that's weird.
Yeah, I put like a whole map on the initiative counter before on accident.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Tree works for me. You guys go ahead and
Well,
roll
it's
initiative.
gone now.
Oh, is
Well,
it?
it's gone now. So
Oh,
there
no,
it
I
is.
still see it. Oh, the initiative tracker's gone. Yeah. All right, you guys can go ahead and roll initiative. And then I'll describe.
Wouldn't be me if I rolled less than a 5.
Huh. So, Koa, unfortunately, rolling too low, even though if he notices something, he's going to react too slowly. So he might just like blurt out like or look out, or whatever it is, a bit too late. But give me 1 second to take action before we go any further. Oh, let me put this in order. Descending. Mikhail will get to go first, but I first have to take action in a way that you guys can suddenly notice. So give for me 1 moment, and then we'll kind of jump into exactly that. Okay. All right. So, Mikhail, you all of a sudden, so Koa, you say what you'd like. I waited. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you react enough time to see something coming and react before I'm able to properly take a turn. So I'll step out to here, a little creature stepping out that way, and a little creature stepping up to this little half wall here, and a little creature right here coming out over this way. Why don't you, Wade, say what you'd like, and then Keegan will get to your turn.
I swear I just saw movement.
Okay.
Since I'm reacting slowly, I won't get out much more than that.
Yep.
Scott, this is a good time to point out I don't have any of the stats for my new weapon.
It's
Do I actually?
well, Masterworked is +1 chance to hit, and it's a great sword, right?
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about the other details. Oh, it's a great time to bring that up. Hold on. Weapons. And then it's
Well, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know what all. Nothing's ever been discussed other than what's been said on stream, which I think is that it's a really well-made greatsword with a gem slot. And I had it made masterwork, but I know nothing else other than that.
You are perfectly fine. Give me a second.
I know. I've always thought that about me.
Modifications. Okay. So for you, Wade, first. So make sure I get this right. You have on your design, yours is razor sharp. And so it does +1 damage as well as the normal +1 to attack from so it's actually a +1 enhancement bonus to attack, and it's a +1 just untyped bonus to damage is how it works.
Okay, so the way I add this in here is if I'm just using the other greatsword as a baseline, I would just add attack, melee, +/- leave that blank, then +1, and then for damage, the 2d6 plus strength, then +1.
Correct. Technically speaking, there is a small caveat to that razor sharp. The way that it works is the number of times per day that you get that +1 damage is actually equal to 3 plus your BAB. Your base attack bonus, I believe, is a 2 because you're level 2, correct?
Yeah, my BAB's a 2.
So the first 5 attacks that you successfully land do that +1 damage. Now, Wade, correct me if I'm wrong. You previously were using a whetstone. This does not stack with a whetstone. So it's just more or less it's an always enhanced whetstone. It's a much better version of a whetstone. But moreover, yours is also brutally weighted. So when you hit a creature with using the sword as part of a bull rush or a trip attempt or a disarm attempt, so more or less like alternative attack options, you get a +2 to the rolls while doing that. This is bull rush, trip, and disarm. You get a +2 because of how heavily weighted this weapon is.
So if I try to bull rush, trip, disarm, I get a +2 on the attack roll with it?
On the CMB roll, but yes.
CMB roll. And the other thing was Bab plus what?
Is a bab +3, so 5 times a day is your you get that +1 damage we previously discussed.
Got it. Any limits on how many times the heavily weighted effects?
No, that's all. That's always. That's just literally the weight of the weapon. It's just it holds an edge very well, which is why it has that other aspect to it. And then it's also a slotted sword, so you can put a gem into it, which you unfortunately just don't have one to put into it right now, but you will be able to add that later on.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, on your damage, you do have strength 2-handed, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just used the great sword settings I had before, and I changed it to masterwork great sword because the other great sword's being put on a thing back in town. No.
Yeah. Okay.
I just updated this to masterwork great sword and added the +1/+1. I did not do that. I'm lying.
It's not masterwork. It has a hint of magic. Wow. You saw Keegan suffer pain from that one.
Yeah. Yeah. We all did.
I'm fine, everyone.
No? You don't like that one?
No, it was great. It was fine. It was awesome. That's why I laughed so hard.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Perfect. All right. And then for you, Jake, a couple details are yours. Remind me what kind of crossbow this is. Is this a one-handed? So is this a light or a heavy crossbow?
It's a Stalingrad crossbow. I think they're light.
They can be heavy as well. And I believe I gave you a light. I think that's actually your specialty is light.
It is, yeah.
Okay, cool. Then it was a light crossbow. So the reason why it matters is because a Stalingrad crossbow isn't just a ranged weapon for shooting pure. It's also versatile, and it's designed well enough that it can be used as a melee weapon, acting as like a cudgel or a club. The way that the light crossbows work is in melee they do 1d6 damage. Holy crap! The way that the light crossbows, Jesus fuck!
That's for Giselle pointing out we had 69 viewers.
I don't even know how you did that. At least he doesn't know how to post it into I'm not going to say that. I'm not even going to finish my sentence. All right, so we go back to the Jake. It counts as like a club. So it's 1d6 damage. It's bludgeoning damage. It's strength based, not dexterity based. But it's literally like melee wise, it functions as though it's a club, which is very helpful. That also means that you are never considered unarmed. When you have somebody like walking past you, you can take attacks of opportunity against somebody walking past you, whatever it might be. Cool. The other thing to know about it is that the force of the trigger on it is so powerful, being a Stalingrad crossbow, that it allows when you shoot it, twang, that it can take special types of ammunition and function with relative ease. So if you're trying to shoot like one of those shots that have like a crossbow bolt, like a grappling hook at the end of it, those function without suffering from not being correctly designed for it, so on and so forth. Is made for that. So you're good to go there. Again, that's both of those items are just basic Stalingrad crossbow designs, as well as it just being very, very durable. Yay. However, the additional thing that this one had was it is... Yay, Wade. Okay. Back to game.
I haven't said a word.
And the last thing for yours, just trying to make sure I get this. Where is the last one? No, it wasn't that one. No, it wasn't that one. No, it wasn't that one. 1 second, sir. Okay. All right, cool. So the last thing has to do with it is that's right, it's the aiming for it. So it's not just a standard Stalingrad crossbow. It is a masterwork crossbow. So therefore, it is +1 chance to hit, and Stalingrad also has a slightly greater range. So I believe a light crossbow has a range of 80 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So this instead has a range of 100 feet.
Ooh, nice.
Yes.
Okay.
100 feet instead of
that in
80
there.
feet. +1 chance to hit with it because it's masterworked, and then because the Stalingrad has the and the it can fire the special things. Cool. Good. Any other questions? Are you good?
All good, thank you.
You're welcome. Man, a +1 chance to hit. I know, like, for a second, we just kind of did track it from what we were doing and the excitement of the moment of getting into a combat for the first time and got over 60 hours. But like in this campaign, a +1 chance to hit is so big. Because like if somebody's AC is a 20 or less, let's just assume it's a 20, which is a really high AC. If somebody's AC is a 20, you just increase your chance to hit them by 5%. That is so big. That is such a big number. All right, cool. Let us.
Hey, when you're a small guy, small numbers are big. We get it.
Keep them.
Yeah.
You see creatures coming your way. Let me go ahead and highlight these two creatures on the map for you with nice little red tokens. Here you are. You only see them very briefly before anything happens. Just more or less all you see is you swear you see a tumbleweed. You've never witnessed a tumbleweed before because, you know, you only read about them. You don't live in an area where tumbleweeds are really a problem. But you swear you see tumbleweeds rolling towards you. So you realize that those tumbleweeds are moving with purpose. And they're not tumbling. They look like they're running on what can only be described as stout little legs, or sorry, scrawny little legs on a short little person. And they're moving swiftly towards you. It's your turn, sir.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see the other one now. Gross. Yeah, I am going to. So yeah, his initial response is like, "What are you talking?" Then he notices and goes, "Oh shit!" And then he's going to cast ear-piercing scream at this one.
What's the save?
Fortitude. Where the hell did my sheet go? There it is.
Want to go ahead and bloop it for me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the rule where I can use my character sheet and hide my rolls from you guys. Was it whisper? Whisper
/ talk to myself.
No, always whisper
We'll do it.
rolls. I found it.
That works too.
Yep. Cool. And so I should click this and it should be good. Yay! Cool. So what was the DC? 14. And you do 4 points of damage?
Yeah.
Great. So which one was it? You said this guy right here?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, as that happens, you turn towards this thing and you open your mouth and you look like you're about to scream at it, but you don't scream. No noise comes out. Instead, this thing, which is running, tumbling, whatever it is, towards you, you see it starts to. You see as it's moving towards you, it stops, like suddenly stops, almost like it's hit a wall, and then it looks like it's fighting against pressure, like a lot of wind, and then all of a sudden it explodes into a whole bunch of different pieces. And just completely falls apart on the ground.
Hope I was supposed to do that. Yeah, he does that one. That one explodes, and he will. He's going to step back to this over here by. I'm assuming this is Dwayne.
Yes.
And when he moves over there, he draws his rapier. He says, "There's another one south." And kind of points at it with the rapier.
Oh, I wrote to roll Dwayne's initiative. Thank you for calling that out. And luckily he rolled poorly, so this doesn't break continuity.
Hey,
Aldo,
That's poor. What did I roll?
You have a much higher dexterity, Aldo. You get to go before me.
Yeah, okay. Aldo will immediately draw his crossbow, which I'm pretty sure is a standard. So he'll draw that, load it, and just bring it up, pointing it at that thing, but he can't shoot at this stage, so.
I think it's just a move to draw it, isn't it?
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's just a move, then yeah, okay. I'll draw the crossbow, I'll load it as a swift, and I will fire my crossbow at that creature down there.
Wonderful. The shot for you is only 40 feet.
All right. 12.
Are you happy with your 12?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens is when you take your shot with your 12, you take a shot at it, and it's not that you miss this thing. You're unerring shot. Like, you are a solid shot. It's just that whatever this thing's made out of that exploded over there into a bunch of different pieces, you shot into that, and it didn't seem to slow it down or affect it at all. It just keeps moving as though it's, I don't know, it's caught in its rib cage or whatever it is. The bolt does nothing to it, and it keeps moving. Anything else? That was your move, your standard, and your swift, so you literally can do nothing but a 5-foot step, except you're on rough terrain. I forgot to say that to you beforehand, Keegan, but you had the movement to make it. You're on rough terrain, so you can't even take a 5-foot step.
End of the turn.
Yep. Perfect. That gets us over to this thing here, in which case I am now going to start moving towards you. Give me 1 second. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And that is my turn getting to there. This guy is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's because I didn't make him apparent for you. And they cannot even attack you at this point. I will. And boom. Okay. And then one more thing before. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to make 2 attacks against you guys this turn. It looks like there is no daddy's dice, so DM's dice. I only have to roll behind the scenes, which I will do right now. I'm going to be attacking Daisy and Simon from behind, and I'll make these guys painfully visible for you now with little blue markers.
Are they not up on the thing with us?
Up on what thing?
The
No. Remember I said before there's not enough space for it. I said that earlier. Because of you guys moving around the rubble, how big the rubble is, so on and so forth. They don't have the ability to... Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and make the first attack roll. This one's going to be against Daisy. What is Daisy's AC? We have it in here. Players, pets, Daisy Simon.
13.
AC is 13. I hit that. And Simon's going to have the same exact... No, not Simon. Simone has... I hit a 12. Oh, and a 12! Sweet! I exactly hit both of their ACs each time. So let me go ahead and do my damage against Daisy first. My damage against Daisy is going to be a whopping 1 point of damage. Who rides Daisy?
Me.
Can you go ahead and roll me a fortitude save? And my damage against Simon is going to be 1 point of damage. Jake, you don't ride Simon, but you want to go ahead and roll his, not Simone, Simon. You want to go ahead and roll his fortitude save?
Yeah.
And tell me if we're happy with these saves. They're just horses, but let me know if you're happy with them.
Yeah.
18 is really good. A 9 is not.
9 is not. What's your thoughts on 9?
Whatever it is, I really don't want them to fail it.
we have 2+4s if you want to use it for this.
I think one of the +4s is probably enough on this. That'll get it to what, 13?
You can use a +4 for a horse?
Dude, if we lose a horse, we're in trouble.
He knows that's why this is happening.
Yeah. Wait, you get I think that's probably enough, but what do you guys think? Should we luck it too? I think +4 is fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You use one of the 2+4s, given to you by chat, so more or less like, if you will, the horse had extra Wheaties, this morning, was feeling particularly robust, and gets hit by poison and is like, nay, and is able to resist it. No effect from the poison. That is
So
my
glad
whole
that
turn.
peaked. Cool.
It is back to... Oh, sorry. It's Dwayne's turn. Sorry, before I go to Koa. Dwayne is seeing literally like trees, if you will, running at you guys, or bushes or whatever it is running at you guys. And so he's a bit freaked out, but not so much so that he's not willing to act. Dwayne has his bow already strung, so he steps to the side or clambers to the side or whatever from where you are, and will take a shot with his bow. Again, it's already strung, so it's not like it's put away or anything. He, of course, was sitting around for literally minutes, keeping an eye with Koa. So he takes a shot at this one here, because it's the cleanest shot that he has. And I will attack with Dwayne. I rolled very poorly. Dwayne takes a shot, and unfortunately the creature is so small and it's trying to clamber up the rubble, and it moves in such a inhuman way that the shot goes easily over where it is. Misses it by upwards a foot from where it is, as the thing is like moving through the rocks. No shot. He's like, damn it, as he goes to grab another arrow. Koa, it's your turn.
I think I'll yell, "The horses!" And because everyone else can do range shit, Koa cannot, and we're in rough terrain, so it'd probably be hard to get to those, right? So there's a guy right in front of me.
Yeah, half speed, so you'd only move 4 squares. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think I could get to either one of them that way. So I guess I step forward and attack the one in front of me. Remind me the rules of charging versus just like running up.
Unfortunately, you can't charge during through rough terrain.
Okay. Then I'll just step forward and swing.
Does Koa rage?
Oh, it's been so long since we fought, I forgot I could.
It has been that long.
Ooh. Remind me. So rage.
And you
uses
have power
this.
attack and things too. I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to use that, but
That's a good. I'm looking at my features now. Rage uses what? Is it called a swift action, or is it?
No, it's a free action.
free.
Yeah, it's free.
Okay.
It has to be done on your turn, but it doesn't use up any of your other actions.
Well, shit. Let's go for it. Let's rage.
All right.
They attack the horses, and that really pisses me off when Scott cheap shots our horses. So I'm really angry. Koa rages.
Okay.
I and chat love our horses. Only Scott and Mikhail that don't.
It's not the horses. They're just the mules, man. Ugh.
And you exploded one just by yelling at it. That's kind of wild.
Right?
But you know what?
Yeah,
let's
4
go ahead
points.
and power attack. Who needs AC?
Power attack doesn't hurt your AC. It hurts your rage. Hurts your AC. Power attack hurts your chance to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, but it looks like more because I'm raging.
Yeah. Minus
Yeah.
1 chance at +3 damage with your power attack.
All right, so Koa grabs his sword and just screams, "The horses!" And then just charges in right at this dude, swinging his great sword and probably not hitting it. Jake, you missed with a 12. I don't really want to be poisoned. I don't really want to use. Do I use something here to accept the miss?
Normally I would
I forgot to
say
tell you,
accept it, but
there's technically a 12 because you have higher ground, because you're standing higher up in the rubble and it's only just trying to clamber up it. So you technically
Okay.
have higher ground. I just didn't tell you before.
Does that mean Jake would have had a 13?
No, he was taking a shot from afar. Wouldn't have affected him.
Okay.
I would do it if I were you because we want to try and thin these out really quick.
+4 or
Agreed.
luck?
I would luck it.
I think look, if one of them died from 4 damage, like I don't think their AC is going to be crazy high, but they're also small.
I wouldn't imagine so, but yeah, all right. I'll
Minimum
try
13 is still pretty good. Yeah.
+4 anyway, 15.
15 absolutely hits. Yeah, Tyler, we're gonna eat the horses. With poison coursing through their veins.
No, Tyler, Scott's trying to kill our horses. Very different.
Yeah.
Wade, 17 points of damage is... He blew it up with 4 points of yelling at it. You did 17. It is as you rush up and see this thing, it's climbing up. It's crazy to look at because I don't want to say this is some bipedal creature with arms and legs clambering up. That doesn't give the right sense of what this is. It has the general shape of a bipedal creature comprised of twisted twigs and vines and whatnot around it, giving this general shape. But if you're saying a leg is placed onto a rock to push its body up higher, or an arm reaches out to grab a rock to pull itself up higher, that's inaccurate, because as an arm reaches up, it's actually like a dozen, more or less, arms are reaching up to grab a rock from all different angles. And as a leg is pushing to give itself hoist, it's like somewhere between 6 to 9 legs are all pushing up simultaneously, and they're all backed by a whole bunch of wrapping vines. It is not just a bipedal creature. It's a bipedal looking creature from afar that up close looks like some unknown number of creatures wrapped around and woven through each other. Wade, you come at this thing and do 17 points of damage. Describe what you do to this mess of twigs and vines.
I mean, if it's below me and it's climbing up and I see this, I think I go from the swing to looking at it climbing up, and I double hand and just slam down on top of it. Trying to hit head, neck, mass, just go through whatever looks like the center of this thing. Koa's got this theory about the center of all the vines. Well, center of a plant probably also is important.
Well, Koa's in a bit of a rage, so he doesn't notice the fine detail, but he does notice this. It doesn't move much after his sword goes through it. Any amount of movement that he thought was happening, a more observant person would realize that's just Koa waving this thing around, stuck to his sword for a bit before he's able to finish breaking it free, because the vines would have wrapped around the sword. You stab through the center, and most of it just immediately falls limp. Like I said, it kind of like wraps around the sword. You swing it once or twice, maybe smack it against a rock, not in a way to hurt the sword, but to further damage the thing. And a few of the twigs seemingly stiffens, like dried out wood, stiffen and just kind of break off the sword, shattering into pieces all over. The thing falls dead. All you've moved so far, Koa, is 10 feet of your 40 feet of movement.
Koa's raging, so puts himself in danger again.
Oh, wait, he can keep moving?
Oh,
Can I
no.
not?
This is not 5e.
Oh, okay. Well, Scott tricked us. I
That
stayed
was
there.
my... Thank you, Keegan, for calling me out for that one. It's not 5e. That's a hard no.
Like, where did he get spring attack? That's dope.
Does he have anything for a swift action? Or are you good, Wade?
I don't think for a swift, no.
Okay, cool. This is...
Speaking of 5e, I think you have the measurement on 5e too.
No, it just
It's not-
always...
It's not counting diagonals.
Yeah, it never works even when you're supposed to. It does actually say 5e. For some reason, my default of Pathfinder doesn't actually stick to Pathfinder, which is frustrating. Let's see if it is working correctly now. Oh, it is now, but we'll see how long it lasts, because it often redoes itself. Cool. So thanks for calling that out as well, and it is your turn.
Can I reach that one? I get 2 levels, so I can get 30 feet with ear-piercing scream. And that fucker's 35 away. So is he. Gross. Okay. Koa is obviously dealing with those. I'm going to move 1 step this way. Good. That's my move action. So it's 10 feet of my movement.
Yeah.
I can see both of those despite the horses being there, right?
The horses are very much reacting to him, neighing, whinnying, trying to kick away. You see the chaos, and so the horses' movements allow you to occasionally see the creature. But since you don't have to make an attack roll, your line of effect just works.
And if I moved like my full distance, like all the way to here, I'm not in the plants or anything. I'm still on the rock, as it looks like. Okay. It's 20, 30. That's as far as I can move. And I will ear-piercing scream at that one.
No, I had to buy more assets to make this map. I spent a lot of time in Roll20 Marketplace. All right, you said the ones to the north?
Yeah. Good.
Wow, that's a great roll there, sir. Well, you do your scream and you see it react. It does seem to get shaken. Some of its the branches, like the vines on it, do seem to snap, tying up parts of its arms or its legs or whatever momentarily, before it itself just kind of like, grabs whatever vine that has gone taut and snapped or whatever. It's kind of like jamming up its movements. It grabs those and either pulls it free, like weeding the garden, or breaks them off itself before it's able to continue moving freely. You did injure it, it seems, but not enough to kill it.
That one's still up. That's me.
Okay. Aldo!
Alright, seeing as Koa's there, Aldo's going to step up to there, which is what, 20 feet of movement?
Not exactly. Climbing up there actually requires a climb check, but you could still theoretically do it. How many squares did you move?
2.
2 squares would be 20 feet of movement, but I do need a climb check for you to be able to get up there.
Yep, I'm gonna give you that climb check.
I have for you 12.
Yep.
It's getting more and more difficult as you climb. At 12, you're just barely able to get to where you are. You have okay footing for taking the shot.
Okay. Alright, well, I'm going to reload with the Swift, and I'm going to take the shot at the one attacking Daisy.
Okay, so... Oh, you named it Stella, that's funny. So you're taking I take one of the... So more or less you're attacking the one that's up north, which is the same one that SirKiken attacked, correct?
Yeah, I got a clear shot on that one, so yeah.
Makes sense, thank you, sir. A 20 absolutely is going to hit. Oh! That is so much damage! That is amazing! Wow, okay, yeah. Go ahead and describe how it is that you finish this thing.
Yeah, so seeing as the other one seemed to just get kind of lodged in between these things, he just aims center mass, pulls the trigger, kind of slides a bit as his footing is a bit unsteady. It just goes into it and it just shatters, bursts.
Awesome.
Splinters go everywhere.
It is gone. It's now their turns. Give me a second, please.
The horses didn't react at all to getting whatever they got.
Yeah. Oh, good call. Neighing,
They just
whinnying,
stand
and
there?
trying to run away. Except for Nightstorm, who acts on Wade's turn. If Wade directs it. It knows to stay still unless it receives direction. So Daisy, give me 1 second. Daisy is going to book it a bit. It's going to be this one, Jacobo, is literally just going to take a step here and not move very far. Simon, however, who rolled very well on their will save, is going to make a attack roll, And I will go ahead and do that right here. Simon is... That's 8 for the first attack.
Can you slightly adjust the roll
2 for the second
thing
attack.
for-
What was that?
Can you slightly roll the rolls, adjust the rolls so chat can see them a little bit easier? Apparently the bottom's not showing very well.
I adjust the rolls? What do you mean? Oh,
Like-
gotcha. You're talking about the chat window.
Yeah.
Yeah, that also reformats every stream now, which is really frustrating. Give me 1 second. That is about as good as I can do.
It was better.
All right, cool. Now we have both of those attacks miss for Simon. All right, we're gonna have over here. That's why I found the bush. That's hilarious. I found my bush. It was the wrong.
Great, Scott. I'm so happy for you.
Okay, it was the wrong mini.
Congrats.
Something tells me it's the twig inside that's harder to find.
Thanks, Wade.
I got you.
Five, 6. Okay, that is all of them. All I can do now is attack. I only get. Wait, there was one that was in front of Wade. He's going to move up.
Yeah, the one above me and 2 to the right is the one that hasn't moved yet.
Yeah.
1 square up, 2 squares right.
Correct. So he is going to attack you, and he's going to attack Simon. So attacking Wade first, because that's more fun for me. What's my modifier again? That's not going to hit. And I don't hit Simon again either. So my 2 attacks are going to miss against you guys. So more or less what happens is you see another group of these things seeming to run from the woods or tumble out of the woods, making their way towards you guys as you go. You don't know how long this is going to go on for, how long these waves are going to last for, but these creatures are tumbling out of the woods at you guys, at least right now, and continuing to attack you. I'll put little markers on them in a second. And as they do so, of course, the horses are freaking out and starting to run off. Not all of them. Nightstorm does not even have to make a will save. Nightstorm is a strong-minded and well-trained individual. As for Simon, Simon is more pissed than anything. Probably all the time they've been treated like a donkey. And the donkey also just kind of like stepped off to the side where there's more space, like, and starts kind of grazing and watching what's going on. Ears twitching, trying to make sure, like, twitching, trying to like make sure that there's no danger coming directly at it, but it's just eating some of the grass. 2 horses running off. It's Dwayne's turn, and then Koa. Dwayne, seeing what's happening, he's gonna look to you guys and be like, "Shit, the horses! Fuck, I'll go get them." And then he's gonna turn and start running to go grab the first of the horses, which is gonna be Simone, unless anybody says otherwise.
Koa is raging right now and focused, so he won't be the one thinking things through. Though now he's seeing that there's a few more over here than one.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So he double moves to get all the way up to where Simone is to grab at the reins that are there. Cool. Let us now go to Koa's turn as I start marking these guys for you.
So I don't have to move to attack this guy, right? Because it's in melee.
Yes, sir. He moved up to get to you. That also means you no longer have higher ground, but that's fine. You weren't kind of banking on that before.
Okay. I want to do this just because I never have gotten to yet. And just in case, I guess, I fail to kill it. Koa's going to step up to swing at this thing and kind of give it like an up and down look. Which he's raging, so it's not like a scientific look, but more of like a don't fuck with me look. And we're going to do intimidating glare.
This allows the barbarian intimidation check, so you get to make an intimidation check against it.
Yep.
Is it a swift action or is it your? Is a
Cost my
move
move.
action?
Move. Which is why I asked I don't want the move to swing, since this thing didn't have to move to attack me, I'm guessing.
You glare at this thing, looking down into its twigs. If it's frightened, it doesn't seem to show it.
That's fair. I'm an angry barbarian. It attacked our horses.
No, you're good. You got an attack. Wow. Back to that
Again?
11.
The exact same roll. Almost exact same 2 dice. Last time it was a 5 and a 6. This time it's a 5 and a 7. There's a lot of these things coming, man, but I don't want to use all of our stuff. So is that
still
below
a 12? Is that still 12? Yeah.
I don't know if
Is
it's
it the
still
high
below me.
ground?
It attacked at me, so I'm thinking it's on my level now. Is that right, Scott? There's things no
Correct.
longer below me.
Correct.
So that's actually an 11.
Correct.
So I would need at least a 2 to hit it. Which we have luck and we have a 4. Do you guys want me to take the L? Or you guys want me to try to hit it?
No, I try and hit it. Thin them out.
Yeah.
It's too many.
Yeah, because if you hit it, it dies. That's the thing.
4
I think it's definitely
or luck?
It's
Luck.
we'll use the luck, yeah. Because we don't actually know the lowest thing that'll hit it yet.
Well, now we'll
That's
see
a
if a
13.
13 hits.
That's the number we want
13
to worry
hits.
about. Okay.
Thank God, because otherwise this thing was tankier than us with armor.
Sir. Last time you did 17. This time you did 20.
I need to take off my rage round.
You go right ahead and describe.
So this thing comes up to Koa, swings and like misses at him. And he gives the thing like this look of just like almost insanity as he stares this thing down. And then he takes his sword, almost like tosses it to one hand, and then just swings through this as hard as he can, right across the middle of like the chest torso area.
Again, destroys it. Where you slice across, it cuts and then it unravels, and almost like if you had a twisted up band of what's it called, like a twisted up band of vines, and they were just kind of held at two endpoints. And you cut the middle where all the tension is. You can imagine the other two sides unraveling very quickly, looking like they're popping or exploding. So rapidly they unravel with whatever kinetic energy is left inside there. Deleted gun. All right. After that is going to go to Mikhail.
Okay. So we got rid of that one. And all of this is difficult terrain, right?
Everything in the middle, I think, is all of the stones.
Everything,
grass.
yeah, everything that's more or less around the area where the green is is all difficult terrain, including that entire area over where you're looking at.
Okay, so to get to him, I'd be going through difficult terrain still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make it that far. Cool.
There's still one over by you, though, isn't there?
No, that was up here. Aldo
Yeah, but
finished off.
Oh, there's still one at Simon.
There's this one over here, but I can't. I can't
see it right now 'cause the
stop in
dice is
Simon's
fucking-
space. Oh yeah, I can't stop in Simon's space, and I don't think I can make it around him and still have an attack. If it's all difficult terrain, yeah, I wouldn't. I can only make 3 spaces.
Can
Yeah,
you pass through their space if they're
2.
large like that?
Yep, you can pass
I can go
allies'
through it. I
spaces.
can't be in it though. I can't stop in it.
Correct.
So like I can't. Or well, wait. Actually, I guess I could. I could get on top of him. He has a mount.
Mm-hmm.
But I could fail that as well. So, now I'm gonna try something. Actually, can I try to identify these?
The spots that Nightstorm are in are not difficult terrain. Nightstorm is actually standing in a good spot. You can actually move through Nightstorms at 1-for-1. So, like, walking to here would be 15 feet. As a matter of fact, walking to even here
Yeah.
would be 15 feet, making this 25
Gotcha.
feet.
Okay. would be like that.
That'd be 25 feet.
And you're partially under a tree in case it rains.
Ooh. Golly. But yeah, can I attempt to identify them?
Identify what?
The enemies, these weird tumbleweed things.
I believe that requires a check, but not a check. I believe
Yes.
that requires an action, not a check. It might be a free action, but the answer is yes, you can.
Could be free.
I think it is free because of that class that's built around it. I'm just confirming. Nope, none. Yep, you can go ahead and make a check.
I'm assuming knowledge nature.
Yep. Actually, yeah. 18. Comfortable with 18?
Yes.
No idea.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna move. Already got my sword drawn. Path we just used. And I'm gonna take a swing at it. What?
Oh, Tyler used Rogue's Blessing. I didn't see it
What does
because
that do?
Joey was talking about points, so I was dealing with this, eating, and then going to Joey's points, but Tyler used Rogue's Blessing, so why don't you go ahead and roll that, Keegan? And if that causes you to retcon what you did with your turn, that's perfectly fine. Oh! Oh!
Damn.
Okay.
That means you can choose whatever you want.
Ability, stand up. Attack roll AC save. Extra attack. But as part of a full attack action. Reroll a save. Thing is, I already rolled, and I know I rolled good. it's kind of a toss-up.
If you do the speed, you can change what position you got to a position you might find better for some reason. Like, for instance, you could be flanking with the horse. That was 17 is pretty high. Nothing here affects your damage.
Unless you attack again.
But I'd have to full attack, which I can't because I already moved.
Oh, number 3. Move 5 feet as a swift action. You can do that after your after the
and then I
over.
can... Yeah, then I can slide over. Okay, yeah, I'll do that one.
Yep, number 3. Cool. That's awesome.
I'll take 3.
So, let me just tell you what happens when you turn. You rush up to this thing as quickly as you can, and you're going to stab it with your sword. And you're going to stab it with your sword. But your rapier stabs between its vines and seems to almost get caught inside them as they're moving. And it almost pulls the sword from your hand. Luckily for you, it is a very well-crafted sword. The hilt of it is specifically made for your hand. So it feels so comfortable in your hand that you're able to hold that grip despite that like awkward twist and pull. The way that the guard is designed is, again, you're able to use that because if you're well practiced with it to make sure that you don't easily have that kind of like work against you and the pressure in all the wrong places to allow it to slide out so easily. You pull your sword free just barely. You don't even know if you hurt this thing. You're welcome to take your 5-foot step back if you'd like.
Yeah. We'll do... Yeah, I'm not going to flank it either way. I'll just step... Yeah, just straight back.
Okay, perfect. After you is going to go to Aldo, then me.
All right, so to get up here, that I'm assuming that's like the flat part and kind of, levels out there.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a higher DC climb check, though.
Can I use an acrobatics to get up there?
It is a climb check. Yeah, acrobatics could work if you were doing something like swinging from a tree or whatever, but this is legitimately climbing. It's climbing rubble.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to stay where I am then. We roll this.
There's a big increase to your speed, which is nice.
You could use the +4 in your climb.
That's true. You could use the +4 on the climb.
They give me a +4.
Yeah, I could have
Maybe
used that for
should.
my check, too. Oh, well.
All right, I might actually try and make it up there then.
All right.
That's a higher DC.
We can mental math it afterwards.
I've already added it on.
Okay.
All right.
Higher DC, and you rolled exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get up. Okay.
15 total is great. So the 15 total, you're able to. It's a struggle. You know, by the grace of the gods, literally Vroga smiling upon this battlefield, being brought to you by Koa. You know, mace of swordness or swelling. You're able to step up that 5-foot step or whatever to get up there, allowing you to get a better sight of what's going on beyond. You, sir, are able to go ahead and make your attack roll. What would you like to do? Pretty much everybody's open and available for a shot.
One.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Nope.
Of course, I saw the nat 20 and I was like...
You do have the +1 for higher ground, which is nice. But yeah, it's funny because, again, just the way that the map works, I mean, the dice roll how they roll all over the place, and I have to cut off certain parts of the screen. Yeah, that it was a 2, not a 20. So, oh well. Cool. You guys are done, and that's going to be their turns. All right, this one's going to attack Simon again. Simon was not as lucky this time. Ooh! Simon takes 2 points of damage instead of 1 this time. Let's go, boys! Woo! 2 points of damage. Awesome. And somebody want to go ahead and make a fortitude save for Simon? This one is going to climb up to Wade and attack him. This one is also going to climb up to Wade and attack him.
Nice.
That's a great roll. This one is going to just barely climb up to Wade and attack him. So 3 attacks against Wade. 2 of them are, one of them, because it's the last one happening, is going to be a flank so far. This one over here is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stop there. So I attacked Simon. I moved one guy, and I'm going to attack Wade 3 times, one of them with an extra +2. And I think that's all I'm doing right now. And then we're going to go to Dwayne. And with Dwayne, I'll have Simon go. Oh! I rolled a nat 20. Oh, roll to confirm.
That was just the confirm, though. What was the other roll?
No, that was the regular roll. Yes, I rolled natural 19. Oh! All right. I do a whopping. Ready for this, Wayne?
It's not the damage that worries me about this fight.
Right?
It's a 3 points of damage. Go ahead and make me a 40.
You have DR yet?
Oh, what was that?
Oh, I do.
Oh,
He's DR1.
you take 2 points of damage. That's nice. Good call out. 2 points of damage.
Something here says I have temp 2. Is that wrong, or what's the temp 2 mean? Why is that showing up under HP?
Oh, that's from your... It's probably doing that from your HP going up from raging.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're just losing that. Yeah, which is fine. All right, cool.
Okay. Do I take off the temp, or do I take it from current?
Take it from current, because it will all affect you in the end.
Okay, cool. And fortitude save?
Yes, sir. Okay, you're good there. My next... Oop, that's cockeyed. Hold on. Oh, it was almost a 16. I dropped it to a 3. That did not hit you. And my third attack against you is the one with the additional +2. Wade. Does a 14 hit you?
It does.
Yeah? Sweet. Oh, that's right, because you're raging. Oh, sweet. I do 1 point of damage. -1 is 0 points of damage. 0 points of damage means you don't suffer from the poison. So...
Thank God.
If I have to do at least 1 point
Let me just
for
say,
the...
raging whenever something might affect your fortitude, good call.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't think that through because like Koa, I was just raging, but like worked out in the end.
I hope you roll at least a 5 as when it comes around to your turn. I really hope you do.
Odds are at least a 5 and maybe a 6 or 7 are in my future.
No,
on
I
prior
meant
events.
on blessings, but I gotcha. All right, cool. So going to Dwayne next. Dwayne is going to go ahead and wrestle up that horse real quick. Actually, I rolled very well with Dwayne. He's able to make sure he grabs Simon and has Simon kind of set up there, and then he's going.
Simone.
Sorry, Simone. Thank you. And then he's going to start making his way over to the other one. So it's going to be 10, 20, 30 feet over to the other one, calling to it so it doesn't run off any further. And Jacobo is going to just meander around a little bit, kind of glance over at Mikhail. With being on
He's
the
gonna
other
say he's
side.
gonna attack Mikhail, maybe.
It's making his distance from Mikhail. That's all.
Go ahead, justify his feelings towards mules.
Simon attacks. The first attack roll misses. Oh, the second attack roll absolutely hits. That's a 19 total. Go off, Simon. Simon's damage
Okay.
is 1d4 plus 1. Go ahead and grab it.
You guys are getting pluses to damage?
Yeah, Simon is. Simon does 3 points of damage to this thing. Legitimately, the hoof puts a giant hole through the chest of it. So it leaves, like, not quite the center, don't worry, Wade, but like off to the side, like exploding out a shoulder. So there's only one twig above and below the hole, still holding the arm together, like one vine on either side holding the arm together, but leaves a hole there with a whole bunch of like gnarled and loosened or completely shattered or broken twigs behind, making it so its mobility is greatly dropped from that, but it is still alive.
Do the horses have a different AC because of the barding?
The barding is for the lower part of them. So we didn't put
Okay.
full barding onto them.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have it would have affected their movement and their weight and da.
Okay.
All right, and that was them. That was the horses. Now it's to Koa's actual turn. Koa, go ahead and roll your blessings.
All right.
Oh, that also confirms I did no damage with my stab then.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's good.
When you make an extra attack, can you do it against more than one thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
you attack once, and
Yeah.
then you choose what to do with your next attack. But it's important to note this is a full attack action, which means you can also do a swift, but you can't do a movement or anything else with it. It's either you do a full attack, you just have a swift and free
No
action.
intimidating the wood, just swing and swing.
No staring down the wood.
All right. I'll take my eyes off the wood for a minute. I think I'm going to do that. I'll take 2 attacks. I'm kind of surrounded here. I want to attack the one below me, the yellow one below me first. That's got me flanked.
Okay.
Because all the other ones are in view of like where Aldo can shoot. That's like the one that I kind of have to deal with on my own anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to attack that one first.
This is where he rolls a 1.
Maybe. The way I've been rolling, man. I've had a couple of rough sessions of rolling. Let's see if I can turn it around. It feels pretty good.
Looks pretty good.
I saw the 7. The first dice I saw was the 7, and I was like, motherfucker, the other one better not be a 5. And I saw the 5. So I was actually upset at first. Then I realized it was a 15. I got a little bit happier.
Wade. Go ahead and describe it, sir.
Koa sees himself getting surrounded, and just the one that's on his right catches his eye, so that's the one he swings at. He turns, red one next. He'll swing at that one. 5 again. I know with 13 hits,
Mm-hmm.
we have 1 luck left. Should I use it? 50-50? Oh, it's not 50-50. It's 3 out of 4.
I still kind of think so. Honestly.
Yeah,
There's, yeah, these things are poisonous.
14 total on the red.
19 damage again. You want to
All right.
describe how the action is for the 2 attacks combined?
Koa just lets out a yell that I won't try to imitate into this microphone because I don't think it'll work. But he rears back, slices, turns around, slices back, and is just kind of screaming and cutting through. And then he turns and gets ready to do the same with the yellow one, but he's just full out swinging and yelling. These things fucked up, like, maybe not these things, but the vines fucked up his legs last time he was here. He was not very happy about that. He has no interest in being surrounded by plants.
Not going to a dispensary, heard. Anything you're swift or free, or are you good to go, sir?
Nope. I'm turning my pineapple upside down because I'm a swinging baby.
Mikhail, follow that up.
Okay. Yeah, he'll curse and actually spends his move action to sheath his rapier. And I'm just gonna ear-piercing scream this fucking thing. Alright, there we go.
Cool. So, ear-piercing scream, and I make a fortitude save for half. And this is the one that's attacking Simon, correct?
Simon, yeah.
Oop, I'm out of sloppy dice. Reroll. They've rolled off my table. I got a total of, I think a total of a 14. Let me just confirm. Yes, total of a 14, and your DC is 14. You would have done 3 points of damage, which means you do 1 point of damage.
Which
To
should
the
be enough.
injured one, correct, right?
Correct.
Go ahead and describe it. The one that has the missing shoulder.
Yeah, he looks like he's just yelling at it, but obviously no sound comes out. And you just watch it rattling and a bunch of its little limbs and stuff collapsing into the space that got kicked out of it by the horse, and then it stops moving.
Wonderful.
And he's gonna make a rude gesture at it and 5-foot step this way.
Nice. Cool. Nice of the rude gesture. All right, moving on. You, sir, are that was you. Now we're going to go to Aldo.
I'm gonna reload and try again.
Okay.
You can hit all three of us with one really well-placed bolt.
Nope.
Or one really poor placed one that goes through all the vines. And then just... Like this one.
Only hits Koa.
I like the idea that like you waited so long to get your hands on this like super high quality, badass, awesome crossbow. And then you get this thing and you're like, I probably should have calibrated it to my own sights. Hey, Molly! Molly, I'm poking Wade with my wood.
I'm not feeling much.
Ouch. Jake, back to you. You almost like have Aldo being frustrated because he, in his excitement for having his new toy, didn't even stop to make sure like the sight that's on it is like lined up to his own way of shooting. He's realizing maybe he should just start hip firing. You know, just until he has time to. Because goddamn, was that 3-4 shots in a row were all whiffs? That's embarrassing. So you're hoping they're not noticing. And Tesh is here. Hi, Tesh. All right.
Hasn't Tesh been here a minute, or am I crazy?
I didn't notice Tesh earlier in chat. I've been watching Tesh closely. In which case, hey, Tesh.
Yeah, he's been here a while.
2 attacks against you, sir. That is a miss. That's a hit. If a 14 hits, this hits. And Wade, it is 2 points of damage. Minus
take
1 is 1 point of damage.
All right. Fortitude save.
Please and thank you. You rolled low.
Yeah, but I think the horses have rolled lower than 14 and we're okay, so I'm going to keep my 14.
Damn it.
You have another at or below 14 that they rolled, so you're good.
I was hoping so bad. Yeah, you pass. I think the horse got a 13 when you did that.
It was. They had a 9 and we used a +4, so yeah, you're good.
Yeah. All right. After their turns, which unfortunately I just took 1 point of damage from you, which is nice to hurt you. You know, it makes me feel good. Dwayne is going to continue walking over. 1, 2. make his check. Not as high as last time, but still rolled pretty well for his animal handling. And he's going to start getting the horses to calm down and return a little bit. So that's the end of Dwayne's turn. Simon is freaked out from what had just transpired. It is going to start trying to run by this way. Now that the twig is out of the way, it got screamed at and exploded. It's got it freaked out. It actually wouldn't run through the explosion and run the opposite direction towards Dwayne. But before it gets too far, Mikhail, you have an opportunity here. You can make a reflex saving throw to try to grab its reins real quick as it's trying to run away.
Yeah, he will.
This feels like a trick where you grab the reins and then you're just dragged to death across the stone.
It do.
Oh, you rolled so well!
He wouldn't do that with a natural 20, right? Like, he wouldn't drag me to death.
You look really cool as your brains splatter across the corner of the rock.
You do an awesome tumble flip. The lower half, when it comes off of your upper half, it gets a lot of air. It's great.
I hate how often I get called out. So it was a 2-tiered success. Tier 1, you would have had the opportunity to then, like, cool, you succeeded, you grab the reins. You may now try to make a ride check to get onto it so you can control it, or make a strength check to try to actually pull hard enough that it listens to you and stays. Unfortunately, you rolled so well. What happens is you grab the reins, you notice what it's about to do before it even goes, and you snatch up that rein. So before its body even starts to go that way, you pull hard back, you're pulling its attention towards you. You're like, no, stay. And the horse stays with you. With your reins in hand. You don't necessarily have to hold on to it the entire time, but reins in hand, it doesn't go anywhere. Kudos, Kiken.
He looks super impressed with himself, looks over at Koa, like, look, I did it, and then sees the just frothing rage. He's like, not now.
Also, you look up at Aldo,
Later.
and Aldo is just looking down at his crossbow, shaking his head as he's reloading it. Nobody saw it.
Wait, what about Dwayne? He saw it, right?
Dwayne is actively leading another horse, petting it on its snout and on its little nosy there. Sorry.
Only Jacobo and Nightstorm saw it.
You know what, though? You know what, Keegan? If it makes you feel any
damn
better, chat saw it.
It doesn't.
Nightstorm probably saw it. Nightstorm be like, I'd let you feed me a carrot.
It sounds like
Nightstorm's
you're
well
welcome
trained,
to
so
sit
Nightstorm
here.
will-
What was that?
Nightstorm's well trained, so Nightstorm will let you feed her a carrot anyway. But
All right, Koa, it's your turn. Let's
is
see if
it?
you can. Yeah, that went quick. When there's less baddies, it goes quick. You're clearing out the battlefield.
I don't remember Jake having did you shoot? Oh, you missed, didn't you?
No, I didn't even shoot.
Oh, okay.
Skip a turn.
I was like, man, I forgot. I didn't remember you going. That's awkward. We only had the one turn of Rogue, right? It's one turn, so I don't need to roll that again.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Swing, bada, swing. Do I want to use a move to intimidate? Can I intimidate one and swing at another?
Yeah, that's a move in the standard. Yes, sir.
Okay. I will glare at the one diagonal from me.
Waste the high roll.
Probably.
13.
And I will swing at the other one.
As you stare at the sticks, going, bad sticks. They don't react in any way. But a fucking 23 hits Wade, and another 20 point. Do you do less than 17 damage?
I've been rolling really good on the damage.
Oh my god! Yeah, 20 points of damage does the work, Wade. We need to get you the cleave feat.
Minimum is 11.
Yeah,
cleave would be awesome.
Because he'd
I
be
would
cutting
love
through these
cleave.
guys. He'd be literally cleaving through these guys. God damn it.
I would love Cleave so much.
All right. You, which one did you kill?
The one between me and Aldo. I left the diagonal one alive.
All right, it's dead. Smash. Wade, you've made at least 5 successful attacks at this point, where you've hit enemies and killed them. Does that mean you've used up all of your Razor's Edge?
Yes, that would be. Because the one below me, the 2 red, and then this one. That's 4. Have I killed a 5th one?
1, 2, 3, 4. I think you killed 3 red, not 2 red. 2 yellow and 3 red, I believe. Feel free to scroll up. I'm pretty sure it's 2 yellow and 3 red. But because you did 20 damage, 17 damage, 17 damage. I think you did 20 damage. 19 damage twice, 20 damage twice, and 17 damage once. Almost positive. But while you're figuring that out, it's Mikhail's turn.
Oh, right. God. Fast. Get. I'm going to try to cast Daze on that one. Yeah.
Cast Daze on which one? Oh, the remaining one. Duh.
The remaining one, yeah.
Yeah, that is the 5th one I've killed. So yeah, that takes away +1 damage, right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll just subtract 1 from damage, if that's all right.
Yep. Just until you have enough time to properly sharpen your blade, which isn't just like sitting around. That's gonna be like hours. You know what I mean? It's
rest.
technically supposed to be long rest, but like if it was one of those things where you got into combat in the morning and your character's like sat around camp and did nothing all day and then got a combat later, I'd let you know. By the way, so back to you, Kiken. You try to cast a spell on this creature to see if it does anything at all. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any impact on it. Its will must just be too strong.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'm going to... That was my standard.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to move... where does the difficult terrain start?
So as soon as you get onto the rocks, that first step would be fine, and then as soon as you get on the rocks.
Okay, so it's 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna take out the stick, the quarterstaff.
Okay. Technically speaking, you can walk up one more. I'm not saying that you want to. We could walk up diagonally one more. That just counts as 3 squares instead of 2.
Yeah, I don't really want to. I think this is. I could get over there next round if I need to.
Okay.
And then end turn.
Awesome, Aldo. It's your turn before me. Warning. Do you have precise shot to the feet?
No.
You can attack this creature. However, you will suffer a -4 to your attack roll. By suffering that -4, you almost entirely remove the chances of you hitting Wade with your bolt.
Why would he hit me here? It's not the one directly in front of me.
It is engaged in melee with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he takes a -4 to the attack roll. The likelihood of him hitting you is so he has more than just rolling that one. His result also has to be very low, and so on and so forth. It's borderline impossible. He's a really good shot.
Yeah.
I didn't like the side eye you just gave.
Well, do you want me to try and shoot it, or should I just?
Oh yeah.
You good with handling it?
You don't
handle
guys
it?
to add to the body count, so I don't have to keep doing it.
All right. Well, let's just hope we.
Who's raging here, Wade or Koa? Jesus.
I'm a method actor.
Oh, sorry, methane actor. Just blowing gas. Oh, Jesus Christ. Does that include the -4?
No, it doesn't.
So that's a 4?
Yep.
Dwayne somehow takes a shot in the thigh.
I feel like Koa saw that one, and I feel like Mikhail saw that one too. Like, the too much attention's that way. The danger, not that it's non-existent, it's too low at the moment for them not to have noticed at least that one, and maybe the first one originally. But all right, Aldo. That means that this creature's the one remaining creature is going to attack at Wade. However, I just noticed now that forever ago, Roz had given me a DM's dice, which is the last one for the session, so I actually have to open roll this attack roll. So one of my earlier ones should have, but that's fine. I'll do it with this one. So I'm going to do a /R 1d20 plus 1d6 plus my modifier, and let's go ahead and make this attack roll. Come on, Scott, roll well. Does a 13 hit? It does?
I'm raging.
Yay! Okay. And now I also have to roll my damage. 1d. Are you ready? You take 1 point of damage because the minimum is 1, but your armor reduces that to 0, so you take 0 points of damage.
I really like damage reduction.
It has saved you several health points already.
It's at least saved me 3 or 4 health points, as well as 2 fortitude saves I've not had to make.
Do you want to thank the person that pushed you in that direction?
It was me. Don't worry, it wasn't Scott.
Thank you, me.
You know what?
Been me.
I'm fine with you taking credit for my my idea, as long as Scott doesn't get it.
I'm bald and white. I'm gonna end up a villain at some point.
You got to get you a suit.
I'm just starting the arc early.
You gotta get your suit. Oh my god! Wait,
You
what
gotta get a
would-
suit.
what would? I wish Treadmill was here. Treadmill, what is Wade's super? I feel like his symbol would have like a almost like a dome on the top. It's like an arch.
Everyone compliment Giselle. Nat 20.
Thank you for the ice cream, Giselle. It was really nice of you.
I want ice cream. Is it too late to order it?
Sometimes
Oh.
we don't want to know, or we don't know that we want to be fucked, Giselle, but I think we enjoyed when you tried to fuck us earlier, just like when Roz just did too. So thank you for that too.
Damn it! They close in 13 minutes. It's too late to order. Oh wow. Okay. That's right. I'll get sweets tomorrow. Tomorrow's Daddy Daughter Day. I'm going to have yummies tomorrow. Gonna have nummy yummies. All right. That was my open roll. Roz, thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry that, as always, Rosinwin, I fail you. But one day we'll get back to playing Baldur's Gate 1.
Roz
Our
gave you
bad
the
Roz.
dice and still told you to roll low, so it was kind of a mixed message.
Roz just likes to taunt you guys, but doesn't actually want to see you hurt. Just wants to see you betrayed and to suffer, psychologically damaged, and begging for the campaign to end.
Roz, you should join my
Was she-
family.
But anyways, cool. Back to after that is going to be Dwayne. Dwayne is just leading the horsies back as he makes his way back, and that's going to go to Koa. Go ahead, finish it for us.
What did Mikhail do? Man, I just missed all these turns. What am I doing?
There's still one right there.
I saw the
shit,
5
okay.
again, dude. I was waiting for the fucking 11 to show up.
He
Scott, I
rolled
low
snake
damage.
eyes. Oh no, it's not snake eyes. Just because of the one. Okay.
I want you to know that's actually 14 slashing.
Oh, because it doesn't include the -1. You didn't remove the +1.
No.
Okay. 14 slashing. Thanks, Wade. Keegan. It seems as though you did some math earlier. Keegan, what do you think this creature's health points are?
Probably 4.
So you're telling me that Wade was fairly consistently doing 4.5 to 5 times its health pool and damage?
Pretty
Wow.
regularly. In fact, yeah, he swept it. Yeah, each time.
Yep. All right. Cool. As Koa finishes destroying the last one, Koa, can you tell me how many rounds you were enraged that whole time? I believe it was 8 rounds in total because you killed 6. Plus there was a round where you missed one. Sorry, I think it's 7 then.
I don't think I actually missed one for a round because I think I rolled
No,
almost every time.
he lucked him. Yeah.
And I killed 2 in 1 round.
So
Double
it's 5
attack.
rounds of rage.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, I thought I thought it was 6. My apologies. 5 rounds of rage. So wait, that means for the next minute, assuming you're dropping out of rage now, I'll leave that to you.
I am dropping out of rage.
You will be winded or fatigued for the next full minute in game. So as you drop out of rage, we'll fall into RP and kind of like what's going on over here. So
How long
I
is the
will-
round?
Around
30
6 seconds. So
So it'd be 30 seconds times 2 a minute. Okay.
exactly that, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. He destroys the
what
last
were
one. You
those?
guys look around. You don't see any others around, and you see Dwayne's walking back up, holding the reins of the 2 horses. Got him.
Good job. The hell were these things?
How many did you all kill?
Aldo Bluffer.
3?
Good. It was about a half dozen here. Looks at his feet.
Some help from Simon.
Oh, up our training regimen, Mikhail.
Wait, because you're tired?
I love this sword. Aldo, we look clear up there?
It appears so. Can't see any more movement apart from Dwayne and the horses.
That's good.
Right. Horse is all right.
Yeah. Speaking of the horses, yeah, I'll run back over to Simon. Did his wounds look like puncture wounds? When he got hit a couple times?
Great question. The DC is not very high because they're fresh and you've been looking at it a bunch, but go ahead and roll me a heal check. Dwayne do anything? Yes, he did. He went and got the horses.
He missed an arrow and then stopped our horses from leaving.
That's important. That's easily crushed it. Yes, it seems as though these wounds are consistent with the ones that you had seen in various bodies prior.
Cool. I'll say Simon's a little scuffed up. I think Daisy got hit. These wounds look a lot like those punctures we saw on that body. I think these are what did it. Explains the splinters, too.
Looking over the bodies, Koa's not trained in any of this stuff. I've got knowledge nature, but do their bodies look like the thorny vines, or do they look completely different than the thorny vines?
It's a great question. Roll me a knowledge nature check. How do you feel about that 14, Wade? You got a breath, but your brain's still functioning.
I think I'll keep it. I don't love it. I don't know that I want to use our last... What do we have left? We have a +4 and maybe a luck?
+4 and you have luck.
+4, and if we have luck, it's because people gave it to us, because it was 0 last time.
Was it?
Do you think
It's because people gave it to us.
I don't know that this is important enough for me to think to use this on. You guys think I should just keep it?
Yeah, I might
Maybe,
skip
yeah.
it this time.
I'll just keep it.
Cool. So you're looking it over. It could be they're made out of twigs and vines. The vines do seem to be a bit spiked. It could be. It's hard. It's hard to tell. Honestly, what would help you is if you went and got one of those vines and like chopped it off and brought it over here and compared it or whatever. But like without having that and maybe not even willing to try that, you think it's fine. You think maybe. No definitive answer, yes or no.
I saw some of the vines nearby, right?
There are some vines nearby, yes. You don't know how dense they are, which is why I was suggesting moving slow when you leave. There's the safety air quotes of this rock.
I saw some of the vines not far. These things, do you think they could hide in them or be part of them?
I mean, they could. They look like they're made of vines, too, so if they lay low, they would be hard to spot.
I could go try to cut a part of the vine off to compare. I saw some a little further in.
I think you can be careful, not cut yourself on the vine.
So
can
those
still
things
drop.
are responsible for the death of that one?
I think so, yeah. The wounds look pretty consistent.
Do you think that's what got the others as well then? The vines can't come up on the stone, but these things obviously can.
Yeah, they had those same punctures. It was a little harder to tell, but I mean, unless they attack corpses, then they're definitely what killed them in the first place.
While you guys are
Mhm.
talking, since you're RPing, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Gonna grab my coffee, okay?
I didn't agree to win anyway. Do you think it's the curse's way of evolving to make sure that it can hit these stones? Or do you think it's just because we're closer to the temple than we were before that these things are here? But the other bodies weren't closer.
It's hard to
Yeah.
say.
Exactly. We just don't know enough. Either way, we're in the right area, at least to uncover the mystery. But we are going to have to go deeper in. But that also means that even just being out on these rocks isn't necessarily a guarantee of safety.
Mm. I
No.
wonder how many of those things are around too.
We did chase off those waves. There's no more right now. This might be the best time to move. I want to treat the horse's wounds and look at Koa's, but not here.
Mm.
Yes. My only concern is I no longer think it's safe to leave everyone outside the temple or the keep or whatever, but considering how hard it's been to get into a couple of these, I'm not optimistic it'll be very easy to get all of our horses inside unless it's a nice big front door with a normal knob. Seems unlikely.
Though it is possible there are other areas that are at least enclosed, defensible, or at least able to shut a door or something.
Yes. All right. Winded there. So is it worth me cutting off one of these vines and comparing, or should we just move on? Perhaps take a sample of one of these things with us?
Yeah, we bring a cutting along and we can at least see if they are made of the same stuff. Only take a second.
So I'll go grab a vine real quick then.
You want to cut it, I can move it with magic if you don't want to risk having to carry it.
Do you mean the body or the vine out there?
The vine. The body's a bit too heavy.
Yes. We can try. As long as it The last time we were here, I don't think it seemed to react to us cutting through it. It's just already just surrounding us and everything. So hopefully this doesn't do anything more now that we're closer in.
Hopefully not.
I
I
still
already
believe
used the
that
same spell on it
perhaps
before.
the way that they're structured, I still feel like there's a central point that they're all coming from. Some central root system, or the temple, the keep, a flower, I don't know, something. Some central...
You would assume that, right? Wherever the keep is, it's probably the heart of it.
It
I
makes
wonder
sense.
if this keep is open or not, though. That these roots are maybe coming from within or something like that. I mean, if you think about the mountain keep, right? That was locked up tight, except Alcimia could come and go. It was open. It was open to the elements up there. The other keep, that was locked down. There was that great entrance, but you couldn't actually get inside. I wonder if this one's going to be the same.
That was weird.
We have to assume as we approach the actual entrance, and if we get there and have trouble getting in or getting everyone else in, turning around and going back through the vines might be unpleasant, to say the least. Let's get that sample as we think about that. It's got to go cut a piece of vine off.
Sure. So you're going to try to make your way over to where...
I'm going to use Mage Hand to move it for him, so he doesn't have to carry it.
You're going to make your way over to where the vines are and try to, like, stay as much of a distance as possible, like hack at it with the greatsword to cut it free. I assume since he's using Mage Hand to lift it and pull it back for you. Does that sound appropriate? Okay. As you're making your way over there, I assume everybody's kind of like watching the situation anyways. Y'all can make perception checks for me.
Peeking was those two.
All right.
Just checking.
Yeah, it was a 2.
So,
Thanks, Lance.
Koa having the highest one is probably the best thing. Yeah, guys, they froze for me. I don't know if you guys saw it. I don't know what y'all saw, but for me, they completely froze. And I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna have to end the stream. But I only dropped 38 frames, which is a tiny number of frames. It's less than a second, right? Or maybe it is just over a second. However, it works on Twitch. It was only 38 frames. And then they slung shot back. So all of a sudden I heard Wade be like, something include. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it was weird. For me, all of you froze, but on the stream, only Scott was moving and the rest of us were frozen.
Okay.
And then it just went lightning speed.
All right, cool. Back to the game. I'm glad you're the one that rolled well, Koa. As you go walking up to the branch, and like reaching out towards it, getting ready to cut it with the sword, you notice it's reaching back towards you. Not like a hand to grasp yours, but like you notice that as you're preparing and finding a spot, getting ready to cut it with the sword, that down by your feet, it's continuing to grow towards you. And so, of course, reflexively, you take a step back, but it just follows you. And you realize after you scramble back several steps, and it seems to stop, oh shit. If I'm within proximity of these things, they seem to reach almost as though they're alive. Well, plants are alive, but you know what I mean. Which is concerning. Not to say that Koa can't go in there and take a quick slice and get one and come back. I'm sure he can, no problem. But it is something that he does note. Wade, I'm going to have you make a check to successfully do what we just discussed, but I don't know if you wanted to RP to them before you do it.
As I approach, it's reaching back toward me as well. I think I'll use that to my advantage. I'll try to hit the piece on the ground that's reaching for me.
Attack roll. AC is 10. Yep. You cut it easily, the one that's reaching towards you. If your cutting had any effect on the plant as a whole, it doesn't show it. But obviously you cut that piece and you're able to, take the appropriate quick steps back, allowing Mikhail to, stand, back a little bit. Maybe you back up even just to where Mikhail is. And he's casting the Mage Hand to draw the vine over to where he is, and then to have it follow you guys back as you make your way to the platform, if you will. With your perception check, though, Koa, you do notice that while Mikhail was focused on his casting of Mage Hand and on drawing the vine closer, Mikhail was not out of danger himself. He was far enough removed from danger that it didn't get to him yet and still would have needed more time. But other vines seem to be crawling towards you. You realize getting through here to wherever your inevitable destination is on the other side of this is going to be dangerous. You can kind of get the rest of the details momentarily, but this might be a good breaking point from you, Dwayne, and the horses. But I don't want to dictate that to you. Just thoughts going through Koa's head. Y'all make your way back to where the area is, and unless you want to RP first, I think you were taking this to compare the two. Who has the better knowledge nature? Koa? Oh,
I'm just saying mine's
7.
5. My mouth was full.
I got 7.
Okay. Koa, do you want to, you already made your roll earlier, so we'll just assume your earlier result that you got was your aiding another, so you give him a +2. And the DC is affected by your grabbing those vines. Keegan, why don't you go ahead and make your knowledge nature check now?
Okay. with a +2 from aid. That is a total of 21.
Wonderful. Yeah. The simple answer is yes. It's the same vines. But not alive. See, the vine that was coming at you has a certain coloration to it. It's a vine. It's, brownish, whatever, right? It's beige, browny kind of color that vines are, right? But after it's cut, it kind of rapidly starts to lose its life. The color darkens, and the vine itself, while still maintaining a degree of flexibility, eventually will get very rigid. You can see that the creature that's in front of you is, well, when it was moving at you, still had flexibility to it, but the color had already shifted. And then eventually, once you, air quotes, killed this creature, the rigidity set in, or at least as you broke different parts of it, the rigidity set in. At least that's true for the vines. I keep describing as being vines and sticks. The vines, and they are what's what I'm looking for here? The thorned vines that the creatures are made out of are like wrought around or mixed around sticks, as if the vines were acting as both structure and strength, like muscle and tendons, and the sticks were acting as like bones, but also kind of like an exoskeleton, like carapace, right? Because it's kind of like on the inside, kind of on the outside, as they wrap around one another to make the creature that's there. So somehow these vines wrap around sticks and make these things. But when, how, where these vines come from, you don't know. How quickly these things are created, grow to size, you don't know. If you had to speculate, you do know that those vines seem to grow rapidly at night. But what happens after they rescind? When
What
do
time
they
of day are
rescind?
we at now? Are we getting late, or is it still early in the day? I don't remember when we set off to this point.
You started off on the platform, the rocks, right? As you made your way all the way to the rock. Oh wait, did you sleep next to the corpses? You didn't. You started and you traveled for 4 hours to get to the rocks. Then you spent it the stone flats. You spent an hour there studying things. That's hour 5. Then you spent another hour. You guys froze, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. Why is the internet being weird? I'm not dropping frames. So it has something to do with Zoom, because Twitch doesn't seem to be affected. Okay, yeah. Twitch isn't affected. It's Zoom that's acting up.
Hold on.
Then where I noticed, I stopped talking directly to you.
Okay. I think we're good.
Let's get back to it. So, where were we? So Wade, 4 hours to get to the stone flats, an hour to study the bodies, an hour to get here. So that's a total of 6 hours since when you guys head out, and you head out early. And then it's I was gonna say, however long you've spent here. If you've head out early, you probably head out about 7 a.m. So it's probably about 1 in the afternoon. A little after 1. After all the studying and everything that you do, by the time you leave from this area, probably 1:30.
Okay. The vines are going to be a problem, as we knew. But if they're already seeing us and moving toward us, either we risk leaving Dwayne and the horses here, knowing that the vines likely won't come after them, but those creatures could if more were to show up, or we push through, knowing that we have to cut through the vines with everyone in tow. Either way, they do move when we get close to them, but they completely enveloped us the last time we slept. I'm not sure if that means that... I'm not really sure what that means. I think it means we need to get this over with as quickly as possible.
Yeah. find some kind of shelter that actually works from these things. Nighttime seems like our enemy right now. That's when they're going to expand the fastest from what we know.
It's hard to see them coming at us in the daylight. I'm sure it's even more difficult at night. They could very easily... We could end up like the other people we've been finding.
Doesn't seem safe either. Maybe if we could get them up on top of these.
The horses will be able to get up there.
I think they could. Still a little too steep. Yeah. None of my spells are going to do anything like that. Are we back at the stone area?
Yeah. I imagine because you're comparing one of the one of the ones that Koa killed.
Right. Sure. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Mikhail will climb up on top of the wall thing. If I look more further in the direction we're going, can we see more areas of stone to get to?
Yeah, actually, why don't we make that visible for chat as well? So I'll shrink this out so you can look this way.
Okay.
And I know there's only so much limited view that you have. Chat has a bit more view because I see from all three of your characters simultaneously. Actually, technically, all the characters that you guys have access to simultaneously, I think, which is a little annoying. But let me see if I can affect it like this. As it should be, because these just default have these turned on. This would look a little bit more accurate, and you should already have it off. Cool. So now they're just seeing from you guys three's eyes. So if we were to have kind of like everybody lined up like this, that's probably a more accurate view of what one character can see from the viewpoints of chat. But you're welcome to be where you want, and certainly you're up here, Jaaek. So Jaaek, you have can see at different angles than they can, if you will. If you want to get up there, like past even here, you have to make a skill check, climb checks. As a reminder,
I mean, that's true. I wasn't trying to go particularly fast, so I don't know if I can just take 10 or not. If that still fails.
Yes, taking it to, I don't know what your modifier is.
Total of 10 if I take a 10.
You would fail all the checks, yeah. Hey! A 20. It takes a bit of clambering, but you actually are able to get up over here unerringly, like a shot from Aldo's crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Koa will help if they want him to, but at this point, he's watching the horses and such to make sure that they don't get snuck up on again.
Lance is counting your rolls in twos.
Sounds like Lance.
Aldo will yell down, we got to make a decision. We're losing the light. Dwayne, do you think it'd be better making camp here, risking those things that attacked, or should we all try and make it to the keep?
Well, I was listening to what you guys are talking about, and you made it sound like it might be more dangerous later. So if we push, and I don't know how much the horses can take a push back the way that we took a push here. They could probably take it, but it won't be kind to them, he says. And what I'm getting at is hustle is a mechanic that actually causes damage and causes fatigue after an hour of doing it, but back in game. He says, but we can probably do it. If it's getting late, I can't stay. I'll have to go with them if you think that kind of danger is going to happen. But even hustling back to where we were earlier, didn't look like they were particularly safe either. Besides, they climbed on this stone. You realize that, right? Like, the stone didn't actually keep us. It didn't keep them out.
We did not encounter them the last time. We only encountered the vines itself. These are new.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know they can get up here now.
So you think if I
we have to move.
If I head back to where those bodies were, that might be better? Not now. I'm saying if it gets late.
Mm.
Is this
Like-
stone the same kind of stone that all of it's been, or is this different kinds of rock?
Great question. This is not the same kind of stone because it's just a wall. You know what I mean? So there's like there might be bits of that stone worked in here where there would have been like symbols or iconography or whatever it is, but just like the walls to a city, there'd be a fuck ton of that rock to use. It's generally used on buildings, and not even just all buildings. Otherwise, you would see more around a deer. It's on buildings of import.
This is not the same kind of stone. I'm not sure if that affects it or not, but it is worth mentioning.
That other pedestal, we didn't see these things on at all. The other
No.
stone.
It's possible that they were attacked and then got up there afterward. We didn't see blood either, so it seemed like they were hurt and then got up on the platforms.
Yeah,
So
like they didn't
perhaps
die
the
there.
other rock they can't climb on either for whatever reason. It is possible.
Better bet than what we're standing on.
Dwayne, good work with the horses back there, by the way.
Yeah. Ain't no way any of us are surviving in these woods without our supplies.
Lucky you were there for that. I'm thinking if you are gonna head back to the other stone, you should do so now. I don't think we should take the horses further in.
But what if it's an easy trip and we need them for transporting stuff?
I'm worried we'll encounter some kind of complication that'll make it where you can't get back there to safety.
Roll a sense motive, each of you.
I was about to ask if we could, whenever he first mentioned, should I go back to the other stone?
Yeah, you
I was
go
gonna
ahead
wait
and
till
roll
one
some-
more reply, but I'll do it now. Yeah.
Cool.
What the
Mikhail.
fuck?
Mikhail's crushing. So,
Fine,
Mikhail,
and sense motive.
as I give my response, Mikhail, understand it is absolutely like fear that's driving him. Wanting to leave is a drive to him. Not wanting to be alone way out here this close to where all this crazy shit is a drive for him. So sure, he doesn't want to leave, but he also doesn't want to be alone. So like it's a combination. Like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. So he says, yeah, but perhaps maybe I stick around for a bit longer. In case things are easy, or we can send signals to one another. We have oil. He says, I can dip an arrow in one and shoot a flaming arrow or something to try to catch your attention. At least to warn
won't
you
work.
before we go.
Too much brush, and we won't be able to see it. Plus, if we're dividing our attention, looking for an arrow that could come at any point, we may miss things. I think it's one or the other, Dwayne. Either you go back now, or you come with us and you go all the way. Anything short of that, I think, could be death.
I
If
don't know
we
if-
do manage to get into the temple, and you and the horses come with, assuming it's been similar to some of the other entrances, then perhaps there's just a front entryway you could stay with them, and we could seal up, and then you'd at least be protected. That is assuming that there's a normal horse-sized door, and that we can get into it.
It's a lot of assumptions. Going through the dangers of that brush that you've already identified, going through the dangers of that brush, and then the horses can't even make it inside of a door. Maybe I just stick around for an hour. If I don't hear from you then I go.
You will
sounds reasonable.
wait for us at the other stone.
I mean, not indefinitely. He says, like, trying to make a joke out of it, but also kind of a warning. Like, because you're asking him to hang around a whole bunch of dead bodies. A day? 2? But, like, he's not going to stick around there a week. That doesn't mean he'd necessarily go all the way back to the town, but
I don't know the best answer. We're taking a guess either way. I can't guarantee it'll be safe back there from those creatures. We just don't know enough about them.
he nods.
We do know the threat that the vines hold, and the horses are at least slightly prepared for them.
Yeah. Listen, you're going to need supplies one way or the other. How about this? We just meet in the middle. I leave in an hour. I'll head back to the platforms. I'll stay there for a bit, but it'll be too late for me to head all the way back any further from there. I'll stay there for as long as I can. And then I'll wait at the rocks. You know, like the two large stones or whatever, from where you guys were outside of the danger. You know, he says, then I'll wait at the rocks at our old camp. It should be easy enough to find. You found the same exact spot twice now, right? And if I don't hear from you then, well, then I don't hear from you. I'll head back to the chef. I'll just say we got separated. I won't report anything ill. But you need supplies. Listen, Koa, you look like you're pretty winded a little bit there. Why don't you guys have a snack or something? I'll move some supplies around. So we'll make sure Jacobo has what you need. He's small. Even if it's not a large entrance for somebody like a night storm, then Jacobo at least can get in. Besides, he's a mule. Mules are idiots. They'll go anywhere.
But Jacobo's less likely to listen to me than Nightstorm.
He nods and says, sure, but also able to fit.
He definitely won't run away. He was grazing during that whole fight.
He's a mule. They're idiots.
You said it, not me.
I'm just saying, push comes to shove, not having any of our horses for quite a ways. If one of us were to be injured, having to carry one of us through without a horse.
I mean,
I'm gonna be honest. I think at this point we all push through. I think that's the smartest and safest for all of us. But my opinion.
Yeah. What if we don't find anything that's relatively safe?
Well, we're just kind of hedging our bets on being able to access the keep, right? If we can't, then it might be game over for us. Could be game over for Dwayne if he, just ends up surrounded in the middle of the night himself.
To an extent, I mean, just 3 people, if we're desperate, we have options. Maybe we climb on top of something and just hold out, but the horses aren't going to be able to do that.
From up on the wall, did you guys see anything that looked like it could be the keep? Sometimes they're very big. Did you see an entrance? Did you see a roof? Anything that looked... To gauge how far we are. I mean, looking at the map, it's hard to tell exactly, but...
There's some taller walls and stuff in here, but I can't really see enough. Weighing over it, whatever the hell this is.
Scott, do we have an idea of about how far we think the keep is from this location?
You can't know down to the mile.
No, but
you believe you're very close. You just don't know how close. You don't have that kind of detail.
The horses are barded, and last time they were not. And we made it through the vines after they had an entire night to surround us. We push through slowly now, slashing and burning at them. We try to find the keep. We either all get in there, or if it gets to be that you can't get in there, then you can turn around and go back through, I suppose. Is that asking too much of the animals?
Not bad.
I still say I wait here for an hour. See what we find out, and then make a decision. Right now we're trying to call a decision from a place of ignorance. Listen, imagine if we made this decision an hour and a half ago when we were just in the platforms. We wouldn't have realized that there was a good spy here. But we also wouldn't have realized quite the danger of the spy here. Let me just, I'll stay here. I'll keep an eye on them. Bring Jacobo if you
Dwayne,
want.
take a breath. We understand.
The vines are encroaching even now, though.
And we don't know that this stone will stop them. We also don't know if more of those things will attack, and without all of us together, we stand very little chance. I think Aldo's right. I think we have to risk sticking together and pushing through.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily love it either, but I think it's the right call.
There's also the chance more of those things could come in that hour. So, I think moving's the call.
Agreed. Okay. I'll wait here for an hour, and we'll decide whether or not I'm going
Dwayne,
with
that's
you.
not what we agreed to.
Fuck. I mean, show the martyrs mercy. We know the dangers of what's up ahead. Bringing all of these animals?
When you talk about the martyrs' mercy, why don't we leave this up to the twins? And Aldo will pull out a silver coin.
Oh, no. He's like, oh, shit. Because, gambling, obviously. He's like, fair's fair. Can I call it?
No, I've got this one.
He just looks so dejected.
Right, so Aldo will call heads.
Is this the first time
Yeah,
we've heard
flip.
Aldo talk about any of the gods or goddesses?
No, he shits on them. And he occasionally talks about them, but usually from a place of negativity or a place of
Yeah,
mockery.
but this is like the first time he's talked about like maybe believing in any of them or having something of one of them, right? Like,
It almost seems like it could be a turn of the phrase sort of
Yeah.
thing, more than
Okay.
an actual religious thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
But the twins,
that's
because Jake specifically has mentioned the twins. I think it's the third time. I don't think any of the other PCs have mentioned the twins. I think it's because Jake just likes those gods so much. But they are the gods for fate, if you will, for luck. So, anyways, yeah, Jake, you call heads, and he goes tails, I guess.
All right,
seems
well,
the proper
I'll flip
call.
it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It's heads.
So hold on. You flip it. He goes to catch it. Make me a reflex save. Which is truly like spinelessly desperate of him.
Reflex save?
Yeah. Oh, 1. So he goes out, he catches it, and he holds his hand out, and it is heads. And he's like, fuck. And then, of course, you snatch the coin back.
Yeah.
Ah! Like, asshole. He takes the coin back. And he just looks at you and goes, so don't get Jacobo ready? Okay.
I think we just took out 10 to 15 of these things without too much harm coming to us. You're in good company, Dwayne. We will be fine if we stick together and we keep our heads about us.
We don't know how many the other group took.
You're right.
Decisions made.
But we're going.
The fates have spoken. And he goes over, and maybe it's a good idea, or maybe he's genuinely just dragging time. You're not 100% sure. But he is going to all the horses and double checking the tightness and the positioning of the barding on their legs, just to see where things are. Honestly, it's only going to take him a few minutes anyways. Time is precious, but what's a few minutes? Gives you guys a moment to have it aside if you want one or anything else that you feel like you have to go through your character sheets to prep. Mikhail, it actually gives you a minute to try to identify at least one of those potions real quick.
Yeah, I'll definitely try. How many were there? I forgot.
10 objects in there that were deemed alchemical. But
Were
not
there
all
anything on the potion
potions.
belt?
Huh?
Were there any still on the potion belt?
No,
Or just
those were
one?
used, which is probably how they had healed.
Okay.
I said items deemed alchemical. I didn't say they were all beverages. No, meth is alchemical, and it's a rock.
Yeah, a hell of a weird thing to take with you, spelunking for treasure.
Meth.
I've got my meth
I have the
box.
crystal.
I have my climbing rope, my 15 pounds of meth.
Oh my god! Imagine with your slotted
Jesus.
sword, you just slot meth in there. You get an
15
addiction. You get
pounds of meth.
It's a hell of a way to lose weight and lose your teeth.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so Keegan, I'm sorry, you're going to roll a check to identify at least one of those.
Yeah, what? I don't even know what I'm rolling.
Identifying potions is technically craft alchemy, is what you roll. Craft does not have an upper limit. You can use
Maybe-
identify or detect magic, but you unfortunately don't have those. So
We have a scroll of detect magic.
he does.
Hmm.
He does
You
not want
use
to
it on the
yet.
10 dubiously alchemical items. Well, okay, so just craft.
See,
I don't think that's what
Fuck.
you've been rolling to identify the other ones, though, is it?
No.
no, what's
I
your
don't
name was
remember what
helping
it
with
was,
all of
though.
those. Yeah, identifying potions. Correct me if I'm wrong. Identifying potions is,
I have no idea.
maybe I'm just being dumb.
Supposedly
Right
you can do it by taste with perception, which we've made fun of before. But
This is fucking stupid. That random Bob
it's
Joe
weird.
can be like, yep, that's it. A farmer can identify what a potion of mage armor tastes like.
This tastes like it'll make you twice as tall, increase your weight by a factor of 8.
Oh, it's spellcraft.
Oh, that's much better.
So spellcraft does it without the detect magic spell. The DC is just different with the detect magic spell. Identify obviously modifies that. And then profession alchemy or craft alchemy, either of those work as well. And then the good old best way is drinking it. Okay, cool. So actually it is a spellcraft. You do not have to keep that result. You can go ahead and re-roll, sir.
Worse.
Keegan. That
All
never
right,
showed up on
Lance.
screen.
Lance, you got the command. There you go. Oh, man. Sometimes tabletop games do just write themselves, don't they?
I would love to know what I did to deserve this.
I can answer that question.
You're
but-
mean to the first mule.
From someone that's not Scott.
All right. Well, you try to taste
Answer your
it.
question, no, I'm not happy with my result, but I'm keeping it.
So it's like you ate one of those Binti Bots of every flavored beans, and you got a
You
bad
need
one.
it.
You got a bad one. The
I used
flavor just-
spellcraft. I didn't taste it.
yeah, the spellcraft literally requires you to taste the potion. That's what it is. It's not perception. Spellcraft requires you to taste it. And it tasted awful, and you weren't able to identify it. Too low of a check. You spend too much time on it. That's it. That's the end of that. He finishes getting the barding ready, and you guys are gonna mount up. I guess. Are you gonna hop onto the mounts to move?
I
yeah,
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Cool. This is the way it's
Yeah.
going to work. Everybody tell me what horse that you're on. And we discussed walking two different ways before. We discussed using half speed for safety because you're going through the brush, or quarter speed, which allows you to move more safely through the brush, but you're moving very fucking slow. So go ahead and move your mini on top of whichever horse you're going to be riding on. And I'll take it from there. And then we'll start going. And we're also going to choose an order. I assume Wade and Nightstorm are going first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are we going to try to do anything to combat the vines as we go through them? Like hold torches down toward the ground or slash? Because we have, I mean, I'm assuming we're not going to be out here for 6 hours looking for this place. It'll probably be 1 or 2, maybe. But
Yeah.
We could burn like a 4 or 5 torches to try to help keep things back from us. I think fire was useful the last time.
I don't think we used fire. I think you were just cutting at it, and I was using Mage Hand to move stuff. But it's been a while. I may be misremembering.
Well,
Yeah,
I
you
can
were
test
cutting.
it.
You were cutting it as you went.
Okay, before we
There's a
go,
lot of brush out
during
here.
the break, can I go up to one of the vines with a torch and see if it is bothered by being near the torch?
I mean, it's impacted by the torch. It's no more bothered than if you walked up to ivy growing in your backyard and put a torch
The
to
stuff
it.
that was encroaching toward me when I got near it. If I hold the
Mhm.
torch down at my feet, will it still approach me like toward the torch?
It will continue to encroach, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to have, if there's any degree of sapience, not self-preservative kind. Which makes sense. Those vines weren't exactly, when one was left by itself and vastly outnumbered, it didn't, and they're running at horses, quintuple their size.
I can lead the way on Night Storm. I tried testing a torch. It didn't seem bothered by it. So, no use there.
Wonderful.
Move slowly and carefully, or quickly. There's pros and cons to both.
I mean, I think we have to be careful, but we don't want to move too slow.
Yeah, I lead more towards moving quickly if we do, but this is your area of expertise, Koa. What do you think?
Simon, Jacobo, and I will wait here until you give the signal.
Dwayne, grow a pair.
I have. That's why I'm here.
Then mouth it. We need confidence now. I say we move slowly whenever we start to get to where the vines are getting close to us. We move slowly through the vines themselves. We can move normal pace until they start to encroach on us. Then I say we move slowly through them as not to just tear everything up.
Right. That's the plan.
Unless there's a roll I can make, Scott, to see which way I think would be better. But
Nope. Do whatever you think is better.
I think we try to move quickly until the vines are within striking distance. Then we start moving slowly through them so they can't cut us up as
Wait.
easily.
I assume you're going first because you can't all go simultaneously, or at least not if you're going to go the same exact pathway. So with that being said, by the way, if you want to move both your minis, you guys have control over the horses too. So just go ahead, like for instance, I'm going to click what's his name? Jake's character. And I'm going to shift click Simon. And then when I drag and move Simon, I can move both at the same time. Okay? So that's how you're going to do it. So Wade, in your case, before you go anywhere, sit you back here. You're going to go first. What course are you going to take? Plot your course, if you will.
What am I looking at that's like right in front of me, like a straight line, the big rock,
Doing the curve or the thing that's like 100 feet away?
the thing that's like probably 100 feet away?
Okay, yeah. That looks like it was at one point in time part of a building, but most of the building is completely destroyed, rubble gone, removed, but part of the wall is still up. High enough up that it's actually obstructing your vision from seeing past it. So it was just at one point in time a building. That wall from this distance looks secure enough that you can probably go there and be on that platform and be safe. But again, from this distance, who knows, you can get close enough and the wall is actually collapsing and falls on you. You won't know until you either get closer or stand on the platform itself. Directly in front of you, just a little bit of rubble. There's a bit of fallen wall or whatever it is. It's like kind of directly in front of you, like almost like a semicircle. Then you can see little chunks here and there. Some of the chunks are small enough that, big enough, but relatively small, that if you were just on, foot, that you're pretty confident you would be removed from the vines. Maybe take a moment to kind of like gather yourself. But most of them are way too small to stand a horse on.
Okay.
You think you see one northeast of where you are right now, Koa. That should be able to house a horse. To stand on. So if you're going on a horse, that's probably the best route. but it's
You're
hard
talking
to
about where
be
the big path of bricks is up top.
correct. Yeah, but it's hard to
Okay.
be positive if that's like.
I
the
was
best
leaning toward
choice.
going that way around to try to get a look around what's the other side because it looked. I don't know if it's the right stone or not, but at least would have a chance and give us more intel.
Mhm.
So I think I will ride that way.
Okay. To be clear on your what's what we're looking for here, your path, the horse is going to move it. You're suggesting half speed, not quarter speed. Is that what you said, Wade?
Until we get close to the vines, then we'll slow down.
Okay, so this first 30 feet, you can actually move at full. First 30 feet, you can move at full speed, like just trot up, if you will, and then you immediately hit the vines.
Then we're
kinda
going
like
slow.
right after here. Yeah, actually, technically, it's 25 feet. You can move, and then you immediately. It's kind of like this, almost acts like a barrier. That's for my own eye to remember. That's why I dropped that there. So
That's
25 feet, you can go normal. And what's Nightstorm's speed?
Pull her back up. I mean, I'm probably moving at the speed of everyone else just to not go far ahead because the last thing I want to do is have all the vines encroach.
Well, you can always like just stay 30 feet ahead of them. You know what I mean?
Speed is 55.
Cool. So you move here and you still have a remaining speed of 30. And if you're moving at half, that means you can move 15 more. If you're moving at a quarter, that
Was it a
means-
roll or something that the whole talk of going even slower through the vines? Because I remember that being talked about last session. I just don't remember where it came from.
I was also talking about this session, and the reason
Well,
why
we
you
brought
go
it up.
even
I thought it
slower
happened.
is to ensure you can't accidentally cut yourself. Now you're not going in person; you're going on the horses, so you could just trust the barding and hope that does its trick. The barding's not magic, but it's designed, you believe, not directly for this, but for this-ish.
Yeah, though my brain tells me that if you're running through razor blades, you're more likely to damage yourself going fast, even with metal. If you're going slow and you have that protection, I feel like it would be more efficient than if you charge through it. So I still feel like going slower is probably better on the horses, which is why I'm going to slow down with the vines.
Cool. And when you're trying to imagine your mind's eye how these horses are actually physically moving at full speed is effectively what we would call a trot, right? So because whenever you're moving at combat speeds or full speed, it's like jogging around the battlefield or a trot on a horse. It's not like a fucking gallop. When you're moving at half speed, it's like walking, but like at a normal pace, right? And if you're moving at quarter speed, this is you walking with care, walking with precision, right? And so that's what you're doing here is you're going to be walking with care, precision if you're moving at quarter speed. So with a remaining 30 feet left over, you're going to move, 5 feet afterwards, because 30 divided by 4 equals 5. Because math. Cool.
7.5, so it should round up. So that's closer to 8.
You always
Should be
round
10.
down when it comes to movement. Round up
disagree.
cost, round down effect. Cool. So there's your 25. And so here, and then you can actually just make that last one be diagonal so you can squeeze out your little extra. And we're going to go ahead and move to there. And that will be where you stop. What's up?
Sure. How close do I need to be to see if this stone looks like the other stone or like the shitty wall stone?
Are you talking about this stone over here or this stone over here?
Well, both, but the one that we're approaching, the one up top mainly, but both of them I will want to know about.
Great question. Why don't we go ahead and have you roll our perception check? And while you're rolling that perception check, who's going to load up to be the next person standing right here safely on these rocks?
Aldo's second.
Okay, go ahead and move you and your horse to be on these 4 squares. So over 1 more. Down 1. Cool. All right, Wade, with your 13 total perception check, I assume you're happy with that?
Yeah, I'll keep it.
That stone stands out pretty well, but it's lying on the fucking ground. So usually the shit like shimmers and shines in the light well enough for you to see it. Usually it's pretty apparent, even from a distance. You don't see it here. You don't see that kind of stone here. But again, it's lying on the ground. So there's like moss on it, there's dirt on it, so on and so forth. It is possible that it's just too dirty to see. It's hard to know for a fact. Keegan, you can go ahead and lock and load yourself. I imagine right behind. Are you going last? Or are you going after Dwayne?
I'm gonna go last.
Okay. If you're going last, are you taking care of Jacobo?
Wait, is that what that means?
No, I'm just asking.
No, I'm gonna let Dwayne do it.
Okay. He can't. He's just gonna move slower. He's both on a slower horse that's very laden down, and he's got Jacobo. So there's going to be a gap of space between them and you, because he is going to have a gap of space between him and Aldo.
I imagine they're trying to keep pace, but either way, that's fine. Him being slow is partially why I don't want him at the rear.
To be clear, because we're dealing with
Something
a division here, 55 divided by 4 versus 30 divided by 4 is not a very big difference in number, right? Because you're always rounding down. So it's like, yeah, it's not like Wade's going to be a mile away. Cool. All right, so this is the first round, gets us to here. Wade, round 2, 55. Again, that's going to be able to move you effectively 2 squares because you're being extra cautious. The good thing about being extra cautious like this is you don't have to make any checks right now. So you can go ahead and move yourself 2 squares.
All right. Do I have to shift click, you said?
Yeah, if you click U and then shift click Nightstorm, and then you probably move yourself over 1 and up 1. Sorry, over 1 and diagonally up 1.
Is that 1 or is that 2?
Yep, that's 1 right there, so go over 1. I like how this new foreground on Roll20 allows the trees to disappear as you underneath them. It's pretty cool.
Like that?
Yeah. Mikhail, Keegan, have you noticed it yet? Have you used foreground yet or no?
I'm just not in my stream game because it's not on Jump Gate, but I have been playing with it.
Yeah.
You can have it be hidden by darkness too.
Yeah, can you did you I was gonna say to you, sir. Did you know that you can clone your game into Jump Gate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
I've done it for a different campaign, just not that one.
Yeah, because that's what I did for you guys. So that,
Mm-hmm.
So I'd suggest that Jump Gate's totally worth it if you're somebody that has access to it, because it's only in beta right now.
I should have asked before we got into this. The vines are the whole way up and down, right? There wasn't like a spot that they didn't cover.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
They're periodic here and there. It's hard to tell exactly where they're going to be until you get closer. Cool. So you're fine right there. Things seem to be fine at the moment. It's at this point, Aldo, are you going to start following behind him at this point, or are you going to wait a little bit longer?
No, we're just gonna follow along.
You want to be that close behind him?
Yeah, I think that was the plan.
I'm not going to tell you what to do or not do. I'm just asking.
Unless I'm wrong, but
No, we were going to try to stick together, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get you here is 25. I believe your speed ends up, because of you being on the horse and everything, ends up being only about 30 feet or so anyways. So it gets you here, and we're going to stop, and we're going to get Dwayne locked and loaded with Jacobo right here, and get him ready to go. And then Keegan, you're actually going to have to hang back just a little bit because there's not enough space for you to get closer with the hill and everything that's there. So you just hang where you are for a moment, but you can lock and load afterwards. And back to Nightstorm. Wade, go ahead and move yourself over 1 and diagonally up 1.
Okay. Do I see the stone any clearer now?
I'll tell you right after you move, but yes. You're pretty confident that this stone is just regular stone. It does not have that filigree kind of like running through it. Roll me a perception check just to confirm this, but you're pretty confident that that's the case. Cool. Jake, you sir are going to be able to move just a little bit further. I got you.
I only moved once. Is that the only move I got? Just the one move?
It was diagonal was enough. Yep.
Okay.
And so Dwayne's actually going to hang back. There's no reason to move forward yet. He's just going to be eating your asshole if he does. So he's just going to wait there. Wade, you can go ahead and move again. This time go over 1, then go diagonally up as you're moving your way onto the stone. Yeah, perfect. Good. Thank you. Jake, you're able to move your 1 square, which I'll do for you, diagonally like this, which is awesome. And Wade, thank you for having rolled me that perception check beforehand. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, your check was low compared to my stealth check, so you didn't notice these guys as they were coming in at you, giving me a round where you're flat-footed as 2 of my fun little twiggy friends come bursting out of bushes nearby, and they're going to attack you flat-footed. I don't know what your AC is flat-footed, but it will be different from your regular, so totally check your character sheet for that. Yay! And then we'll roll initiative. That is against your flat-footed AC. That is a 12. I don't think hits.
A 12 does right now.
A flat-footed?
Flat-footed 12 hits.
Is rage turned off?
Yep.
Yes! And an 18 definitely hits! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh, that's so exciting. All right, let's see my damage.
I thought you had no dex bonus.
I don't know what you mean by that, but my
So the flat-footed should just be
spoiler
getting rid of
alert,
your
my
dex
AC and my
bonus to
flat-footed
AC.
are both the same number right now, with no buffs or conditions.
That's normal,
Yeah.
because he has no dex bonus. That would be correct. Wait!
Oh, his armor's only +2 AC? Okay.
We never got the new armor.
Wait, I
Yeah,
deal
that's
to you
right. Of course.
1
Yeah.
point of damage. -1 is 0.
Take it.
And 1 point of damage.
I'll take it.
-1 is 0.
I like these guys. I think we recruit them. They could carry some shit for us, and they don't really hurt anybody, right?
Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
They're a little squirrely, you know.
Please reply for once, man. I would love to see a high, mid number.
I'm going to be so useful.
All right.
Don't worry.
Cool. Mikhail, you get to go first. I assume you're doing nothing from that crazy distance.
We can hear each other from that distance, right?
Yeah, it's only 100 feet away.
All right, cool. Bardic performance. Whip out the loot.
Nice.
Hey, Koa, watch your legs. You're getting attacked right now.
Holy shit. Holy shit. What is that? What is that? Holy
I said
shit.
recruit, not enslave. You can recruit people, like companions.
Let me paste this. Yeah, I'm going to do Inspire Courage, of course.
Did you guys see I shared with you the YouTube comment, the Song of Dan? It's like lyrics for Dan.
Yeah, I replied to it.
All right, cool. So, this is +1 on saving throws against charm and fear, +1 on attack rolls and damage rolls. Okay? You can mental
long as it
math
lasts?
this. You don't have to throw it if you don't already have that as a buff on your character sheet. You can just mental math it. And that is Mikhail's turn. Koa, it's your turn. Yay!
Okay, so this is the first time I've gotten to actually start a combat mounted. If I want Nightstorm to do something, does that take my action or my move?
Move for you to control Nightstorm, remember?
So for Nightstorm to like attack, that's my move, and then I can attack.
Yep.
I want that to happen.
Yep.
Does Nightstorm get the bonus from the loot?
Yep.
Yeah, she's an ally.
I like that. All right. What attacks the horse? This is the first time I've gotten to do this, and we're like 190 hours in.
Hooves.
Yeah, I just mean, where do I click to attack?
Hooves. It's near the bottom.
Of her sheet, I'm assuming.
Yes,
her
her
sheet. Yeah.
sheet. And again, we'll mental math it. God damn it. Why do I have to do 1 damage? You know what the problem is? Because I'm rolling a d3, if I roll a 1 and a d6, that counts as a 2, which is a 1, which I take away 1 equals 0, which equals 1, but then Wade takes away 1 is 0. If I roll a 2, it counts as a 2, which is a 1, which take away 1 is a 0, but minimum 1 is 1, but Wade takes away 1 is 0. If I roll a 3 counts as a 2, so 2 take away 1 is 1, but Wade takes away 1, which is 0. If I roll a 4 counts as a 2, and 2 take away 1 is 1, but Wade takes away 1 is 0. But if I roll a 5 or a 6...
Okay, either I might be
You
stupid.
damage.
I do not see the attack
What damage
on
that
here.
is?
I see base attack 1. I see CM. I can click CMB. I see feats. I don't see a button to click to attack.
Wait, you're talking about-
Oh, here it is. It's right in the middle. It's at the top. Melee, 2 hooves. Okay, you said toward the bottom. I was looking in the wrong spot.
Maybe I'm mistaken because it's different on mine.
Okay, we have to add a +1. to
Oh,
it.
I'm
NPC
sorry.
Sheet.
I usually leave my gear open. He has his closed, which is the correct thing. So you're good, Wade.
Okay. All right. There's Nightstorm's attack. That's a 13, which that hit earlier.
A 12. It's a 13. Yes.
13.
And that's 5 points of damage. Yes. Keegan's math earlier was correct. Yes. You killed one.
Woohoo! I don't. Nightstorm got her first kill.
Is that her first attack?
Daddy is so proud.
Has she attacked before?
I think technically speaking, she did attack once back in the Knoll combat when you guys
Oh,
could
the
attack while
Knolls.
sleeping. Yeah.
That's
Do you
true,
wanted to
yeah.
make a ride check or anything to be able to attack while mounted?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
You're trained.
It's almost
And
like
she's
you
trained.
chose an awesome build, Wade. Oh,
That's a
fuck
14.
me. Ugh.
All right, cool.
All
We
right.
needed one round of party performance.
Nightstorm, the one on the right. Slash the one on the left.
Yep. So Nightstorm cow kicks one, it shatters, and you swing with your sword, one-handed, because you know how wimpy these things are. You just more or less like gravity take the weight for you. And it smashes this thing down, and you're able to keep moving forward. And now that he's way over there, Dwayne's going to actually start moving, because Dwayne says this. Oh, there's danger up ahead. Should I just wait here?
He's got it. Keep going.
Dwayne keeps going. All right.
This guy was brave enough to go into a temple at one point. We gave him some warnings to keep him outside. All of a sudden, he's turned into fucking Sir Robin.
He's also getting swarmed by non-people.
He
Okay.
was in a temple. I'm sure
Turns
there
into
was
Sir
something
Robin.
bad there. Was he the only survivor?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah, he was.
God. Non-heroes, man.
Okay. Keegan, you can go ahead and start locking yourself forward or whatever. All right. So now it's going to be Wade. Go ahead. You can actually move a full 2 diagonal up.
Okay. Can I see what Koa sees, or am I seeing further than Koa should see?
You can see what Koa sees, which that was the wrong person.
Because I think I see something interesting.
Please. Call back to your friends and feel free to move your 2 diagonals if you want.
So, let me be clear about what I think Koa sees, because this looks like a stone ramp that leads up to like a staircase.
Looks like it. Yeah. Not a staircase. That's actually... Well, you're thinking it looks like a staircase. Sorry, Wade. That's actually a door frame that's fallen from a wall that has collapsed. But I see why you think staircase.
Okay.
Yeah, if I actually did this as the art piece, I think it's, what is it, Shift Z? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the art
that's
piece.
what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So where the door frame fell, is there still something standing behind it, or is this just flat?
It's hard to tell from where you are right now, but it looks like, there's a structure behind it.
Okay. I see a large structure up ahead. It's a bit over south of us, I suppose. I'm going to curve around. Keep your eyes peeled for more of those things.
Keep following.
Okay, you're going to go ahead and move your double diagonal up. So 2 upright diagonals. Okay. Oh, yeah, wait, also roll me a perception check, please. That's a great roll. Give me 1 second. Cool. So everything seems fine. And as you're saying that and calling out that everything seems great, let me go ahead really quickly and just do one of these. I do still get my surprise attack against you. But I don't think it's going to matter very much because, those rolls are, I didn't realize that those were rolling to GM, but that's fine. You can see them on the initiative tracker anyways.
Am I still caught flat-footed, even though I know that there's these things out here now?
Yeah, because you can't see those creatures because you're failing the perception check against them. And you're actively looking, to be clear. You are looking. Oh, you know what I'm not doing, though? I'm not doing this in good faith. Jake, you are close enough that you can also roll a perception check, and technically Dwayne can, too. I mean, good luck on this roll. I rolled very well, but you might surprise me. You did not surprise me. Cool. And Mikhail's too far away at this point. So nobody gives you a heads up, so you are flat-footed for this first attack, though I don't think it matters for you because I don't have sneak attack or anything. So this creature's going to move up, and they will make their attack against you, Wade. And it's going to be not double digits. And the other one that I rolled initiative for is, I think you actually might be too far for me to even get you. Hold on. I'm technically on this square. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually can't even get to you to attack you. Actually, hold on. Wait a second. Can I charge attack, though? I think actually I can charge attack. Wait 1 second. I can. So I'm going to rush up. One is going to be attacking against Wade. One's going to be attacking against the horsey. Wade, do you have the feat mounted combat?
I don't have one specifically named that. I don't think, no.
You don't. That means that the way mounted combat works is once a round when I attack your horse, you can roll a ride check and use that as the AC instead of the horse's normal AC. Because because it's just way better. What is Nightstorm's AC?
Let me reopen her sheet. 13, flat-footed 11.
13, flat-footed 11. Oh, okay, cool. Then I hit. That's awesome. So I actually do hit her.
I don't think that's cool myself.
Oh, sorry. Hey, I rolled a 5, -1. So I do, what would that be? 2 points of damage to Nightstorm, because she does not have, hey, welcome Raiders! Hey, Doxy. You should have seen Jaaek earlier. He was doing great. He was doing awesome. He was the most contributive. He was helpful.
Thank you,
Do you want a fortitude save from her?
I do, please and thank you. Yes!
We have a +4.
Do I use that here?
I mean, or you don't.
If
use
you don't,
anything.
you know she's poisoned. I mean,
You guys just trust it. You guys just trust the system. You know.
we know a 10 fails.
Since when has the system screwed anybody over ever?
I'm
Trust
just
the
debating luck
system.
versus that, but I'm assuming 13 is the DC, so probably.
We know a 13 passes. We don't know what the actual DC
maybe
is.
you just use a luck die. I mean, maybe the DC's only 11.
Luck die is tempting. I think I'll +4 that.
You're gonna use your last +4.
For
Would
a
that
horse that
protest?
just got its first kill, yeah. Baby's eating good tonight.
Fine. Your 14 passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That is a hit. The only reason why I hit is because I charged. Otherwise my chance to hit would have been too low, but that also means my AC is insanely low. Mikhail, you still have the 20. You get to go first.
You didn't attack me yet.
I did it. I missed
missed.
horribly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got an 8.
That
It wasn't even double digits. I got an 8.
Okay.
Mikhail, you get to do anything you'd like. You're a distance away. I assume you just didn't stop playing. Or actually, do you have lingering song?
Not yet, no.
Oh,
Not enough
okay.
feats. I don't have lingering performance.
That's what I meant.
So, if it's been... No, like a round has passed since then because I moved or whatever. So yeah, I'll start up my performance again.
So you need a second
Basically
round.
played like 6 seconds of a song and then he just picks up where he left off.
Well, you do that. If you ever like do the dishes or whatever, you like, maybe sing like a verse and then you get quiet for a while because you're like singing in your head. Then you sing out loud like another verse or whatever, right?
Pretty much.
Like, baby, how was I so...
I'll do it again.
I must confess my loneliness. No? Okay. I was trying to inspire courage.
We have a guest.
I'm about to jump willingly into the vines.
You know what? I was
Already
playing
there.
Koa and trying to inspire you. Instead, I stressed you out.
What are you, flute dude?
All right. You are inspired. It's now Twig's turn. It is the one that attacked Wade before and missed horribly. I'm going to attack Wade again. So that means the other one still
it
has
got a
reduced-
surprise attack and then it had to roll into initiative. That's why it gets to go again before me.
correct. Surprise round.
Okay.
Yep. I
Isn't
rolled
surprise round normally one action?
even worse. So surprise round's one action, which is why you can charge. Because when you are only allowed a standard
That's not
action,
one.
if you are allowed a standard action, you can use a standard action to charge. So, Koa, it's your turn. I missed you horribly.
Okay. Night Storm. To like motion toward the one that just attacked.
Okay, the one that just attacked him or her.
Is the one that just swung the last one the one that missed me both times, or is that the
Yep.
one that charged her?
Well, that missed you both times.
No, I want her to attack the one that just missed me.
Okay, go ahead. Fuck. Minimum damage 4, which is actually 5, which actually kills it. Okay, that one's dead.
My turn.
Yep.
I miss.
Fuck.
A natural one's an automatic failure, so can't even luck your way out of that one. So you miss. Great, because that's the one that didn't attack yet this turn, which is awesome.
But I
Oh,
wanted
wait.
it to come after me, not her.
Oh, that's fair, and that I'll have it attack you. That's a fair call out. Thank you for breaking what I was going to do. I get a 14 total against you. I think 14 hits you.
Mhm.
I rolled a 6, which means you take 1 point of damage, which means you have to make a fortitude save.
Okay, 1 point after DR.
Correct. Okay. That is now Aldo's turn. Aldo, you going to do anything?
I have a question. With the horse, is it 2 hoof attacks or is it just the 1 attack?
It full round actions, it technically does get 2 hoof attacks, doesn't it? Because I did that earlier with Simon.
True.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Here it
Wayne
just
uses
says 2 hooves plus 3. It doesn't say 2 attacks.
no, but that is what it means. It takes a full round action to do that, which means it can't move at all on its turn. But if it's just standing there, it technically gets 2 attacks, which means technically, Wade, you should be able to roll again before we move on to anybody else. I shouldn't have even attacked you yet.
I don't think it hit anyway.
Thank God. It's technically a 10, isn't it?
Yes.
It is.
You passed your fort save anyways, but if you want to save yourself a health point of damage, you could luck it.
I don't know that we have any luck, and I feel like maybe we'll need that for something else, like the fort save or something else that we're coming into. Plus, Aldo gets a chance. I don't know if do you have a shot on it from there?
You're kind of blocking it, not really.
And I can't move because I used my move to tell Nightstorm to attack, so I can't move out of the way, right? I think I'll just let the thing go.
Okay.
You
Aldo,
got your attack, you missed. I took my 1 damage, whatever.
you can just keep moving, Aldo, if you'd like. Koa's
we
kind of
will.
clearing the path for you. It's actually really nice.
We just move up 1, is it?
You can move 1. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. Now it's Mikhail's turn. Mikhail, you obviously... sorry, I didn't move Dwayne because he's not really in the combat. He will move as well to here. So you can just kind of stay where you are because you can easily slingshot out a while. So I imagine you continue playing this round using another round of Bardic. Cool. And anything else on your turn, or we're going to just go to Koa?
No, nothing else for me.
Yeah, Koa, you could actually, if you're going to do Nightstorm first, you could just...
Yeah, but if I attack, the Nightstorm could still move, and I could keep moving.
It's true.
Right?
Good call. Yep.
So I think I'm gonna try it because I'm not gonna be doing anything else on my turn other than.
You are correct, sir. Beautiful. Yeah, destroy the thing. Absolutely. These things which are meant to be a challenge are becoming a mere inconvenience at best.
To be
Okay.
fair, though, 1 failed fortitude save. I don't know what these things do, but a failed fortitude save might change that. That just happens to be the thing Nightstorm and I are good at, our fortitude.
I can only... Oh, Messy's here! Hey, Messy! Is he actually here? Cool. Wade, where's your next path? What's your goal here?
I mean, it looks pretty clear, so it's kind of like now. I'm on the stone. This is just normal stone. It's not helpful stone, right? I can determine that I'm on top of it.
Correct.
I think at this point we just beeline for the ramp.
So beeline for the ramp would be going like this.
Well,
You
probably go
absolutely
around
can.
those 2 trees. I mean, I don't know how hard it is to move through these things. Is there a spot where there's
You
a
can
little
go
bit
around the
less
trees,
line?
but like just so you know, like the trees you should be able to move pretty freely through. I think I have it set up that you can't walk through the very center of the dynamic light, but that's okay though. That doesn't matter. Lines block movement on. Yeah, so you might not be able to walk through like one part of the tree because like where the trunk is, but you should be able to get underneath the brush pretty easy. Go ahead, sir. You're gonna say?
I mean, it looks clear to go straight ahead than almost angle down. Do I see anything? Is there any difference in the vines? Any whatsoever?
Good call out there. So looking straight ahead, you believe that the vines there are mild enough. Even if it is dangerous, it's probably worth the risk to actually move it only half speed or even move it full speed to get all the way over to this spot here. It's probably worth it. Up to you as to whether or not you want to move it half or full.
dicking. That's I don't need to roll to think that. That's
I'm telling you, half speed, you're pretty confident is safe. Maybe full speed is even safe as well. It's up to you for how much you would want to push, if you want to go half or full.
I don't want to get too far from everybody, so I'll go half.
Okay. So moving at half speed means more or less you spend your entire turn just moving to that exact little platform there. And moving at your half speed, Wade, give me 1 second. You are able to safely make your way over to where you are. Okay. Now at this point, because you moved over there, sorry, to here.
There.
Yep. Now at this point, Wade, you got over there quicker. So while actually, Night Storm is doing that on the same turn that you attack, so that's going to be it for you. Aldo, you are going to be able to move up like this and move just your diagonal up 1. You've done that slow enough for enough turns in a row. I'm going to give you 2 spots now. On your next turn, Aldo, you'll be able to move a bit more. But one of the things I do want to point out for you, Aldo, is you can go ahead and make a perception check. And I'm also going to do the same thing with Dwayne. I'm going to make a perception check with Dwayne. Mikhail's a little distracted singing a song. I know it's like a free action over this point, but he's a little distracted singing a song and a little too far back. So we're going to have Aldo make a perception check, and Dwayne is going to do so. I'm going to say Aldo make a perception check one more time in case Jake comes back in time to roll it. Otherwise, I'll roll it for him. But okay, there's Dwayne's result. Dwayne did not roll very high, unfortunately. He's keeping an eye out, but he also is distracted by not just riding a heavily laden horse. Bit fearful, but also has to watch after Jacobo too, so it makes it a little bit harder for him to pay attention to things. And I'm gonna go ahead and roll for Aldo because Aldo needs to roll a perception check. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey! Wait.
Not bad.
Wait.
He rolled right after you.
Luckily, we're taking your roll because you rolled first.
Oh,
Yep.
I was so confused. I was like, I rolled a natural 19. How am I seeing a 16? Because, chat, just so you understand, I have
It must
two,
have been like a millisecond before me.
I have
Yeah.
2 roll 20s open. Okay, my roll 20 is a DM. A purple 19 is on the screen, but the one that I showed to chat is a blue 10.
Yeah, that's what we're
Because
all
like you said, it's like a millisecond, or maybe even it was probably Jake. Realistically, you probably beat me, but there's a lag because we run on US servers, and you're across multiple oceans. So, damn it. Okay, we'll take your roll, I guess.
No, we're gonna
You
take.
might
the
have to
one
roll
we
for
see
me in
first.
combat too.
Let's
So-
see that 25 there.
So, Jake, you notice something unfortunate. Maybe something that you probably should have the foresight for with what you had noticed earlier, but unfortunately was kind of like overseen. You're walking in a line. That makes sense for what you're doing. But because you're the second in line, you're relatively safe, relatively. As Koa is moving between these vines, carefully going through them, vines are growing towards where Koa is, which means growing towards where you're going to be. Again, you're not far behind Koa, so still pretty safe for you. You're confident that you can get most of the way safely, if not the whole way safely behind Koa. But if the vines are growing towards Koa, which is where you're going, and now they're also growing towards you, both those places being where Dwayne is going, that's going to be a rough spot for Dwayne and poor Mikhail. They're going to be waiting for him.
Guys, I'm excellent at ride skill.
Yes, I said it with a
Excellent
D, not a T. All right, cool. So you are your excellent ride skill, you said? Great. Mikhail, I'm super happy for you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Fucking champ.
Why don't we first go ahead and move Dwayne? And he's
Well,
moved
Aldo,
slow long
you
enough he can go
into
to
them, or you're just gonna have them keep following you?
Aldo yells out, "The vines are closing in. They're attracted to where we're going. Or where Koa's been."
We may need to hurry. That's not gonna look good from back here.
Okay. Wade, it's your turn. You have to choose. Do you keep moving or do you stay still?
How fast are they closing in?
This next turn, Aldo is going to be able to move straight up to here. Yeah, he'll be able to move. What's that? 5, 10.
Okay, I just heard Aldo yell, "The vines are closing in," especially where Koa's going.
He'll be able to get
Or
to here.
where
I
he's
think.
been.
Okay.
You moving ahead, they are getting like activated because someone's coming there, and then
Yeah.
we're all following up. They're getting closer by then.
Yeah, so I think Koa will say, "Cut in a bit sharper. I'll go around a bit wider to try to buy you more time." So Koa's going to go further east than he has to try to make it to where the path doesn't close up as much up here. And if you guys cut diagonally down more, it should be a bit better for you.
Okay. So does he wait this turn or does he immediately start heading this east path that you're discussing?
What is the check to try to determine how long it will take them to cut down before he cuts down to try to time it up well?
I mean,
I want to time it up to where we all try to kind of meet around there at the same time so that I'm not having to go through the vines or they're not having to go through the vines. So it's just a timing thing.
it's an intelligence check, but realistically, Wade, we're talking about the difference of maybe 2 or 3 rounds. Nothing crazy.
When you have man-eating vines, it's a little crazy. I'll try the intelligence check.
Average. It's the difference of 2 or 3 rounds. It's more or less just a matter of the more danger you put yourself in, it's a solid plan. Like you're confident in your plan.
Okay.
It's going to stop the vines from closing in on where they're going to go. Instead they're going to close in on wherever you are. It also separates you from the rest of them and probably means you're going to get attacked by more of those creatures, which has potential downsides.
And I think I will keep moving. I just might go back to moving a bit slowly again. And then I can either, because this area was like the one where I could possibly speed up again or whatever because they're a bit thinner.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe I move a bit slowly, like right up a little bit. And then maybe if they're starting to encroach, I kind of go around a bit faster and try to go around behind where they're encroaching from or whatever have you to go down.
Okay. And so if you're looking to do that now, because it's your turn again, you're going to go ahead and you can make 2 squares directly to the right. Or even 1 square northeast.
Why is it not letting me click my character?
I got you. You're going to go 2 to the right or 1 to the northeast.
Okay, it would not let me select my character or whatever, so 1 to the northeast is fine.
Okay. Oh, roll your perception check for me, by the way. Oh, I still beat that. I mean, you know my stealth check is. My stealth check is a plus 11, so it's easy for me to beat numbers. Air quotes easy. Okay. Wade, you move up over there. I'm gonna have these guys He is going to charge attack here. This one is going to charge attack here. This one is going to move, but can't get close enough to attack. I'm going to go ahead and put dots on all of them so you can find them all. Has 3 attack. 2 of them charge and get you. 1 of them just moves up, can't get to you yet.
Okay.
The 2 that charge at you, 1 is saying as a forehand, 1's going to attack you, and 1's going to attack the meaty flank of your steed. Attacking you first, Wade. My charge attack gives me the total of a 16, though it drops my AC as a reminder. That hits. Surprisingly, I rolled a 6. I actually was expecting that to be a nothing roll. So you take 1 point of damage after DR and make a fortitude save. And against your lady steed, I rolled a natural 20.
I'm going to be poisoned because there's no getting out of that one.
Yeah.
Attacking your steed rolled nat 20 followed by nat 2, so it was not a critical hit. And she takes 2 minus 1 is 1 point of damage, so she needs a fortitude save as well. At least she's okay. Are you ready to find out what that poison is?
Next time on... No, okay, go for it.
Wade, would you like to ask somebody in chat? I don't know if they can. I don't know if that's actually a command. So you can ask somebody in chat to try to roll a D2, Wade, or you can try to roll it yourself. Or you can roll it yourself if it doesn't work while I'm trying to create. Where do I put my...
Lance, roll me a D2, see if it works.
I think it's Nightbot that does the them, right? Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah,
Is there
no.
a D2 command?
I can make one. Wade, you go ahead and roll it while we're waiting.
1.
Um,
I heal 1 point of health?
Is this
I get
ability
1.
damage? If it is, that
It's poison, so it probably is.
I'm making a D2 right now.
Is almost certainly what it is with a poison.
It is definitively, yes, ability damage. You take 1 point of strength damage.
oh, I'm dead.
That means your strength
I have such a
goes-
low strength.
Your strength on your
Okay.
actual strength in the top left-hand corner of the character sheet for you, Wade, there's a miscellaneous or like a temp bonus or whatever it is. You have a
the
negative
temp's
1
not
there.
Keeping? For whatever reason. I'm putting that in the temp and it immediately just goes back to 0. It's not sticking. Let me try closing my character sheet and going in.
It might be a reason for it. So is your base strength usually a 15?
Oh,
Now I can't open my character sheet.
That's weird.
alright. Weird. The hell?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm also getting the same result.
Roll 20's tripping.
I can reopen the character sheet, though. What is your base strength normally?
15.
Make sure you hit enter when you type it. Don't just click out.
Oh, I did.
I did.
Mine
Negative
started
1,
working.
enter. And it shows modified temporarily, and then it stops. I'm going to do
it
it.
just reverts, right?
Yeah.
It always does that.
Really?
The temps
Mine
just-
started working.
Yeah,
I can do it.
every time I've tried to put something in temp, it always reverts back. Like
I'm going to
straight
do
away.
a minus...
I don't know.
Wait, I think you closed something on me while I was doing it.
Oh, yeah, I was going to try
Minus
it again. I just
1.
got the sheet open again.
Strength. Let's try this. On strength damage. I think I have to say minus 1
Condition.
2 strength.
Yeah. You're making a condition, yeah.
Okay, so I made a condition for you called strength damage, and
Yeah, that
currently is a minus 1. Okay, so Wade, you have 1 point of strength damage. Jake, you want to tell people what it is since you called it out first?
What? What is the poison?
Ability damage, yeah.
Oh yeah, well it's a minus to what your strength in this case, which if you get to 0 on strength, what does it do? I can't remember what it does. Con outright kills you. Strength.
Paralyzed.
You just can't move. I'm pretty sure it's
Paralyzes
like
you.
I know
Yeah,
Dex
right.
is paralyzed, but
Strength is
I think
also
strength is
paralyzed.
roughly the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
Con and mental stats kill you.
Yeah.
but strength paralyzes you, dex paralyzes you, and he gets weaker. So he carries less, he does less chance to hit, less damage, so on and so forth. That'd also be terrible for horses, which are carrying your equipment and your yourselves and so on and so forth. And wait, Jake, how long does it take to recover strength damage? Can you just drink a potion or?
No, I think nothing short of lesser restoration, I think, gets rid of ability damage.
No,
but
for
you
damage,
can heal one a night or something, right?
Yeah, for damage you heal naturally one a night. One of one score. So if you have like ability damage and 2 different ability scores, you only heal a point of one of those 2 scores. So like you wouldn't heal like 1 strength, 1 dex.
And Keegan, because you're the trained medic, is there any way that you can enhance that recovery?
Yes. But you have to, it takes a long time. Basically, you have to, I think it's long-term care is what enhances the natural healing. So you'd get double back. So you get 2 back. And then that would double again if you spent the entire day resting.
Actually, I don't think it doubles again. I think it goes to 3.
I think it actually does go to 4, but you might be right. Either way, you get an additional benefit that I'm not looking up at the second.
Remember, usually in Pathfinder, multiplication doesn't multiply the multiply. It just increases the multiplier by 1. So like a times 2 times 2 is not times 4, it's times 3, right?
Right.
Yeah. So like a times 2 times 5 is not times 10, it's times 6. But either way, so you feel free to confirm that.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I'll find it because I don't know.
Cool. So in short, 1 point messes with Wade today, 2 points probably tomorrow too. 3 points messes for a while. He's a strength-based character. For somebody like Aldo, who already has low fortitude saves and a low strength score, this can be critically bad. Critically bad. And now he's realizing, I'm gonna hang back. But he doesn't know this yet, as Koa is just starting to feel his muscles like have a little strength sap from him. Wade, that was me being a grumpy pants and attacking you. I never rolled their initiative. I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick.
It does go up to 4.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
That's genuinely surprised because it breaks their base rule, but they always say specific trumps general. So
yeah, it's on the heal skill. It's not on the general ability score stuff. So that's why.
Mikhail, it's you first. I assume you play your song.
Yep.
And then Wade,
fighting.
It is the one that has not gotten up to attack yet. They are not charging. They're just going to move up and attack. They're going to attack you because generally they'll attack you unless you're already being attacked that turn, then they'll attack the horse. I rolled a 19 as a natural, so that's going to be a hit. But my damage, let's just say, becomes a 0. So
Okay.
if I hurt you, I have a 33% chance of actually hurting you. Otherwise, all right, cool.
This is an annoying combat because like just raging is hard to make sense out of it because it's like every round it ends and then it starts again, then ends. So it's kind of like it doesn't make sense for me to rage and then I'd be exhausted whenever I get hit the next time or whatever. So it's like, I guess I'm just dealing with this.
After that's your turn, Koa. I assume you're just going to wipe these 2 creatures off the map, and then we can keep moving.
3, unless you're.
Oh, I didn't kill one though. You killed one, right?
I did. These just attacked, right? I don't think I've had a chance.
Oh, that's right. That's right. No, it's your turn. So I assume you're going to tell your girly to go first.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have her attack a couple of them.
Okay, so with the song, that's actually a 12. You know that a 13 hits. I don't know if you know whether or not 12 hits.
We do know a 12 misses because I think
Okay.
Aldo hit a 12 and missed.
So it's up to you as to whether or not you find this dangerous enough to luck it to automatically hit.
I don't know if we have any luck, but if we do have luck, I don't really want any more of this damage from your Nightstorm since we're carrying both me and our stuff. You guys okay if I use a luck?
Yeah, because you're doing the dangerous plan too.
All right, chat. I'm really hoping we have a luck. If not, I'll likely forget about it and forgive you immediately.
Hey, you got what you needed.
13 and 4 damage.
One is dead, so I'll go ahead and kill one. And Wade, it is still your turn. I assume Nightstorm again.
Yep, Nightstorm again.
That's a hit, and that kills one.
I don't think Nightstorm has ever rolled more than 4 damage. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah,
What's
I,
the
don't, I
damage
think
of
you've rolled minimum
1d1?
every time.
1d1 plus 3.
I think you've legit rolled minimum every time.
I think I have.
Yes!
All right, I
Oh,
missed again, I guess.
yes! One stays alive. Now, mind you, Wade, that 7's not actually a 7, to be clear,
An eight.
because of Keegan, it's an 8, and because you're on your horse. When you're on your horse and you're attacking a creature that is not large, tall, if you're attacking a creature that is smaller than large size while you're on a horse, you have higher ground. So it's actually a 9 right there. But doesn't matter because a 9 is too far away.
Well, I mean, I
from
could roll and get a perfect 4. We don't have any more plus
Yeah.
4s. I think we used that. But
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I don't want to risk a 25% chance to hit. I'll just keep.
Which makes sense. Aldo,
Yeah.
I assume you're not going to attack. You're just going to keep moving forward. And if that's the case, I can move you to how far you can go.
Yeah, I will hit Nightstorm if I attack. So
Okay. You actually can move pretty far on this roll. And you're actually able to move up to there, which is great. And it might be worth it for you at the very least, for you specifically, to, on your next turn, do the same thing he did, charge all the way over to here. But then whereas Wade's going to continue going up this way, you might then want to go down. Whereas when Dwayne and Keegan get here, they might want to then start taking a slightly different path or whatever. Maybe even Keegan just says, fuck all this and goes his own way entirely. But I don't want to choose for him. It's up to you guys how you want to go. But Aldo, you went that far, which is awesome. I imagine you have your crossbow out and loaded and ready in case you need to.
Mhm.
Mikhail, it is your turn. I imagine there's nothing you can do.
Nope, just maintain.
Okay.
Maintain performance.
Sorry, it's going to be 1. Okay. And now it's going to be, and you can move yourself a bit if you'd like to. It's now going to be that one baddie's turn, Wade, and I'm going to attack you. Yeah, I miss horribly. It's your turn. Go ahead, finish it off.
Swing.
Oh,
Miss. So I
unfortunately.
guess Nightstorm has to roll.
No, Nightstorm
Okay.
doesn't have to full attack. And you get to make this decision after your first attack.
Oh, okay. I can just use an attack and then
walk.
okay. Well, let's see if I can roll a decent d20. The
I like
answer
to think
might
that they're
surprise you.
well, first of all,
2 on damage.
You did. Just beat the target.
I like to think that the reason why Koa
What
kept missing
happened?
this thing is because this twig is like down by like a tree stump or whatever it is, and so every time Koa's trying to swing at it with the sword, it's just like hitting whatever branches or shrubs are nearby, so he can't get to it because of how small it is. Because they are small creatures, right? But that's okay. What's her name? Nightstorm notices this thing, gives it a little good old swift, and drops it. So it does die. And Wade, you're able to move Nightstorm. Are
Yeah,
you
we're
going
gonna
to go
go to the right too. I think.
directly right?
I still can't click my character. You have to refresh
got you.
things, So if you, thank you.
Yep. Cool. So you went diagonally and then to the right too. Sounds great. That
Now I
goes
can
to.
click my character. Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead. So now it let me click it after you moved it, but
Sorry.
I don't know, it's being weird.
Aldo, your turn. Are you going to do what I suggested, which is get yourself over to that platform first?
yeah,
Okay. Then you were going to go to, hold on. Here. Then wait, did you, 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. You wait as we were supposed to be. So you're like right behind him and you can feel the vines coming in or whatever. And him going off the clearly crazy direction is seeming like a good idea. But also, if Aldo couldn't see a clear shot beforehand, he can definitely see a much clearer shot now. Why don't the two of your characters go ahead and roll me a perception check as Keegan and I are moving our other guys.
Woo!
Oh, Koa! That is a great roll. That is a great roll. All right, give me 1 second. Koa, with that roll there, you can actually see that there is a baddie right here in the tree. You can see where I'm pinging.
Yep.
And there's a baddie over here in the tree where I'm pinging, right? And are you close enough? You are close enough to also notice, because it contrasts to the platform well enough, to see that there's one over in this platform here. You get a 25 total. Let me just check something. And I will also let you know you have one in this tree. So more or
Okay.
less, you have this tree, this tree, and this tree all have baddies inside them. So,
Okay.
Unfortunately, Aldo sees none of them. So you can kind of give him the best direction possible, but you know that they'll attack anybody. So it might be worth it, just so Aldo isn't going to attack by these creatures, for him to say, fuck the vines, they're at least not poisonous, and charge through.
Okay. Aldo, there's 4 of them. One in like motion to each of the trees. Charge through. I'll try to draw them.
Will do.
And that's it for now. We're going to go ahead down to Koa's turn before we do anything else.
Oh, he'll tell him, if you see one, shoot.
Yeah, you can see he has his crossbow ready. He's looking to the trees.
Okay. Keegan, I feel bad that you're so far back that you can't really do much, but unfortunately you chose to pull up the rear, so I'm so sorry, sir.
No, that's fine.
You did blow your load on spells earlier, so it's probably a good day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be super useful up there right now. So
I do like the fact that you're able to now start spamming cantrips and not worry about it, like you using Mage Hand earlier. You're like, oh.
All it cost was your everlasting soul.
it was nice.
What was the quote in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I wasn't using it.
Wade, which way are you going?
Oh.
Are you going to try to draw the one that's at least in the tree to the
Yes.
north so that he can try to run past? Or are you going
Yeah,
to
my plan was to move to the right, so I'm still going to do that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna keep moving to the right, I suppose.
Okay, so you move to the right.
So for Nightstorm to
you
move,
can actually move one more if you want to.
does that put me in range to attack it?
Hold on. Nightstorm can't charge. You can get all the way in the range to attack it, but then you're not moving at quarter speed, you're moving at half speed.
I think that's okay right now.
Okay. Then if you're doing that, you're moving at half speed instead of quarter speed. I need from Nightstorm a reflex save. The DC is not very high. Nothing happens. You may make an attack roll.
Okay. Really
That
hoping the
10 is
18
actually an
was wrong.
11. That 11 is actually a 12. You have a 12 total. You know what their AC is. Oh, hold on. Wait. You sprung up
Is
on
it a
them.
charge?
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. But it's not flat-footed because it sees you approaching. So this was not a charge. It was just not moving at half
Okay.
speed.
Yeah.
You can't charge in in brush.
Rain. Yeah.
I hate to use all of our luck, but I really don't want more
Please get
ability
rid of
damage.
Like, these
Well,
things suck. Yeah.
The luck is doing what it needs to. You hit 10 points
It's all
of damage.
gone.
It
but it's
kills
doing
it.
what needs to.
Okay, that did what it had to do. It's now. I'm not even gonna roll for initiative because it doesn't matter at this point. Aldo, you can move at your
Yep.
full half speed. Your horse can double move.
Mhm.
You are riding Simone, correct? Simone's normal
Yeah.
speed is 50, but a double move, 50 divided by 2 times 2 is 50. So you can actually move 50 feet total, but you're going to be making a. So you're more or less like moving as quickly as you can. So try to get down to here. Now he told you there's one inside this tree here. He pointed it out. You don't know exactly where it is, but we can just. I'll draw a box for you if you'd like, Jake. You can kind of assume there's one somewhere in one of these 4 squares. That was not made visible for you. That's annoying because it went underneath the underneath the what's it called?
I can kind of see it through the brush, which
Program.
is funny, but
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can make this extra large. Maybe make it yellow. Maybe make the other part yellow. That's not helping.
I think whatever it is, you'd have to put it on the foreground as
Oh,
well.
good call. Good call.
Yeah.
There you go. Now it's ugly as hell.
Or just
Yeah.
make the base opacity of that tree less would also do it.
Good. I honestly, I hadn't even played with that part of it yet. That's it. That's also a good call, sir. But for now, Jake, you can see that this is one of these 4 squares, likely where it is. So with that being said, you know you can move 50 feet. I don't know how you want to end. You might end up getting attacked by one of these creatures, just one, if you choose to go straight for it. Or you can try to take the Wade route and go a bit wider. You just don't want to go down here. It's up to you,
Yeah.
sir, how close to the platform you want to get.
We will go a little bit wider. Aldo can't engage these things. Obviously not going as far as Koa, but we know there's one in the tree. We're not going to ride directly under the tree.
Sure.
we
So
can
you want to
just-
go
yeah.
to say here?
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine.
We will move you there, but I do need you to make a reflex save for Simone. So if you want
Yep.
to pop open her sheet.
Reflex.
Keegan, is it right click as I move the yeah, it is. Cool.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. That or
11.
You.
I think he said it wasn't really high for me. I don't know if it's higher
Yeah.
for you or not, but I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, because you guys are moving slow. That's hopefully
Yeah.
enough.
Okay.
Should be fun.
Are you happy with your 11?
Yeah.
Cool. So 11 is enough that it doesn't really affect Simone too much. Simone's rushing through and does sustain some cuts and scrapes or whatever they are. So Simone is being air quotes injured, but not to the point where she's going to be subjected to a point of damage, at least not this time. But you can imagine if you continue pushing like this, that likely she would be injured. In short, the what are they called? The barding that you got for their legs is doing exactly what it was meant to do, which is great news. All right. That is you. That is Aldo. We're gonna have these guys rush up, same as everybody else has this whole time. To here. And what's it, Dwayne? When he gets there, he goes. Actually, let me roll. Yeah. Hey, Mikhail. I don't know if you can keep following after me. It's pretty bad up here. In fact, I don't know how safe it's going to be for Jacobo to keep going with me. They seem to be growing at us more because there's more of us.
Well, can you speed up?
Yeah,
Maybe rush through?
they each, because he jogged over here really quickly, he goes, they each rush to the next portion pretty quick. I don't know if I want to go to the same place they did. The vines are closing in pretty quick behind them. They hung around that spot. Well, at least Koa did for an extra moment because he kept getting attacked. I can follow the path and do like what what's his name? Aldo did, and just try to like cut down while Koa cuts right. But again, I don't know if I should take Jacobo with me, or if you think you could take him and go a different route.
No, you'll have to cut down sharper. You've got to take him.
He looks at you and just kind of gives you like a concerned look, but not concerned about himself. Like are you good kind of look.
I'll break off. I'll find another spot.
He nods and says, oh God, I can't remember. Says, Joe to be with you.
You too.
And it's your turn. You're clearly not going to go up with him. Which path
Nope.
are you going to take?
So I can't see a ton, but he can kind of see better. I'm trying to think, do I want to go collapse that. Like just try to cut down this way and go around that direction.
And
But I didn't actually
do you want to just say
see-
fuck it and go fast?
Right. I'm probably gonna have to speed up regardless. And just hope Daisy holds up. I did not actually see if this opened up down here, and I could actually get in from.
There
From
was
below.
the big rock pillar in the middle that we saw. So somewhere in the middle, there's that big rock pillar. That's the
Yeah,
only
he
thing
sees
that's in the
he
middle.
sees that, right? I'm
Okay.
looking through his eyes.
Okay.
Can I make chat look through his eyes too? Give me 1 second. Yeah, chat can look through his eyes too. Cool. Keegan, why don't you go ahead and make me a what's this, wisdom? Let's say wisdom check.
Intelligence would be better.
It would
Wouldn't
be.
that be better?
It would be better. Okay.
I'll take it.
You saw as you were, because it's a combination of like common sense with perception, right? So you saw like you know that you have to peel out at some point in time, and when you're ready to go, you're going to be putting the horse and yourself into danger because of the sharpness of the blades. Despite the fact that you have these barding on, the barding, you should be okay. You're hoping you'll be okay, but you don't know that for a fact. The thing is, you notice that every time Koa got near trees, that's when they seem to pop out. So if you're trying to choose what your path is going, like, I think you can travel 60 at once. If you were to travel 60 here and stop here, that theoretically can put you between this tree, this tree, this tree, and this tree. It might, and you already know this one's been cleared out. And you don't think anything's in these first ones because they attacked you guys earlier. This is the first one where you think it might be dangerous to be too close to. So it might be worth it, almost like creeping your way up closer to this guy here, and preparing to fight whatever the fuck comes out of it, right? And then peeling out from there. Or maybe you're lucky and there's nothing in this tree too. And then once again, you get closer and that's when you fucking peel out. You know what I mean? But trying to go straight from here to here is like putting you center point to what's potentially just a whole bunch of them.
They could try. Don't have to necessarily move in a straight line.
Or
and just
throw 2 flasks of oil at this tree, followed by a lit torch. Sorry, you were saying something.
Yeah, burn the forest down, right. That grand suggestion we keep getting. I don't have to necessarily move in a straight line, so I could try like coming down and cutting over and like hugging this wall.
Absolutely.
And then going around it.
Absolutely.
Be less exposed.
That once again only seems to put you in danger of this one tree. Hopefully, if you're close enough to this wall that you don't trigger whatever's coming out of this, you're enough distance to make it leave you alone. Hopefully, and you are correct. You can hit all the angles you want. You're double moving, not running.
And having the animal double move, I still would have Mikhail would still have a standard. Obviously, the horse would be out of actions, right? Okay. I might too. I'm gonna try seeing if I cast dancing lights over like here next to this tree, if it gets any kind of reaction. Because I don't know what these things are, but they are plant-like, so they might react to light. But
they double in size.
Going the other way. Dwayne, change of plans.
Don't I have a dancing lights drop out for you?
We've used something before.
Oh, like a token?
Yeah.
I don't see one.
Neither do I, but I swore I had one for you guys.
I think you had an image before, but there wasn't like a handout or something that I can drag out.
Oh, I had a handout in a different campaign that was the correct size and everything.
I don't think we've ever had a handout that I know of.
Oh,
yeah, no.
Then
I know you had an image for it.
I have to update it for this campaign then. They're 10 feet apart, right, from the center point? So I think this is the correct size right here.
That's because they're not gay.
That's about right.
Lights chilling in a hot tub? Okay.
So this is what you want, yes? And then
I
more or
want them to
less
be
like
more
spinning
left.
around it.
I want to be a little bit more left than that. Not like because what I'm hoping is if it does create a reaction, it moves west, so to speak, and like opens up a lane for me to move that other way.
Gotcha. I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, like
here.
that. There you go.
Cool. Just trying to make it so it looks a little bit better for chat to see.
That's not bad.
I think I'm just going to have to, as you said beforehand, I'll alter the opacity of this one. So, which I'm not sure exactly how to do. This? I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Doesn't matter. All right.
You have to open the full menu. It's on like the first page of their options.
Yeah.
Like if you actually open the token menu.
Yeah, I'm less worried about it at the moment. We'll talk about it later on. But all right, cool. So let's so you have this light, the dancing lights over here, and I'll just make it a little bit bigger so more shit kind of like pokes out, so they can see it easier. And you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna while doing that, you're gonna then ride the horse as quickly as you can. And give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I measure this for you. So the horse's bottom right foot is going to walk along this path here, ending at 50 feet here, which I think is its speed.
Yeah.
Okay. I need a
its speed is
reflex
50.
save from you, and you go ahead and move your horse to here. You and your horse to
For
here.
the horse, not for you. I
From
think.
Daisy. Okay.
Correct. It's a 10.
Not great. That's not great. I mean, it is 10. Yeah,
Are
it is
you-
what it is.
Are you happy with it, or you want to attempt a luck?
Not super comfortable with a 10. We'll see if we have any. Probably not. Yeah, none. It's a 10.
Let me actually. It looks like somebody may have redeemed one, but I have to make sure I didn't miss that. 12 minutes ago. Actually, somebody did redeem a luck, and I never gave it to you. Hammerhead did. So, here you go. You actually did have one. Roll again.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Hey, and it was a 4. Yeah.
Thank you, Hammerhead.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Okay.
Let me see
So-
if I can redeem some luck. Do I have enough in it?
Couple things. One, the horse runs through and again takes no damage from this run, which is great news. No damage from it. Things are going well. Things are happy-go-lucky. 2, your fucking plan worked. I didn't even think of anything like that. You outthought me, but I put it to a percentage die, and I rolled a percentage die chance here, and it fucking worked. So let me go ahead and grab the little guy and put a little marker on him so you can see him. Let's go purple for this one. And he's going to go running off after this. And so you can barely see him here underneath this tree. But yeah, cool. So yeah, it worked. You actually saw one go running out the opposite direction of where you are, which is great because that means theoretically they can be distracted, even if only temporarily.
Yeah.
Which is, you don't know how long that's going to last. Awesome. Let's go back up to the top of initiative, if you will, or not technically the top, but for how we've been, because Wade's first. Wade, it's your turn. You need to, oh wait, hold on. We did everybody, but we didn't have me go yet. Aha. This guy does not get a surprise round because Wade had seen him beforehand, and nobody would be flat-footed because Wade would have seen him beforehand. But I'm seeing something else getting redeemed. I want to see what this is first. Keegan, you just got a heroic fortune.
Ooh.
You have a
Wow.
hero point to use sometime in the next minute.
Damn.
In-game
Oh,
minute.
shit. Okay.
10 rounds.
Okay.
All right.
10 rounds. Got it.
So I'm going to roll
That's good.
initiative for this little guy. And I rolled trash. So with me rolling trash, technically speaking, Koa gets to go before him. So Koa, you can see that as Aldo rode by, he started to like drop into motion and getting ready to go chasing after what's his name, Mikhail. But you can get there first. He's far from you, but if you move at full half speed, you can actually get into range to attack this one and get it before it gets to Mikhail. You just have to make a reflex save with
Okay, but that completely undoes the whole plan of, well, I don't know if I want Dwayne cutting through anyway now that we know that those are in there. So I kind of have to charge in there and put myself at risk, and then he'll have to go further outside, I guess.
or use a ranged weapon.
I could try. It's about a 50-50.
I don't know what your ranged weapon chance to hit or whatever is. What do you have as a ranged weapon?
Javelins.
Oh, that's not so bad. What's your chance to hit?
+2.
You get +1 from Mikhail, but not +1 for... Actually, you get +1 for higher ground, too. That would apply to thrown weapons.
Even
So-
from this distance?
Yep. What's the range of a javelin? It's 20 feet, right?
I was hoping you would.
Or is it
know.
30
Look,
feet?
30 for javelin.
Yeah,
For
yeah, it's 30
javelin's
feet. It's 20 for spear.
Yeah.
Range is 30.
So well within range. You have a +4. You only have to roll a 9 or higher. That's a 60% chance of success.
What does it take to switch from my sword to grab a javelin? And throw a
Literally
javelin?
grabbing your javelin's a move action, and you're going to throw it as a standard action, and then your horse is going to walk.
Well, my horse can't walk if I use my move, right? To throw.
It can. If you're not commanding it to do stuff, it can. It can just walk. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it can't
I will
fight.
try a
but,
javelin
yeah.
throw then. Let's try it.
Yes, it's a +4, which is awesome. Oh, so is that it? That's a 13, isn't it?
I think
yes.
it's a +1 and a +1, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all. Holy shit, you hit! And you did 6 points of damage.
That it resists some of.
One shot, piercing one damage? Kill,
as they say in Call of Duty.
So you throw the javelin, and you do blast a hole through it. And you leave a hole inside of it. But, like, honestly, not that big of a hole. And so the thing is still able to keep moving. It's not destroyed.
Yeah, resists piercing for sure. Had no damage with my rapier attack earlier.
Yeah, so I don't know what resistance does, but I'm guessing if I'd rolled an 8, it would have died, but at 6, it's alive.
Yeah, that's what happened with Aldo earlier.
Or resistance, you're thinking half. That's not how Pathfinder works. Instead, it has a DR against certain types of damage. And Keegan is assuming it has DR against piercing. And Keegan's probably also assuming it's a DR5 because he knows how Pathfinder works as a rule of thumb. So
I don't think it's DR5.
Okay.
Because then an 8 wouldn't kill it.
That's correct. The 9 would.
Yeah.
Okay. I hit it.
But if it's a DR5, that means another 8 would kill it.
And Aldo probably definitely saw where I threw the javelins. Now you know where this little fucker is.
Yep. Cool. Where are you going to move with your horsey so you're not screwing up the plan here? Because you're not worried about this tree. And after this guy's dead, you're not worried about this tree, which means that this guy theoretically can cut through at this point.
Yeah. I'm assuming Aldo's going to start cutting south here, so I'm going to try to go around Aldo.
Oh, you're going to go to his left? Sorry, to his right?
I mean, I can't... The map ends, so I can't see what's past it, but I'm assuming there's more trees straight ahead, so... Koa probably doesn't think, like, there couldn't be any past that point, so I still think he's thinking stay to the outside, keep the vines to the outside so everyone else can cut through. So yeah, he's going to go further east before cutting south.
So more or less you're going to head towards like the part of the building that doesn't seem to have an entrance. Cool. I assume you don't want to move at like insane speeds. You're going to move at quarter speed to not put Nightstorm at...
I guess what I'll do is I'll cut east, but I'm going to follow Aldo straight down. If we have to get to the edge of the ramp anyway, then yeah, I'll just follow Aldo straight down to it and hope that we all four kind of get there around the same time.
You can go like 3 this way first and then go down. That's fine.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Cool. That's fine. Cool. We do it that way first, and then we're going to kick it over to the creature is going to unfortunately jump down, and he is going to unfortunately make his way over, and he is going to unfortunately attack Aldo. Hopefully Aldo has a decent armor class. I got a 16.
I think you got a 15.
I don't have anything. Even a 15 would probably hit, right? I got a 16. I don't have any negative modifiers. No, I don't.
Yeah, well... Yeah.
Is it a negative modifier to attack something higher up than you?
No, just positive going down. So I rolled a 4, which is a 2. With 2 minus 1 is 1. You take 1 point of damage.
Yep.
And you have to roll me a fortitude save. How do you feel? Oh, wait. Oh, it's not a disease, it's a poison.
Mm-hmm. I'm in a rolling case for some reason we do, but I mean...
Right? Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, yes. Snaga, to answer your question, distance. One is out of range, the other one is in range.
I was worried.
Is a simple answer.
Oh.
Okay, you take 1 whopping point of damage, and you take what is it? You suffer no effects of the poison, and we are good to go. And that is its turn. Aldo, it's your turn. How are you going to retaliate?
Can I order my horse to attack as well?
Yes, but you have to make a skill check to do that. That Wade doesn't because his modifier is so high he just passes every time. So, hey, what is up?
And what is that?
I'm getting the result for you right now. This is going to be
Handle animal.
Handle animal.
Something.
And then yours is not trained for combat. So normally it's a DC 10. Most animals don't have. Actually, do riding animals have attack as a default? I'm just looking for a ride for general purpose. Ride, it knows come, heal, stay. But usually animals can have what? Is it 6? So what would the other thing? Attack, down, stay. Combat riding, here we go. Yeah, it would know attack. Theoretically, it would know attack. No, these are riding animals. Sorry, these are riding animals. They would know ride, and they would know, like, labor shit. So in that case, for you to tell it to attack, it's not a DC 10. It's a DC 20, I think.
The DC to teach it the attack command, so...
Yeah, I think it's a
That
DC
kinda
20 to
makes sense.
convince it to do it.
Oh,
Because it's
well,
not
that's gonna
technically a
work.
push, is it?
I think push is-
yeah. Push is to get it to an attacker trick that doesn't know it physically. Yep.
Oh, yeah, push is like 25,
It's a
isn't it?
DC 25 for you.
I can't make
Ooh.
that check.
don't
So
think-
we might be
yeah.
better off just withdrawing.
Oh, you can
Can we do
attack
that?
it. Don't you have a weapon?
Can we withdraw?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Thank you.
It's a little easier to shoot it if you're not right up on it.
You, as a reminder, your weapon is also a bludgeoning weapon. You have a Stalingrad crossbow. It's a club.
I do know that, but if my strength is too low to risk it. So I'll have to withdraw.
I feel that. I feel that.
Okay, withdraw allows you to technically double move, treating the first square as a non-threatened square. And so my assumption is that means you're going to start with stepping back like this, and you want to go this way. Now, as Wade said beforehand, this right here is a ramp, which means how you get up to this elevated area. If you're trying to get up here without using the ramp, it's going to require a check to get up there for the horse to jump it. Now, that's not a crazy hard jump for a horse. You just have to get it to jump it. That's a separate check for you, sir. Withdraw, no check required. To get the horse to jump, that is going to require a ride check from you.
Right.
I think you're okay at these.
I'm not terrible, but I don't have any bonuses to it. It's just straight dex.
Oh, Scott, can you move the map to the right a little bit for chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I suppose I'll have to try it, right? Nothing else to do. I've already withdrawn.
Yeah, go for it.
It's a 9.
How you feeling about that 9?
Oh, I don't know what the DC is for it to jump, so I don't know.
If I remember right, most of the horse things were 5s. It was like 5, 10, 15, 20.
5s are guide with knees and stay in saddle. Things then go to 10 and 15.
So 10 might be enough to jump up there. If Scott's saying it's not very high up, but I would assume you probably would at least need a 10 if I had to guess. A lot of the stuff I remember whenever I was looking at Koa being a horse rider, a lot of the stuff was like a 10. And then fighting stuff
leap.
went to like 15, 20.
Leap is its own thing.
So leap is different from from a jump up. Leap is like jump a chasm. It's not the same thing as jumping
Okay.
up. So like, you know what I mean? Like that is.
It just says leap obstacles as part of its movement. So that's why I was like, oh, that's more
I'll have
general
to
than I thought
try.
it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
12. Nice.
Okay. You are able to. You started here, move back here, and then again, reminder: you're moving at half speed. So whatever it says on here, you're actually going a bit more. You do get the 10-foot running head start, which is good news. Not actually running, but the 10-foot head start. Move it here, and then come up top. You are successfully able to get the horse. I rolled the jump check over here. You are successfully able to get yourself and the horse to jump up onto this ledge. Just barely. That horse got its 2 hooves completely up, one of its third hooves on the ledge, and like rocks going, and its fourth hoof like kicking rocks off of the ledge as it went. But eventually it like spatters them out underneath it and gets itself up onto the ledge. And you are safe, air quotes, safely up there, right? Which is great news. You got away. Great job, Aldo.
Thank you.
We're going to do Dwayne next. We always do Dwayne after you. Dwayne is going to do the same thing everybody else did, which is to run over to here, at least to start. Oh, no. Sorry. He said he doesn't want to do that. He's going to cut a different way.
No, I thought he said he was still going to go to there. Then he's cutting sharper. I thought
That's right. Okay. So he's going to cut over to here as his move, and that's going to be the end. And then he wants to more or less come down and go across this way.
If he starts looking that way, Koa would definitely yell to him not to go down toward those two trees.
Yep, that's fine. But I actually have to make a reflex save with him because he went across here and he's talking about how dangerous even this spot was. So I have to make a reflex save. Oh, not for him, for the horse. I rolled decent. I just gotta double check.
+5, I think.
What was
Yeah,
that?
they have like a +5.
Their reflex is a +5.
Simon's is not a 5; it's a 4. But Simon is also overburdened, which affects your reflex saves, I believe.
I think it actually can ACP, so I don't think it affects your saves. Armor check penalty. Sorry.
Reflex is 4 on Simon.
Just want to confirm this. When you're carrying a heavier load, carrying capacity, and
Jacobo is also a 4.
So it's a max dex is what hits it, and I think he's still technically in the medium category, so that is fine. It doesn't affect anything. Okay, so we're good to go. He makes the save, so same as everybody else, like scuffs up the horse a bit, but not to the point where it actually injures it. And now we're going to go to Mikhail. Mikhail, your last trick worked. If you're going to sprint, is now the time. Well, not sprint, but you know what I mean. Move 60 feet. If so, like, what's your plan here? Like, you want to go? Where are you going to go?
So to that first turn first. So I'm going to like move out to here.
Okay.
So that I can see.
Yep. You actually have to go down to here. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, I could do it.
You see those yellows where Wade had already seen creatures before, so you want to avoid those definitively.
Okay. Then I am going...
Because you can imagine Koa sees you popping out or whatever it is, and he's like, not those two!
Yeah. That means I have to contend with these two as well. And this one, kind of. Shit.
So, like, these are the two ending spots.
Can you move your lights to distract them again?
I'd have to just recast them. They wouldn't move far enough.
Okay.
Which is fine, because that'll release that other one, but then he'd have to still double back. I'm just trying to think of where to cast it, because if I put it like over here, then I imagine I could maybe draw anything out of these two trees, and then just have to deal with this. And I'm trying to make it over there. Okay.
What's your movement? Is it 50 or 60?
50.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm going too far.
Yeah, he's 50.
Yeah, so this is realistically where you want to stop. Oh, man, this puts you between 3 trees.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I'm like, I need to draw something out of these two so that I don't have to worry about I can be closer to them. Okay, so I'm going to cast Dancing Lights again, and this time I'm going to put it... how far did I... Okay, put it use this square as its center. Or wait, it's not concentration, so that doesn't end the other one, does it?
Yeah, you can only have one open at once. Which is normal, it's a cantrip.
Okay. Yeah, you can only have one Dancing Light spell active, that's what it is,
Yep.
yeah.
I
just don't have to concentrate. Mm-hmm.
I think
So
technically
I'm
speaking, I
down
made it
there.
too large anyways. It's supposed to be like this. You want it to be kind of like that.
Yeah, because I needed to definitely draw the attention of those two trees at least. And then... accurate.
This to 50 is here. So
Okay,
probably
yeah,
this
the
one.
the lower one.
You can do like these two.
I wasn't able to see how close he got to the trees when they came out, so I don't know what the
Nope, unfortunately.
trigger is. So I'm gonna try for this one, hoping my trick works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't work.
Because you're too busy casting spells and whatnot, you're not going to be able to also get a perception check, right? Because you're casting spells and you're riding, you're doing all these other things. So I have good news for you and I have bad news for you.
Okay.
The good news is that there weren't a ton of creatures around you to attack you. That's the good news, right? The bad news is, unfortunately, you do trigger this guy right here, who is going to come attack you. You're aware of him, so you don't get flat-footed, because you knew he was coming. Like, you have Koa be like, that tree, shit! As one's coming out, right? But double good news, that does clear out that tree so he can go this way safely. Right? You're helping Dwayne.
Yeah, because the other guy wasn't even in a tree. He was on the platform, right? On the thing, the stone.
What was it? I'm sorry?
The guy on the left, the yellow square on the left, he was actually on the stone pillar anyway. So that was...
Yeah.
You know,
And
that was
if you actually zoom down enough, you can probably see the little guy that you actually stopped directly next to. With Daisy right here. As now that you're under the tree, they become visible for you. The chat can probably see this now. Because I'm super zoomed in. That creepy faded in view right there. So.
What, this one?
Oh, yeah. So that one is also directly right there. And then where's the other guy? This one. Oh, sorry. No, that one didn't exist. Sorry. My apologies. All right. So cool. I unfortunately am going to attack you twice. No flat-footed, and I have to roll initiative because you're aware of them. Okay?
Okay. So the lights did not work on this one over here then.
Unfortunately, the lights did not work this time.
Okay.
I rolled. All right, cool. So I have my results. Give me 1 second. It's Mikhail's turn. They're both going to act after Koa's next turn. So they're not attacking you yet. Koa might be able to interject in some way. Very unlikely, though, because he's probably dealing with this one first. So that is your turn, sir. May the force be with you. It is your turn, Wade. Oh, no, after Mikhail. Nope, yep, it's your turn, Wade. What are you doing?
Okay, I mean, like you said, the plan was to go down and kill the one that's where Simon, Jacobo, and Dwayne are going to be headed, and the one that might be after Aldo. So my plan was to ride down and go attack that one.
Yep, and you're able to move, because this is only 15 feet, you're able to move over here and make your attack without having to worry about anything, just your horse can't attack. Okay?
All right.
Wait, what's the speed? 55? And you moved to 15 feet? 15 times 2 is 30. If you're moving at the super safe speed, your horse can't attack. If you're not, your horse can also attack once.
We've been moving quarter speed, not half speed. Or no, half speed, not quarter speed, right?
Correct. If you're moving at half
Yeah.
speed, you're good to go.
Okay,
But when
I
you
think
move at
that's
half
what
speed,
we're
you make
still-
that reflex save.
I think that's what we were still doing, but I can make a reflex save, that's fine.
Yeah, scoot the map again. Oh,
Okay.
never mind. I think you already did it.
Yep. Yep, you're good. All right. Make your attack roll.
I think I miss.
That's a +1, because I assume keep Mikhail's continuing
An
to.
11.
Mikhail, are you
Yeah.
able to? Yeah, he's maintaining this every round.
I still have a few rounds left.
Okay. If it's an 11, I can try to luck it, or else I can just have Nightstorm attack. Thoughts?
It's an 11. So
It is
Oh,
an
no.
11. Would Nightstorm get 2 attacks or just the 1 this time? That was
1.
good. I don't know. He might use it. Just got a lot less chance to hit than
We don't
you.
have any
We don't
luck.
have any. All right, cool. Now we know.
No redeems this time, Scott? I'm not
Nope,
missing
nope,
one?
nope, nope. That the last person to redeem was 20 minutes ago. That was Snaga, and that was the one that was used for a 3. And
Right,
he
I
redeemed that
will-
before the 4 was rolled.
So
So,
we'll roll Night Storm then.
cool. So, roll light service attack roll.
That doesn't look promising.
Unfortunately, that's only an 8. That is not going to be a hit. The creature is still up. All right.
All right.
Do I have that one in initiative?
Yeah, that one was
Oh, I do.
7, I think.
Cool.
Or the 10. It's 7 or the 10, doesn't matter.
All right, so one of the ones in front of Mikhail is going to attack first. Because you can see Mikhail, usually I attack you first, but because like where they're located, where you are on your, I'm just gonna have this one attack the horse and the next one attack you because of just where you are on the screen. It just makes sense. So I'm gonna go ahead.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and use that hero point now.
Oh, well, you're gonna use the
to
hero
immediately
point.
act immediately.
Hi, Raiders.
Oh, first of all, hi Raiders. Hey, what's up,
Hello.
Dungeon Run? We're trying to run to a dungeon. All right, go ahead, sir.
And I'm gonna use it to have Daisy withdraw. I know I'm still gonna draw an attack opportunity from this one. I can't quite get away from it, but I'll at least get away from that second one.
So hold on,
And
wait
I'll get some
a
distance.
second. You want to use your hero points to have Daisy's turn interrupt the flow of combat to allow Daisy to take the withdraw action. That's
Yes.
pretty gnarly. And the way withdraw works is you choose one square for a medium-sized person. You choose one square to not be what triggers the thing. If you're
Yeah.
large size, does that one square become all 4 squares you're currently in for the first step? Your first step of movement should not trigger, right? So, which direction are you going?
I was gonna go pretty much straight ahead where I've been moving.
Okay, so you're
I was
going to
going to
trigger
move
from
this
this
direction.
guy. Okay.
Because I knew I was gonna trigger from that guy. Yeah.
Okay. Which
Like,
is
I
funny
can-
enough, the one that's not attacking you yet. So that
Yeah.
works.
I
I'm
could,
fine
well,
with
actually,
this.
hold on. I could step this way, but even still, if it's only one square, like what I remember, it'll still trigger from one of them, regardless.
Looking up,
Because I'd have to either pick this square or this square to not count as threatened. It wouldn't be both.
Hello, Raiders.
is there another?
Dungeon Run. I was just saying hi.
Oh, okay.
I haven't done it yet.
Yeah. And it's a
It's
limited
your
withdrawal,
first square of
technically, 'cause it's
movement
one.
does not provoke attack of opportunity. So because you're large size, you are one square,
That's better.
if you will.
That is
so-
better. Then
so
I'm
that
gonna
means-
go this way first.
Yeah, let me just check this. That technically works, so neither of them can make the attack of opportunity against you. That makes logical sense.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be penalizing a large person, right?
Right. It could be weird. Yeah.
So to be clear, you're gonna first step is gonna be this way, and then you still have because you're double moving and taking the reflex save.
It only gives me one action, so it's a limited withdrawal. So I only get the one. I only get the 25 feet. I don't get the full 50.
Understood. So
Yeah.
25 is half speed. So go ahead.
I know this broadcast. You should be able to see what I'm.
Yeah,
I'm
I
moving.
can.
I am doing it weird. I don't know why I started from that point. Oh, because that's where I started. I'm being dumb. Okay, I went down. I'm indicating the like bottom right corner of the thing,
I understand.
and I know I'm gonna get really close to that dang tree.
Yeah, the problem is because you're starting with a diagonal, it eats up so much for your movement.
Mhm.
And then on your turn, you just jump off the horse and keep running.
I would be so fucked.
Then all the horses hate you too.
I'm just trying to waste this dude's turn. Is pretty much it. So, I think this is probably the move here.
Do you still
I think
get
this
your
is-
turn this round, or is this your turn for the whole round?
This is the horse's turn.
This is the horse's turn. Yeah,
Yes, it is being directed by him. But
I guess
it's the
technically
horse's
because
turn.
it says it does move the initiative, so I guess it would still be mine because since it's acting on, or would you just put it on the initiative block in front of this guy?
I'm fine with it, but just saying it's you and the horse.
Okay, that's just easier.
Yeah, that makes logical sense. And because you don't get your full turn, you get, I guess, yeah, you'd still get your standard. That's fine.
I'll use the restroom real quick because I think I still have a bit before my turn, right? Aldo still has to go.
Yeah, I'll boop it because
I'm going to attack you in the interim, just so you know. Cool.
We're gonna put hero point. Oh, there.
Guys, Wade's gone. Wade's gone. Let's do the thing.
Put hero point. Treat it as a ready to action, moving your initiative to just before the currently acting creature. Oh, treat it as a ready to action. So I would get this turn, and then once my actual initiative turn comes up, I would just have my normal actions.
Oh, that makes so much better. That makes so much
That
more
makes sense. Yeah.
So much more sense. All right, cool. So you still get your normal initiative. That feels more hero pointy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We had just measured that out. That was this. Right. Not crazy. That was it. Yeah.
Confirming. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Unless you wanted to go this way instead.
Oh, I thought there was it. Oh, there is a tree there. It's
There's a tree there, so you're not sure.
transparent now.
The difference is if you go that way, then it's possible that because this creature only currently needs to move, 15 feet to get to you? Meaning you're well within its attack range, whereas if you go to the 20 foot, just move over one more. To your right. And now, then you would be out of its attack range. Out of its normal attack range, right? So.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll go that way.
It could charge attack you, but like there's penalties to that, right? So.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And this also gets you a better lineup to run up. Run up here if you need to afterwards, right? So, all right, cool.
I was basically just trying to shorten the distance and avoid at least one of those attacks.
Yeah, so more or less, you did that before my turn, so it's still my turn.
I was using the ready to action trigger as the declared attack. To be clear, that's why I waited until you said attack.
Okay, so I attack you.
Yeah.
Which doesn't work because you remove yourself, but then I can still move. So just a move action, which is just 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's its turn. It is not able to attack you. Now it's going to be the one that's over by Wade. I'm going to attack Wade, not his horse. I'm going to attack Wade.
Not Koa, but Wade?
Yes, actually. All of a sudden, one of the branches outside are jumping into your house. Wade, I got a 19 total. I definitely hit you. I do 2 divided by 2 equals 1, minus 1 equals 0, minimum 1, take away 1 from DR is 0. You take nothing.
I'll take it.
Aldo, it's your turn. You are air quotes safe. Do you want to participate in combat now?
Yes, I would.
You have a couple of options here. I'm going to point them out in case you don't recall. You have this one in front of Wade. I assume you're going to avoid that one because you don't want a chance hitting the horse or anything like that. You have this one that is in pursuit after Mikhail. I don't know how much of a clean shot you have to it because of the obstruction of vision that you probably have from your character, but you might have a clean shot to it. Same is true for this guy. I think you have a cleaner shot to this one. And then finally, there's this one over here. If you wanted to get the last one that's kind of like hiding in the area. These two would help protect Dwayne and the two herd animals with him. This one would help protect Mikhail. Actually, I think this one also protects Mikhail right now.
Yeah, we'll go for that one.
Cool.
They are.
Perfect. Why don't you go ahead? You checked your sights in the couple of moments that you had between last combat and this one. You're prepared. You think you know what you're doing. Here we go, sir.
You really set that
maybe you should roll it.
No. Don't you crit on an 18?
Your enemies.
Well, that's a hit. That's good. You also get the +1 because of his music. Don't forget you +1 damage too because of his music.
Yeah, I've got that on.
Oh, the +1 damage as well?
Yep.
Oh.
Is it the 4?
Yep.
You take a shot. You line it up. It's a clean shot. It blasts right into this creature's area where it would be a head if it even had the shape of a head. Unfortunately, it just continues moving with the arrow the bolt just sticking out of its head. Roll me
Reload.
an intelligence check as we move on. It's now the other one that hasn't gone yet, Keegan, that's able to chase you. Never mind. Is able to chase you down. This one is going to go.
No, he told Jake to roll, not Keegan.
I told Aldo to
You
roll.
Wade, at 2.
5, 10, 20 feet gets me within range to attack you.
Mhm.
And I'm going to make my attack against you.
Against Mikhail.
Against Mikhail specifically, not the horse, because you were able to avoid that whole bullshit earlier. I rolled very high. I definitely hit you.
It's pretty
I rolled
not that impressive.
1 minus 1 equals 0. Minimum 1 is 1 point of damage.
Hey.
You take 1 point of damage, have to make a fortitude save.
It's okay. The fortitude saves. Nothing major happens.
There it is.
Something major happens.
Chat!
That's my save.
Jake, who do you want to, maybe one of the raiders? You want to have somebody roll, or Doxy's here. You want Dirty Doxy to go ahead and roll you, who do you want to roll the D2?
Just call it Dirty Doxy.
Well, her name now is Dirt Girl Doxy. Like, I didn't come up with the name. I always call her Foxy Doxy.
That's true. Shouldn't Keegan decide this one?
Yeah. Oh, did I say Keegan?
You said
No.
Jake, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll let's see who. I don't know. Yeah, Doxy, would you like to roll the new D2 command to see how much strength Mikhail loses?
She hates rolling when it hurts the PCs, because if she rolls high, she's so upset.
As I asked if she would like to.
Oh.
She could say no.
Exclamation point D2. I think you already know that, but just in case. I'm gonna do it. Ooh. Mm. Hey, Mikhail, you're as strong as Aldo now.
Yep.
For the record, I still blame you, Scott.
All right.
It is pretty dirty to have like 30 little fuckers that could take away 2 strength per hit. That's kind of wild.
Not even per hit. I don't know what the frequency is.
So the
But-
funny part about this encounter
At least
is
now I'm already poisoned.
the danger was going to be walking through the razor and avoiding the creatures, or on foot, or the razor doesn't affect you as much, but the creatures are more triggered by you. Like their aggro is wider because you're on big animals moving forward. Anyways, so it's Mikhail, it's your turn now. And if you withdraw again, which you totally can, and can double move, so reflex save in doing so, you have half speed for like the first 10 feet counts as 20, and then your remaining 30 feet you can move, allowing you to get all the way up to here.
Plan.
Okay.
What's the plan? I think I closed their sheet. Do you want me to move and then roll the reflex? Just roll the reflex now.
Actually, don't I go right before you do? So I think technically speaking, Dwayne was supposed to go right before you. And then
Oh
we'll do
yeah,
that.
yeah. Dwayne needs to go.
And Dwayne's horse's speed, I think, is 30, so he's moving 15 at a time, is a double move, but he has to try to run with them, so he's going to like do a charge. So he's going to move like a proper 30 feet to try to get there as quick as possible. He knows that this area is clear because of Wade, so I think I can move straight to here safely. So let me just make sure I don't lose that spot. So he's able to move to here safely. Air quote safely. I'm going to have Jacobo whip around to here to hang back a bit so that Jacobo is not triggering down here, because Dwayne's smart enough for that. And then we're going to, now you go, Mikhail.
You want me to just roll the reflex up front, or does it
Yeah,
matter?
go ahead.
Okay.
It's a good roll. No
Average.
damage. No, everything's good.
And withdraw. You already painted it out, and I end up here.
Like you're more or less
I haven't
hugging
released it.
Aldo.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Maybe even one further. Let me just double check because I think you were here. So, yeah, I think you can technically go one further or something like that. I don't remember exactly where it was, but you're good either way. All right, awesome. Koa, it's your turn. You want to finish that guy off?
Oh, so
I
much.
have one
so.
more. I'll move one more. Get out of the way.
You gonna go with the horse or
Me.
yourself? All right,
I get the kill.
absolutely you do, and it's dead.
And now
Co-
Nightstorm can try to get. Is there room like north of where Jaaek is? I don't want to block Dwayne from getting up here.
Realistically, what you might want to do is because Dwayne can also go through your square, so he can theoretically, once he gets here, he's able to get his full speed. But theoretically, what you might want to do is like run defense by hanging out down here, like rushing all the way over, or rushing close, because it clears up. This here whole area here is clear, so you could even like run through and like hang out down here, so that you effectively
Putting
move.
myself right in range of the dude to the south seems stupid, though.
Well, I meant that way you can post up and kill them as they approach to defend your team if you're playing defense.
That's fair, but they would still get an attack from right there.
Oh,
wouldn't
I understand what you're saying. So if you stopped there, that's a good call out, Wade. No matter what, if you don't want to be in Dwayne's way, you would have to go here, I think.
they? Is that out of their range?
20 feet? Nope. You have
Can
to
they go through that square there? There's a pillar or something there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. They can go this way, though, and that's still 20 feet. Because the brush doesn't slow them down. Yeah. You might be better off. Because you want to make sure he attacks you and not Dwayne, right? So it's like you would actually want Dwayne to stay... You'd want Dwayne to go this way. Like,
Yeah.
Dwayne, stay behind me. And that way this one comes up and attacks you. And
Okay.
because this pillar's in the way, can he even a charge attack? Let me just see it through his eyes. Give me a second. Oh yeah. He could charge attack at you, but he would only get that one attack. And
If
this
I move
one would
one
not
to
be
the
able
left,
to
could he
charge.
charge?
Huh?
If I move one to the left, could he charge?
He still could get to... Excuse me 1 second. This square. You'd have to move 2 to the left, but that's starting to put you in the realm of maybe triggering this fucker.
Yeah.
But this guy wouldn't be able to attack you this turn anyways. Actually, if you start going this way, he starts being able to attack you. You start
Yeah, I
exposing
guess I
yourself.
just suck it up and go back to the ramp and deal with one guy getting a swing at me.
Yep. As a charge, so that also drops his AC. All right, cool. So you go here, so you attack that guy, you killed him, you move here, and you're like, Dwayne, move behind me, or whatever it is. This guy is going to move up, but not be able to attack yet. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's literally his entire movement. He can't do anything else. It's Aldo's turn. Aldo can now take a shot at this one down here, who he's already shot at before, but didn't hurt.
Yep. All right.
Hey, that's a hit! Come on, Aldo. Come on, Aldo. Come on, Aldo.
Recalibration.
Eat that damage.
Yes,
Those are all good
sir!
numbers.
Oh my god!
Ooh,
Oh my god, you kill him! You kill him!
those are good numbers.
Oh my god! Oh my god,
There
you
we
do
go.
it!
I like that.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine this guy starts like charging headlong at Koa, and Koa's like, alright, steady girl, steady, steady. The thing dies. Aldo with
Nice.
the save. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice
Those-
roll, Jake.
I like
you.
the idea that like even Koa, just because of how long it's been going on, is getting ready to rage. Like his fucking anger is boiling up. Then he sees it explode and he calms back down. You know? Aldo, great shot. I don't think you do anything else in your turn. Mikhail, technically it's your turn before Koa again. Oh, sorry, Dwayne's gonna do the whole move this way. I have to make my reflex save just to make sure the horse is okay. I rolled a natural 1. Can somebody in chat roll for me a D4, please? And Mikhail, what are you doing with your turn, sir? Pour 3 points of damage to poor Simon, who's actually already got hurt earlier, so it's taking the total of 6.
That's great.
Can you do anything at all, or no? I assume you're just going to continue singing one last turn, or do you think Wade with 3 attacks is enough, and you don't need to keep burning your music?
No, I'll spend another one.
Okay.
And I think that's really realistically all I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, understood. No reason to put yourself in harm's way. Koa, it's your turn, and if you don't kill it, I do, but I get to go. But I assume you want to try before your horse tries.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Dead. All right. That concludes everything out here. Now, before we jump into RP, so on and so forth, I just want to give a quick sum up to battle in case anybody showed up later on or whatever it might be. The short version is the party. I'm going to borrow Koa for a second.
Where am I going?
The party started over here where we ended last session, where if you will, the gatehouse to this wall had collapsed. And so they were climbing up on the rubble, and they were searching the dead body that you can see right here. So they were looking at, where's the map image? They were looking at this dead body right here, checking it out and see what was on there. That individual seemed to have some like pretty valuable shit on them. They collected all that stuff, tons of gold, so on and so forth. And while they were doing that, they didn't realize that creatures were like crawling closer and closer and closer. And while they were chatting about what they found, they got attacked by a whole bunch of creatures that seemed to be a combination of old dried twigs and dead vines wrapped around each other and just like charging at them and attacking. They defeated those creatures, looked about a little bit more. One of the horses got hurt, but everybody seemed fine. They decided, arguing back and forth, do we break apart? Do we stay together? Whatever. Fuck it. We're all just going to go together. Go. They got attacked so many times, little what are they called, needle point attacks over and over and over again. But Koa took almost all of the attacks and brunted through them and killed tons of these little creatures, genuinely looking like the garden hero, walking around with his pruning knives and his little hoe and all that other stuff, making sure he got through there, carving the path.
What did you call Guinevere?
You could have said that about Nightstorm. Anyways, made your way.
She's not little. She's a big old strong horse.
And also was the eyes that helped to keep everybody safe and directing their separate paths so they go. Everybody else followed, what's his name, Koa, except for Mikhail. Mikhail realizing it's going to be too dangerous for me to try to go the same way everybody else has. Fuck it. I'm going to go a different direction entirely and use a combination of guile and magic to beguile and run away from all of the enemies, and then like a swarm they're chasing after him. And fortunately for him, Aldo and Koa were able to clean up the mess as he ran to safety himself. Finally, with the battle concluded, knowing that there's still more in the bushes, but able to avoid them for now, you guys are climbing up onto the rock that's here. Wade, before you ask, the platform that you see here, the rock that's here, is normal stone. However, as you go walking through this normal stone and going into the inner area, you're realizing the stone is starting to shift into that proper nice stone. I'll get into that.
I can't see anything because you still have me at the other wall. But
sorry. I will describe stuff shortly, but first I want to give your characters a moment to maybe RP from on top of the platform that you are on, and then we will jump into RP or however you want to describe it.
You still being affected by the poison that we can tell?
Great question. You're asking a minute later, does it do something? Do you want to make heal checks because you can technically heal people to help with the poison?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I would be trying to counteract that. I just don't know if that'd be meta to be like, oh, I want to start dealing with that now.
I mean, you could be like, guys, one of those things got me and it's fucking wearing me down. Koa, how are you? And then like you could help Koa. You can't really help yourself, but you can try to help Koa knowing how you're
just
affected.
Take a big penalty.
Yeah, -5, I think. But.
Yeah. for a second, Koa. Maybe I can help you at least.
I think they only got 1 or 2 good hits on me. It's scratched up. Nightstorm, you good girl.
DC is the same as whatever the poison is.
I look great.
Well, you can't make the poison any worse, right?
Thankfully.
I think I'm fine. You
Like,
should look- you
we
should-
can see how worse it can get.
Oh, do you want to suck on Mikhail? Want to suck out the poison for Mikhail?
Yeah.
Hey, you want to roll?
I don't know. With a -5, he's probably better than me.
What do you roll to suck? Performance or heal?
Heal. Heal. You know, it's like when you go to those massage places and they have to make sure they take care of all of your muscles.
I've tried saying the word heal, Scott. It does not help.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm supposed to do it whenever we're making the saves.
Hmm?
I'm supposed to make the heal check when we're making our saves against the poison. To
No,
see if
no,
we
I
get a
understand,
bonus.
but you roll this to... Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So, but are you going to help him, Jake, or are you going to have him help himself?
What's your modifier?
His is a 4. So
4.
he rolls with a -1 if he does it to himself.
Well, I roll with a +1, so I can try.
That's a 2-point swing. Go ahead.
All right.
See how
Can
good...
I aid in him assisting me?
Well, that's a solid.
Never
5.
mind.
Somehow still worse than the
Having
other one.
Nessie and Keegan here is just so good.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay,
we
it
have
is funny. It
one
was
body
kicking in
bomb.
Messy's numbers. Hear me out. The good news is there's no secondary effect, and you find that out the hard way. So, for those of you that aren't familiar in Pathfinder, there could be a secondary effect that hits you a minute later, or whatever the rules say for that particular poison. This poison only hits you once, immediately after you get injected. It doesn't have a second one a minute later.
Lucky us.
Lucky you. Okay. So you
So
you
like,
just
look,
think
we'll
you
give
did a
it
good
few
job.
Minutes. Well, so look, we'll give it a few minutes, and if we're not recovering, then we've got one more body bomb.
Wait, we
Will
only
help.
brought one body balm with us?
Nope, we only had one.
Hey guys,
I
Simon's
thought we were refilling those, but we definitely didn't.
not looking so hot. I'm not saying he can't keep going, but he's starting to get pretty wide-eyed. He's getting pretty skittish with. I mean, look at these cuts.
The poison I was trying to worry about first, or what I thought might be poison. Wounds. Let's make sure nothing else is coming after us, and then we can deal with those.
He's like, I think we should at least bandage them.
Go ahead, Mikhail. I'm still good enough to keep a lookout.
Okay.
It's
What, an hour for?
No,
deadly
that's
wounds?
surgery. He's literally just gonna wrap them up. We're talking more of RP than actual skill check. He says, no, I can take care of this. Kind of taking the bandages from wherever you have them, and starts wrapping them on the horse, unless she wants to take over.
If he says he's got it, I'll let him get it. We're just like, it's 10 minutes. I keep thinking it's an hour for treat deadly. Either way, no, he'll if we're just bandaging it and then moving, and then we'll deal with it. Like actually deal with it later, then that's fine.
I have good news for you. Heal is a class skill for him, and he has 1 rank in it.
But he's better than me. So-
Well, that's a +4 unless he has a positive wisdom modifier, which having a positive mod is not super common. He does have a +1 in wisdom. He has a total of a +5 in heal. You will be better than him. Literally, next time you level, you'll blast past him. But for now, he is 1 higher than you with the heal skill. 1 + 3 + 1. Cool. Anyways, so where are we? Yeah, you are going to after like maybe 10 minutes or so of resting, you got to keep moving. So your characters, I don't know if there's any more RP. So your characters get up and from bandaging some wounds or checking things over, putting some ointments on it, some pretty quick stuff. Nothing that's like actually too time consuming, not doing surgery. The good news is, while Mikhail was busy for a good portion of that, he did have enough time to look over 2 more of those vials.
Oh. Bring the sheet back up. Spellcraft number 1.
Unfortunately, the DC is too low. The DC is too high for you to identify with that. You're welcome to try again.
1.
Hey, that's not
Better.
bad. I assume you're happy with the 16?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking over the potion, trying to identify what this one is, you look at the potion and you realize, oh boy, this is nice because you're now not singularly limited. It's actually a potion of of detect magic. Right?
Okay.
It's a potion of mage sight, if you will.
How does that work? Does it work longer than the scroll? Same length as the scroll?
They usually last 1 minute, I think it is, or something like that, or is it concentration? How does it work normally?
Detect magic is like concentration up to a limit, if I recall correctly.
Yes, along those lines. It is concentration up to 1 minute per level. And
so a potion would normally be 1 minute.
Yep, 1 minute total. And to identify a single item takes what? I think a minute or... Well, no. It takes 3 rounds, 3 or 4 rounds to identify a single item. But the cool thing is that you can look at a whole bunch of shit and see what is or isn't magical. Like in less than 30 seconds, you can see that a bunch of stuff is magical and identify one of them in 30 seconds, and then try to work your way through other ones quickly afterwards, which is convenient. But you have to more or less pile your shit together and have a minute to spare. So that's good news. Cool. Ready to go?
Roll into potion. Nice.
Yeah.
Looking through the others, none of the other items look like this one. Like we don't have duplicates, right?
I mean, there are duplicates, but not like this. Yeah. This one's not even a potion in the sense that it's something that you drink. It's actually kind of unique. What it is actually it's a powder that's inside there, like a very, very, very fine like silt. That's has like a shimmer to it, like an opulescent shimmer to it. Hey, what's up, Ghost? Because one of the things for detect magic is like a pearl or whatever, or identify as like a pearl. So you would take that and you actually throw it like you're spreading the dust everywhere, and that's how it works. As opposed to something that you drink. But either way, you get the idea. It's a potion. Cool. Your characters get up and knowing that daylight is burning. It's probably at this point, by the time you got through there and relaxed and whatnot, it's not quite there yet, but it's getting close to 2 o'clock. It's probably about 1:45. It's time to push on. And so you start walking through this area here. So as I said, this is normal stone or whatever it is, right? Because you had gone through what would be the city walls, if you will, or the town walls, or what? I keep saying the wrong phrase here. If you imagine this as like a keep itself, that was the outer wall to the keep, where inside the outer wall of the keep is going to be where you have like the more important buildings that service the keep directly, and so on and so forth. And then the building that you're standing at, that's more or less the keep itself. This is where the inner walls to the keep would be. And so when you go through these walls, which are more together, they're still standing, they actually still have like heights to them. When you walk through these walls, this is where a tiny courtyard is. It's going to be significantly more narrow than the massive area that you saw. The doorway that you came through, this gate entrance, is actually the distance from what would have been these outer walls in the building that you're interested in. It's actually the closest distance. Usually the outer wall is a little bit further from the building itself. Moving on. Going through this doorway here, through these inner walls, you come into a courtyard. And looking around the courtyard, you can see, thank goodness, there's not a bunch of trees around. There's not a bunch of shrubs around. Unfortunately, there's a fuck ton of that razor leaf around. a whole bunch of the vines happen to be around here. But most importantly, you can see looking up before you, the keep. It has the stone, it has the filigree running through it, etc., etc. You can actually see the full keep before you. It's amazing to see. There is a lot of greenery around it. There is a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? There's a lot of like vines that are growing up the side of it. There's a lot of moss growing off the side of it, so on and so forth. As I said, there's a bunch of Razorleaf in the courtyard that's here. Also, something that you didn't notice beforehand because you were so kind of like absorbed in everything that was happening and the angle where you were down below, that inside these inner walls, there is the trunk of one tree, one pretty massive tree that is growing outside of the keep that's adjacent to it. It is not quite taller than the keep, but it is large. No, my apologies. I said that backwards. It is taller than the keep. So it's so large, so tall, that the canopy actually stretches over part of the keep's roof itself. So it is pretty massive on the other side. Again, because of the angle of where you were on the opposite side of where the keep was coming in. You didn't really notice it before, but now that you're here and able to see underneath the canopy a good portion of it, you can see how massive this one tree is. Feel free to roll nature checks to see if you can identify what kind of tree it is.
Can I roll anything on the dudes we fought too?
The things that you fought out there, you guys had rolled against them earlier.
I did.
I never
Only I did.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can do that as a separate nature check.
It's nature for me? Okay.
Yes. And Keegan gives you a +2 because he rolled against it earlier. Okay.
That's better than I did.
You happy with the 19, Wade?
I mean, I'd like to know more, but I feel like we're about to go into a keep, and I probably need to start preserving luck a little bit, so I'll keep the 19.
Okay. Unfortunately, you don't know anything about those creatures. Never read stories about them, never heard stories about them. They seem to be unique to this keep, if you will.
Okay.
As for this tree that you're looking at, the knowledge nature, you got a 23 there, Keegan, which is great. So you're looking up at this massive tree, and holy shit, that is what in the real world we would think of as being like a sequoia, right? So like just like a really fucking massive tree. The kind of tree that you see there, Keegan, it's a natural tree as far as you understand it, but they are what's what I'm looking for? It's a massive tree, but they grow naturally inside of in Eldamar. Naturally, they grow inside of Eldamar. This thing looks like, because of how long it takes for these to grow, this tree must be hundreds of years old, centuries old. I mean, it's just a massive tree. One of the cool things that you know about these trees is that they, when their seeds fall to the ground, they actually, so normally when a plant drops its seeds will fall into the dirt, a combination of, sunlight, the warmth of the sun, the soil itself, so on and so forth. The sapling inside the seed will kind of like break through the seed itself, use it as the baseline of its nutrients, and then kind of like dig into the soil and then start kind of growing from there. Some plants require a little of extra effort. Maybe an animal to eat the outer shell of the seed, or to eat the fruit that's around the outer shell of the seed, because the fruit itself could be toxic to the seed that's in the inside. All sorts of different ways that life has found a way over the millennia of the world, the aeons of the world. However, this kind of tree is unique in that the seed itself can't crack or open without the right temperatures. So seeing a single one of these trees here, never over the course of centuries having another sapling around growing, is not bizarre. And it's bizarre to see this fucking tree. How the hell did this get here, right? But yeah, it's not bizarre that there's only one of these trees, because without some type of fire, if you will, to allow its saplings to grow, they would never be able to grow. It kind of makes sense. But the tree is taller than I said than the roof of the building that's adjacent to it. So the canopy does cover part of that roof that's there, and you can kind of like see the building itself has a whole bunch of, as Doxy said earlier, foliage, but vines and moss and all sorts of this other stuff growing up it. Some flowers growing up it.
Are the
And-
bad vines growing on it?
Great question. It looks like maybe. Again, from this distance, it's really hard to tell because it just looks like ivy. So it could be that. You have to get up close to see if there's those thorns on it. It's just too far away. You guys, you don't have like binoculars or a spyglass or anything like that, do you? I don't think so.
Not that I know of.
In Pathfinder 1, a spyglass is like 1,000 gold pieces. So it makes sense that you wouldn't.
Okay, so is there a way to this keep without going through the vines, or we have to pass through more vines to get to it?
So great question. You can go ahead and roll me a survival check. A 16 is a pretty solid roll. Are you happy with it?
I don't think there's much I can do to it, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, I could have assisted you. I'm sorry. Let me retro, but Dwayne could have assisted you in this. He's skilled at it. Hold on. I'm actually cockeyed because my rolling platform's small. He passed to give you a +2. You're actually an 18. Again, you don't have to do anything, but are you happy with your 18?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, with your 18 total, you're looking at this and you realize, okay, you don't know how safe or unsafe this exact spot is. But right now your animals are kind of just inside the gateway, if you will, of what you would just walk through before. And just stepping through that gateway, if you keep them here, right here, the vines don't seem to be growing any closer towards them. They might be safe to leave them here. And the reason why I bring that up is if you as single file walking through here, you're pretty sure you can swiftly and relatively easily pick your way through without dealing with any of the vines cutting your own legs and get into the actual keep itself, not worrying about it. If you bring the horses are just so much bigger than people are. And they seem to attract those things so much easier than people do. You saw them growing at you from a further distance than when you creeped towards one yourself earlier with a sword. You're probably inviting more immediate danger now by riding the horses through, but you get to keep them with you. Less immediate danger now if you go by yourselves, but you leave the horses outside.
All right, so do we leave the horses here or do we take them with us? Obviously, we've gotten this close. We can hopefully get whatever we need and take with us on foot. But having supplies nearby would obviously be nice, but we'd be asking for more trouble.
You think Simon could take it?
Not much of it.
It's pretty roughed up. This isn't a bad spot, right? I mean, close to where we got in if we need to get out. Not great for resupplying if we need to, but depending on how far else we have to go in.
Might be the best bet.
I mean, I know I suggested it before and got shot down, but this time I honestly would rather stick with the group of you. It seems like it's safer by your side than it would be on my own. That said, I'm willing to stay out here with the animals if you want to go in. At least at this point, we're literally a stone's throw. We might even be able to hear each other holler if need be.
That's true. I
Likely
think
so.
with Simon's condition and everything, perhaps having you wait here with them and rest up a bit would be for the best. And then we'll adjust as needed. But hopefully, hopefully up here the vines won't reach and those creatures won't be around.
Nods. Well, I should have repacked Jacobo, but since I didn't, maybe take him with you. He's got most your rope anyways. Some of your flasks, some of your torches. And we don't have to load yourself up.
If we're going to take one, that could still draw more attention than we want. Perhaps we just gather some of the supplies and carry it by hand from here. Leave it outside by the temple.
Shrugs.
An option. Jacobo's not as big as the others. He's not going to draw too much attention, and I imagine he can handle him just fine. But to your point,
What's the distance across the vine, Scott? Would a rope reach across?
Oh, excuse me, my apologies. Yeah, it's not as great of a distance as it was before. Beforehand, the wall to the outer area was like close to 200 feet. Here, the distance is only like of the courtyard. It's only like 50 or 60 feet from the inner wall to the actual building. And again, you're at the probably one of the wider points of the courtyard area. So.
Are we higher up than the keep or lower than where we'd be at the keep?
What do you mean?
Elevation wise.
I still don't know what you mean. You're at the ground level.
So if we get to the keep, is there like a area of the keep that's the same height, lower, higher? Like does the staircase go up, down, no staircase?
Oh, I mean the keep goes up multiple floors. You don't know about any sub levels, but you know that the keep goes up multiple
I
floors.
just mean the entrance to the keep. It's on the same
like
level or
stairs.
higher or
Oh,
lower?
understood. Like, are you walking flat into a door? No.
Yeah.
There's going to be several stone steps before you get into the door, but the stone steps
Up?
don't lead. Yeah, up. The stone steps don't lead to like some massive platform. So, but there is a few steps up to where the doors are.
sorry, off topic. Did he give us what supplies did we get other than rations?
I don't think we ever fully went over that.
Yeah, we didn't have
Oh,
to.
either.
So I told you about. I specifically told you about things like oil and torches, and you wrote that stuff down.
That's-
Rations and I think rope too, which he was like,
Yeah.
"Why do I get more rope?" You're like, "Never enough rope." Anyways, all those things. But then there was also like some basic shit that we didn't go over, making sure there was like a mess kit, all that kind of like make sure that you have survival gear. But extra bandages that are needed for basic RP wise, bandaging like you just did without using your kit, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, we didn't get a healer's kit.
Not a fresh
Like I
healer's
was
kit.
suggesting.
No.
No. Okay.
Was yours missing any amount of uses?
Yes.
How many?
I think it's 2. I'm double checking.
It's just missing 2?
Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
It is missing 2. Yeah, it's at 8. So I've treated deadly wounds. No, I've treated deadly wounds twice. So it should be at, actually I haven't miscounted. It should be at 6.
So you've
I
used
treated
4?
both, Koa and yeah.
Let's recover 3 of them then. So you're at 9 out of 10.
Okay. Before we go in, Simon does look pretty bad. We should probably take a little bit of time to patch him up.
He nods and says, daylight's burning. I can take care of them. If I'm staying with them, I'll patch up Simon. I think I've got enough supplies to be able to take care of it. You guys go inside and get things started. I don't want you held up looking after just one of the horses.
You've got what you need then
What'd you say?
to do it? You've got what you need then?
He says, I can scrounge. I have enough supplies on me to pull it off.
Good.
Keegan, that means making the roll without a healer's kit, which is a -2.
For deadly wounds, if you have no, sometimes it's a -4. It's -2 per. Takes 2.
Ooh. So he's rolling with a +1.
So that's in the meta. That's what I'm trying to ask: is do you have healer supplies?
He's going
at
to be
all?
going with,
Like,
he says, I can scrounge.
ugh. How much daylight do we still have?
It's
Like 2 o'clock.
by the time you guys are actually walking away from him to go in, it's more or less 2 o'clock.
So we're gonna still be out a while. There's not a way I can split the kit into like 2 kits with less uses, can I? Like, I can't just like give him.
You can give him some supplies because he has basic shit and he has know-how.
Yeah.
You can give him some supplies and then just so you can walk in with 7 and leave him with 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he's like, you know what? Honestly, he's like, oh, actually, I don't think so. That kind of a thing, and you guys work it out, and he will take care of the horse. That's not a problem. The DC to treat deadly wounds, I believe, is a DC 20, and if you be out of 25, you heal extra, right?
I think you're right. Let me double check. I was looking at a whole other thing a second ago.
And then you guys might have
yes,
alchemical.
20.
You guys might have alchemical items to give them a bonus to that too. Does anybody want to use what is it, body bomb or something?
Just blood block.
Blood
Which
block?
if-
You have blood block?
Yeah. We have at least one.
You gotta look and see
I
what
think
you
it's
have.
on Jacobo. It's not on Jacobo. It must be on.
Simon has one blood
Simon.
block. Does anybody else have a
It's
blood
Simon.
block?
Nope. Those are all of our things.
We still have a hangover cure, an all night, 3 scent cloaks, 4 smoke pellet. I don't have any blood block.
Jake,
Yeah, this is all of our other stuff.
I do not know.
you can leave him the blood block to give him a +5, but I don't know. That feels ballsy for just a horse.
He'll still recover naturally, even if the treatment doesn't go.
Yeah. So he has a +5 to his roll, and the DC is 20. Since she's so
If he effectively has a kit, he should still get the +2 from having a healer's kit.
Sure.
You get a +7. Yeah.
Sure. That's fine. So since she's so worried about it, should I have Doxy roll?
Doxy wants to roll, I guess.
I mean,
He's not doing this out of kindness.
She has to do it. She has to roll a 13 or higher to heal the horsey.
Doxy, what you should do, you didn't hear this from me. What you should do is say no and make Scott roll and give him a daddy's dice. So
They're out.
he has to use the daddy's
Chat
dice.
used them earlier against you guys.
Damn it.
Only 2 per session.
If only people were kinder with the daddy's dice
Sells character
usage.
again.
You could use it to save a horse.
So, only swear words. All right, Doxy doesn't want it. So if Doxy's not going to roll, is anybody else jumping on that sword? First person to roll. Wise one rolled before I said that. But for somebody else want to roll, or do I just roll it? I should probably stop making that motion.
I think it'll make a
Snoggle
great
wants
gift.
to do it. Rosin did it! Rosin in with the win. Actually, is that one
nice.
shy of? That's one
Good
shy
roll.
of healing the horsey extra.
Oh, adding his wisdom, yeah.
Yeah, that's one shy of healing extra for the horsies.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's still.
What do you need for that?
You need
25.
to beat it 25, yeah.
Yeah.
Total on the check. That's a 4.
Yeah, but that's fine. Cool. So he does the trick. I think horses have 2 HD anyways. So Simon, who's the injured? No, Simon is the injured one. Yeah. Simon would heal 2 health points out of the missing 6.
You have like 7 left.
7 out of
is what I
13.
saw.
So that it brings
Yeah.
him up to 9 out of 13. That could have gotten to 10 out of 13. That would have been nice, but
Nightstorm's at 12 out of 15 right now.
yeah, that makes sense. All right, cool. Let's keep going.
3.
So he stays behind and starts working on the horses or whatever, and the 3 of you are just going to go ahead with some of your supplies. Let's just define which supplies you're taking off the horses so we know
Is
you
it
have them.
completely crazy the thought of fashioning a rope and taking one end across with us and making kind of like a rope that we could maybe swing supplies back and forth from?
I think it makes more
like-
sense to bring all of the rope with you and then tie a rope from up when you go up higher, hanging from a window, and then down below you can start swinging back and forth. Because
I mean, then we could send stuff from here, but I mean, if we need stuff from them, but I guess we could send some stuff that way as long as we bring something that we can fashion to it and
it can
slide
swing
down.
both ways, right? All you have to do is like tie a pot.
Hey,
onto
I'm
it.
never
That's weird.
opposed to that.
I did not even realize what I was saying. That is hilarious. Okay,
Yeah, we
so
bring all the rope. Our fucking
yeah. So
70 pounds of rope.
because you don't have to have everything with you the entire time. You just drop it inside the first
Yeah.
room when you get there, right? So yeah,
Uh-huh.
let's be a little insane for a second here. So write down what you're bringing with you, just so we know. You're bringing what is it, like 400 feet or 399 feet of rope? I think it is.
We
If we're bringing
have,
all of it, it would be.
we have a total of 350, I guess. Didn't we have
7 times
Didn't we have
5
like
is
a partial?
35. We're just short of 400. We're at 399.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you're-
There's like a partial somewhere that I'm not seeing. Oh, I
There's
see
a
it there.
49.
You have a
total.
climber's
see it.
kit, so you're gonna bring
Yeah.
so what's that?
All the
80 pounds of
pittance.
rope plus 5 pounds of a climber's kit, so it's 85 pounds. Bum.
7 pittance.
What was that?
7 pittance. Or pitons.
And a hammer, which those are in the climber's kit, but you're bringing extra shit, which is fine. Oh, Jake, bring your 5 grappling bolts. They're
Yeah.
you have a specialized case with the 5 grappling bolts you
one.
found like fucking forever ago, and your
Mhm.
crossbow is the crossbow they're designed for. So when you
Okay.
shoot, you get the full distance, which means
Yep.
you can shoot those without. So any other crossbow that would have shot these bolts, I would have gone all like fucky with you guys. But you guys get the full. That thing can shoot what, however long of rope it can handle. So easily 200 feet, potentially more. You know, which is awesome.
So far, we've described everything on Jacobo. Is so far what we've described.
That's what I mean. This stuff's heavy. That's why I was asking if it was simpler to fashion some kind of like pulley thing.
No, you guys can carry it through and then just drop it on the ground, which will be fine.
Carrying a lot of weight and having to move slower through the vines.
Because
sounds
your
terrible.
pulley that you're referencing, it's like, where are you fashioning it to? Like a wall and a wall?
Whatever's around, man, I guess.
So if you're doing wall and wall and it's like, let's call it 60 feet across, then you have to do 120 feet of rope even just to make a pulley. Plus 2
Yeah.
pythons, even just to make a pulley, plus hammering. You know, you might not want to
Yeah.
be that loud and all that stuff. That's up to you.
I don't imagine us sitting here talking and horses neighing is going to be all that quiet either. But yeah, I mean,
We didn't exactly have a quiet entrance to this place anyway.
that's also true.
Cool. We can just assume that you take the alchemist travel case off of Simon and just bring that with you. Just take it out of Simon's saddlebags and throw it into, say, Koa's backpack. That way somebody has it with you. Koa, it's only 4 pounds and has all of the alchemist's travel case items that are on Simon. So definitely worth having with you. And then probably like a bar of soap, some water, some flint and steel, some chalk, some basic shit like that, right? And then you guys are going to go in.
I am definitely going to be at least at medium.
Yeah, that's fine.
carrying capacity.
Just until you get to the front room, then you drop like a burlap sack with most of that shit on it onto
Yeah.
the ground and put your like alchemist kit or whatever it is. Either
80 pounds of rope by itself puts me over medium.
Yep.
If I'm adding other stuff, I can still carry another like 40 pounds, but
Yeah,
I think if we all load to medium, we're gonna be fine.
yeah. Just don't go to heavy.
Right.
All right, cool.
Don't
So you
go to
guys
heavy,
grab a
yeah.
bunch of shit and you start making your way over there. Just tell me how many pints you take and how many torches you take. Again, write it down. Somebody write down what your items you're bringing in are. I assume a dozen torches is fine, and maybe 2 pints or 3 pints of oil.
Yeah.
Oil?
that's 12.
No,
To
the oil's not listed on Jacobo.
Flask of oil is. There's one.
We have
The
more
other
than one,
ones
though.
aren't. Yeah, the other ones are not listed there. However many we had. Let me see if I have it written down over here.
I think you wrote them down. Is why I didn't put them on Jacobo.
I think
it was
you
like
got 3 more for you or some shit.
I think we ended up with like 7.
Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be it.
but
We had a lot of.
That's
them.
right. He got you a half dozen.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah, that's
so
what it
that
was.
would make
Yep.
7
6
of them.
So you probably
gonna-
bring 3 with you because that's an entire 24 hours of burning, I think, because it's 8 hours each. So you bring 3 of those flasks and a dozen torches. That gets you literally 36 hours of burning. If you do a
Yeah,
single
that
source
works.
at a
So
time.
does not wearing sunscreen appropriately.
Okay.
Dealing with it right now.
I won't lie. I spent all Saturday and Sunday outside. Like Saturday cleaning up the yard for Easter, Sunday just enjoying Easter. And I was afraid I was going to be sunburned, and I was very happy I wasn't. So very, very lucky.
Just wait.
I've only
A couple
sunburned
more years
once.
when our foreheads are the same size. You'll deal with it.
Only been sunburned once. I think you told me that story before.
Yeah, I was real confused. It's like, why does my neck hurt?
I get sunburned multiple times a year, but like if it's just mild outside, not like being stupid and going to something lame like the beach, I'm usually good. Luckily, I do have like enough, natural, tone that
We're
I
bringing
don't
at least
burn
a
easy.
chalk.
Yes,
At
you're
least
bringing
1 or
some
2
chalk.
chalks.
You're bringing some stuff like that. Cool.
Yeah, chalk barely weighs anything.
Yeah, I hate the beach. It's like the most boring thing to do. You just sit there and sit there.
If that's what you're going for, that's fine. But have other things to do outside of
You can read with a nice ambiance. You can go into the water. You don't
You
have to
read
sit
your
on the
book
stand.
gets sandy, your ass gets sandy, and your toes get sandy. Everything gets sandy.
Yeah, but every
Hey,
beach
Anakin.
usually has that little like rinse off spot where on the way out you get the rinse off anyway.
Sure, but then you're still sandy. Even after you rinse off, you're just sand every. And then you go into the ocean, you come out and you're salty and sandy. And then you have seaweed.
You and I are both salty no
your ass
matter what we
crack.
do.
Hmm?
You and I are salty no matter what we do.
I mean, wait, you went to the beach with me. How many times did I go to the beach with you?
I don't know. I was happy there, so probably 0.
At least
Got
once.
him.
At least once, because that
Anyway.
photoshopped picture where they tried to make me look sharp, but it was luckily really bad Photoshop. It was really bad Photoshop. So it
I
That's-
did
that's
see
what
you
I
there
would say,
twirling your
too.
mustache, looking at living things, wondering what you could boil alive and what wouldn't fit in the pot.
Listen.
All right, so we're gonna grab these supplies and we're gonna start making our way across.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are grab up these supplies, you load up, and you're gonna make your way across. Wade, you had already rolled that 16 or whatever it was survival earlier. Yeah, 16 survival. So you're pretty confident in your
That
ability.
was an 18 because I was
18. 18 survival earlier. You're pretty confident in your ability to get across, and you navigate very well. You're going to go ahead and be able to navigate that. Unfortunately for them, they have to try to follow in the footsteps behind you. You're providing them a universal +3 on their roll. They have to pass a DC 7 survival check with your +3.
I've done what I can for you.
Pass.
I'm very lucky.
I think Jake actually has a positive wisdom.
He does.
What about Aldo?
What is it? It has a +3.
He's giving you a +3,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I think you only have to roll 3 or higher. So even if you messied it, you'd be fine.
I was thinking to myself, just don't keekin it, but I didn't want to say it out loud, and then it still happened.
Why were you thinking such? It's like the fucking
this-
Stay Puff again. You know what I mean?
Because I think
Is this an
too, I
underground
think
setting? Does that count? Maybe this is an underground setting.
It was
Um,
maybe once urban.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was once an urban setting.
It was once urban hundreds
It's like half of
years
both.
ago. Oh,
Like half of both.
Half
it's
of
not-
both
let's
make a
settle on a-
full.
let's settle on a
Okay,
+1.
we're good.
do you want to luck it to automatically pass, or do you want to suffer the consequences of having failed?
No, if we have luck, I want to pass. I want to get in the thing. I don't know if we have luck.
There's only one way to
Open.
find out, my good lad.
Yes, there is. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
And luckily for you, that one came a while ago. That one was from Solo Wolf.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you.
You
Those would be
actually
awesome
have
today.
2 more in the pool, not 1, because as you click it, somebody else is. So the next one is from Miri Dancer, and the second one from now will be from Lancelot, who just gave you.
I also don't want to keep doing this hand motion, but I'll do it once more so you guys can get the gift.
Hold on,
I don't
you
like
gotta-
Scott's expression while he was doing that, so let's move on immediately.
I'm afraid to know my expression. Oh god! I was gonna say no. You gotta do this first, then you give it to him. Like,
The fact that you have a green screen up, you're doing that motion, and you have you saying the sentence, then you give it to him,
oh no!
is not ideal for you.
No!
I was just thinking. I was like, bro,
Oh,
I
not
don't,
the
I don't think
audio.
you know you gave that extra tidbit there. Like,
You literally said, then you
That
give
was-
it to him, and like,
And it's like
an
enough off to
excited
my
tone.
side over here. You could have like Jake being like,
yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely be the one doing that for sure.
Then you give it to him.
Oh god, okay. Cool. All right, moving on.
glad it was
Um,
you. Glad it was you.
Where were we? You guys go
I love
making
that
your way through, and you all make through there relatively easily. There was a moment where Aldo almost went off course, but then he like stopped and like looked again. And was like, and maybe he got distracted looking at the building, whatever it is, because that building looks pretty fucking ominous. I mean, it is not a short building. It goes up maybe several floors maybe it's just, I don't know. Let's stop speculating. Let's go inside. You walk up the first several steps, and like I said, it does stop at a landing, not a particularly large landing, certainly one that's large enough to hold several people, or maybe a horse with some people, but not so large that you can put a bunch of fucking horses up there and have them be comfortable with one another. It's just not the case. But when you go up and you get there, it does open to double doors, which is nice. The double doors are still in place. They're old. There's a lot of rots to them, but they are still there. You can try to open the doors if you'd like. It's going to require a strength check.
Okay. Can I rage while I attempt it?
Technically speaking, yes. You can rage for a round. You can be like, you put your hand on the door and be like, "Rah!" like Super Saiyan your way to the door open. You know, like, sure. Just spend 2 rounds afterwards catching your breath and hope that there's no combat.
All right, here we go. Stand back. I'm going to see what I can do here.
Unfortunately, that poison is particularly virulent, and it worked its way through Koa's veins, leaving an effect on him.
You need help?
I just lost my footing was all.
No, I can help. I've been training.
It's a good point, yes.
Oh my fucking god!
Well, you're
It'd be good for you to
raging while you're
try.
doing this. So it's like, I just lost my footing, right? Like you just like snap
yeah.
at him. But,
Oh yeah, I forgot you were raging.
so Wade,
Yeah, he's gonna help.
are you going to try again? So rage a second round and try again.
Oh yeah.
Is anybody going to try to assist him? And unfortunately, you don't have the ability to give him a +2 on this, right? Because that's level 3. You get that song.
Oh yeah, I don't have inspired competence,
Yeah,
unfortunately. You know, but he will try to assist.
Well, let me say, I'm immensely confident as it is. I should have an automatic +3.
Okay, yeah. That's something.
Maybe you say something to like piss him off a little bit extra, just as
He goes up there and like it actually budges right away, and that just pisses Ko off. He's like, I must have loosened it. I loosened it, right?
He remembers when I couldn't help you like pull you a foot out of that fucking pit that was on fire.
Bro, that was like 150 hours ago. Jesus Christ.
I did not include any bonuses from him assisting there.
Okay, so that's a 19 total. I assume you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, 19 total is it. You know, you grab the door and you start pulling and you realize why it was so hard. It's not just that it's large doors. Sure, heavy does matter. It's that as you're pulling the door open, the top hinge is completely broken and the middle hinge is nearly broken. Like it has a whole bunch of like whatever is driving in the hinges in place. So large nails, whatever it might be. As you're pulling it open, one's completely broken, the other one's very loose, and even the bottom hinge is all rusted up. So as you're pulling this, the weight of the door is scratching along the surface down below. The hinges are borderline seized, and this is you're ripping and pulling and tugging at until you get the door open enough that you can actually walk in. Not so far open that you have to worry about like a large creature being able to easily get in and out, that have to like take your time or squeeze in, but you guys can easily get in and out, easily walk through. Whew! You got the door open. And then shortly after you get that door open, and it's there, and I don't know who's going to go through first. Okay. So Koa gets that, and he says, as he's catching his breath, or whatever, probably not trying to show to them that he's going to be out of breath for the next, 24 seconds. As he's trying to walk through whatever it is, and Keegan is off to the side one way, because, he'd help to pull the door a bit. Aldo, make me a reflex save. Because what happens is as you finish pulling that first door open and moving in, you start walking in there and maybe even lean on or touch that closed door just a smidge. Maybe you're just walking by it and it's just the fact that the other door isn't leaning onto it enough to hold it in place. That second door straight up starts falling forward towards Aldo.
Yeah.
Never seen Jake use a lucky faster in the history of this campaign than when we say a door is falling at him.
His face in the clearest
that was the
comedic
move.
timing.
He's like, I wonder what this is for. The door starts falling. Click.
This is the most luck I've ever used in multiple sessions in the whole every campaign I've been in.
I think you've gotten 4 like every time, like these last few times you've used it.
I think you needed a 4 for that one, probably at least.
So with your 13 total, you sidestep it. Koa, who was not watching, when he looks back after hearing the and seeing the and turns back to check on you, his reflex is a little slow himself because he's currently fatigued or whatever. When he turns back to see you, to his perspective, it looks like you gracefully just stepped out of the way as this thing fell. Now Mikhail, who turns around just in time to see it, but not so quickly that he can give you, is kind of like he can't get a word out to warn you in time. He doesn't see you gracefully step aside. He sees you, oh shit, like scramble to jump to the side, but then like stand up straight, like suck it in, stand up straight. So it just barely grazes, narrowly missing you as it falls, which is how Koa sees it. That like, what? Boom, right? So two of them get very different perspectives of this missing you. That was going to be 3d6 damage. I'm so happy you passed that. Okay.
Was your intent for us to be dead at this point? Was this the TPK? Because, like, Jesus. We had, how many fortitude saves did we roll? If you guys had been attacked at all, like, by those things, if it wasn't just Koa taking all the hits with the high fortitude.
I took one attack and got poisoned. Like, I got swung at once,
so like,
got a hit and
so
poisoned.
much worse. It could have been 2 each time, multiple times. There were like 30
It
of those
took
little
max
fuckers.
poison damage. Yeah, that was. That
All
probably
right,
also,
now
that would
it's
have been
gotta
worse
be
too
safe.
with
There
without
can't
the
be
hero point.
anything left inside, right? Like now it's got to be just smooth sailing.
Oh, it's got to be. Definitely. 100%. Completely smooth.
Oh, we're level 2. It's like whenever you like see speedrunners glitch to the in-game boss at the very beginning of the game.
I mean, the bad guys did anywhere between 1 to 1 to 1 to
Oh,
1
so that's
to
not
2
the
points of
scary
damage.
part. And the moment we
That's
saw
not at
that, we
all.
knew that wasn't the scary part.
Oh, but I have only 4 health points. All right.
So Koa just gives you a nod, Aldo, like, nice. While he tries to
How
hide
tall was
these
this
panting.
door? How tall was this
double
door?
doors, right? So it's a bigger,
Tall.
a tall door. It's the entrance to a keep, right? So yeah, tall.
Stone?
Mikhail like goes over to like the top of like
Rod.
where.
So it even it even cracks and breaks apart at the ground where it hits because it's like boom, and some of the wood like completely cracks apart or Keegan, you were saying something, sir?
He's gonna walk over to like where the top of the door landed, and gesture at it and say, "That's probably where we would have had Jacobo standing. Good thing we didn't bring him." Fucking
That's a good
no.
call. Yeah. I'm very glad I stood my ground on that one. Is every idea Dwayne given us been a bad idea?
No. No, not bad. It's not. I think. What was the sense motive?
To see if you wanted Jacobo to be there, I think.
That's right.
No,
I'm
he's
gonna
carrying
need
our
either
stuff.
a bluff or something.
No, he's carrying our stuff. I don't want to carry the things Jacobo's carrying. Like, the instant he becomes a burden in the least, feel free to call me on my shit. But right now, he's carrying like 100 pounds of stuff I don't want to carry.
Pets, don't love them. Just love their utility.
I mean, yeah.
Do it.
Well, I suppose we leave some of our supplies out here so we're not so way down inside, yes?
Yeah.
Probably a good idea, yeah. I really don't need to carry all this rope.
Hopefully not.
You could even throw it down right inside the front area here, like the area that you're going to immediately walk into. because as you come into the front doors, you walk into a broad hallway. So this hallway is, again, it's a broad hall. It's about 15 feet wide, so pretty decent, and it has that same kind of like arched architecture that you had seen in earlier keeps. It doesn't give you the same vibe as those rooms that you were in beforehand, because you know that those other keeps, those hallways ran like 100 feet deep or whatever they are. This doesn't run that deep. It only runs about, say, 20 or so feet deep before once again goes to another big set of double doors. Those double doors are almost the same size as the ones that were out there. They're also rotted and worn and so on and so forth, though not as bad as the exterior ones, because you can imagine they've received less weathering to some degree. And you also imagine the inner double doors are probably not quite as thick as the other ones, while still being inner protection, right? So they're still meant to be strong and da-da-da, but they're probably not quite as ridiculous as the ones that you just came through. So the hallway that you're in is 15 feet wide, and it goes about 20 feet deep to another set of double doors. But also in the hallway that you're in, almost immediately to your right-hand side, there's a hallway that seems to run along the outer wall that you guys just stepped into. Who knows where that's heading to? So it's kind of, when you first step inside here, you can drop the stuff on the ground here if you want to. That way it's at least not outside. God forbid it rains or something. So it's at least not outside. And you can choose straight ahead, walk into the more towards the center of this keep, or turn to your right and walk along the periphery, if you will.
Is it lit? Are there lit braziers in here, or is it dark with just our torches?
It is dark, just your torches, but good calling out braziers. There is very rusted old iron or steel sconces on the walls. Set periodically. So it probably would be 6 total in your 20-foot deep hallway. But there are sconces on the walls where torches could be. Like, you could light a torch right now and just leave it there. That way, at least for the next hour, there's light in this room. But one of the fucking doors fell and the other one's 20% open. There's also just sunlight pouring in. So that's fine enough, if you will.
So, which way first? And, obviously we want to be looking for traps.
Probably skirt the perimeter first.
Oh,
All right. Well,
So-
shall we?
I think while there's still daylight, maybe we don't need to use up any torches.
As long as it comes in. Is there
Understand.
windows here? Or does it get dark around? Is only light coming in through the doorway, or is there any natural light coming in anywhere?
It's a great question. When you look straight ahead, you just see a door in front of you. It's not even fully lit because there's natural light pouring in, but it's 20 feet back, so it's not even fully lit, but there's light there. Koa can see it very well. The two of them, it's dimmer for them, but they can see that it's there. As for the hallway that skirts the perimeter, it does seem to have lighting, though not super well lit. Might be valuable to have consistent light, even though torchlight isn't the best. It's consistent. Or you can just kind of like wing it and see how it goes. Or you can just cast a spell and, that.
I have to do it every minute. So
You can
while there is at
cast it
least
now.
some amount of light, then he'll probably do that. But while there's no pressure, that's probably what he'll do. It's just use dancing lights.
Cool.
So, the perk of having infinite magic given to you, right? So, this is why you eat people's souls. You know what I mean? Am I right?
This would be a reason to do so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you agree, and I know Norway will agree. So, perfect. He is not at all going to respond saying anything opposite to that in chat tomorrow at all. All right, so
I meant specific you, not royal you. It would be a reason why you would do so. Yes.
so you guys are
We're
going
looking
to
for traps.
walk the perimeter. I assume, Kiken, you're going to hold up the rear, maintaining the light ahead of you. Wade, I imagine you're going to go second. That way, you're readily available for any assistance that need be there. Your sword kind of at the ready. You had, I think, 3 javelins, so you probably just have 2 left on your
I had
person.
5. I've got 4 left. They come
4
in
left.
stacks of 5, I think.
Okay, cool. That works for me. And Aldo, unfortunately, you're on the front. I don't know if you have a crossbow in your hand or if you're just walking around with a dagger in your hand just in case. And you have a
I
crossbow
don't have
slung?
any melee weapons.
You don't have a dagger?
Nope.
I imagine
Never,
you had a
never
dagger.
had
just-
one.
Well, we do have a dagger, but Penta's cleaning it. That's the only thing we have left. We gave everything else away. But she's cleaned up our dagger.
Well, I meant for the sake of like, so maybe you have like a knife or something like that. And I don't mean like combat wise. I meant for the sake of like if you have to like lift up a rock or like, manipulate things.
He probably has like tools and things like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that.
So again,
not
probably,
a- not
probably
a
like a proper
combat knife
knife,
or anything.
but not a dagger. So that can be used to stab somebody, but not like a. Yeah, I gotcha.
Few
Cool.
inches of a blade, not like a full foot.
Yeah, 1d2 damage kind of weapon, and
A
with his
Scotch-sized sword.
strength, that's a 1d2 minus 1. Sounds familiar. So, anyways, you guys make your way into the hallway, and you're gonna go ahead and roll me a perception check, sir.
Am I assisting with this, or am I just standing in the middle?
You're probably making perception checks not for traps, but for other things, like danger.
Yep.
Well, I'll roll one, and you can tell me if I see any danger.
Am I
Really
rolling
nice
too?
shoes
Sorry.
you got
no,
there,
no.
Aldo. Did you pick those up in the Chev?
You're casting the spell and maintaining. You have to concentrate to move
We
it.
have shoe money. Spent all my money on furniture.
I thought we had shoe money. Maybe we didn't have
No.
shoe money. I didn't really price those. Oh shit!
No, I just
Look,
moved on
bear
my
traps
turn.
and gnolls. We're dead. Should have been paying more attention.
Yeah. The lights just move on my turn. I don't. There's no concentration.
Generally speaking, when it comes to, we may have discussed this before. Generally speaking, when it comes to maintaining the movement and whatnot of items of spells, it requires a move action or something like that or some degree of. But again, I don't know if I'm conflating or
Generally.
confusing a general rule with a specific one. Like for instance, we
Yeah.
both know that burning sphere or flaming sphere requires a move action to move 30 feet. Like we know that for a
Yeah,
fact. It's written in the spell.
Which it does say in the spell.
Yeah. I there's a general rule for this, but I don't remember what it is. But either way, cool. So your character, what are you doing? Keeping an eye behind? What's your plan?
Yeah, just keeping up, making sure nothing's like following us or changing behind us since they're all ahead of me.
Cool. You go ahead and roll, and then I'll start describing stuff.
That's it.
Okay. First and
Hey,
foremost,
that's us two combined.
why is there
Yeah, wait, see, shit.
why is there inconsistent light over here? Because you're inside of a keep, walking the outer wall, so there are arrow slits. So there's light exposure there that allows it to come in. So interesting thing about that, the hallway that you're coming up, it actually had a small hole that was actually by your feet. And at first you're like, oh shit, this is some sort of a trap. But then you eventually realize the path that you're walking along, it actually walks with the building, but it has a grade to it. So as you're walking with the building, you're actually climbing the building at the same time. And then the path that you're walking on not only does have a grade going up, but it's actually not a perfectly like flat surface. It's slightly curved to it to allow that while there are these what are they called? Arrow slits walking along for you to be able to look out or defend the place that's needed, so on and so forth. If any rain or what have you were to come in here, or any like spillage were to happen along this path, that the grade and whatnot of the stone would allow that water to naturally run down this pathway, generally along the outer wall and out that little hole by your feet that you notice near the entry hallway. All designed to try to keep any water from actually getting into that entry hallway so it doesn't become like wet and slippery and dangerous or whatever. So that's one of the things that you notice immediately is this pathway going up, the grade to it, the slope to it, so on and so forth, the arrow slits, etc., etc. So as you're walking up, on your right-hand side, it's always going to be the outer wall, and it's going to have the periodic arrow slits. On your left-hand side, you're going to occasionally come across a doorway that would be there for what would have been a room. Looking into these rooms, they're not particularly large, and there's no furniture that remains left in them if there ever was furniture, which there likely was. It is long since rotted, decayed, or what have you, over the years from various bugs or rodents or whatever it is eating up or breaking down what this is. And there's a significant amount, because it's exposed to the elements, of like moss and whatnot that grows inside here. In some of the grooves of the stone, you can even see like small weeds growing in, which is like genuinely concerning. Like, if there are weeds growing through, like, between the stone slabs that are here, is that going to, because roots will cut through stone, is that going to mess with the infrastructure of this building as we walk up? Is it like, do we have to be worried about that? Great. And so you notice this as you're walking up these periodic rooms. But what service those rooms are, you don't know. Feel free to roll an engineering check.
What if we don't have any ranks and no check mark in engineering?
Yep. That means you cap at 10, which means you can give somebody else an aid.
That's right.
So, for instance, you can give him a +2. Hey, wait, you give him a +2. Because that your 20 is a 10. So you gave him a +2. Aldo, were you rolling at all or no?
I don't have engineering, and I got a 1 before, so you'd imagine Aldo's not really paying too much attention to things.
Sounds
He's
great.
so pissed off that he can't get any furniture because the whole point of coming here was furniture. We forgot about the curses. We just wanted tables.
Yep.
Everything's rotted. Motherfucking bugs. Keegan, you have a 19 total, sir. Are you happy with that?
Yes.
So with your 19 total, looking at these rooms, your best guess is these are various service/servants rooms. You can imagine when people came in that you would have guards. So maybe like some of these rooms, like guard posty kind of rooms or whatever. You'd have guards would be posted up inside here. Maybe they kept their equipment for the arrows to defend the place. Maybe servants areas for maintaining or running the building, but out of sight from the actual main area. But overall, this whole thing walks up and it goes the entire perimeter. And a couple things happen. One, if there were any traps at any point in time, they have since been triggered, disarmed, whatever. You don't come across them. You don't even notice if they existed at all. But you also don't trigger any. So that's good news. But all of those rooms seem to go to dead ends as you go up to the next level of the building, which you don't know how many levels there are because the floor never like mellows, it never stops and levels out. It just climbs and climbs and climbs all the way until eventually the floor stops up at the top by where where clearly would stop it where the roof is. But there's no hatch to get to the roof from here that you immediately notice. Like you go over and there's no like hatch, there's no doorway, there's no anything like that.
Is this a square building, or is it rounded? So
it's at least where you are. It's not perfectly round because like there are some kind of cuts in and outs, but it's not square and it's not a perfect sphere, not a perfect circle. It has like some texture to it on the outside, some bends that you're going to experience.
Are the arrow slits big enough to where we can still kind of position where we're at in the building? Like we can know when we're back at the front because we can see out. It's like, there's where we came in.
Yep. Especially with Koa having a compass. Super easy.
Okay, because I'd like to know about how many stories. Like by the time we get to the top, it's like, okay, well, how many times have I seen the entrance? Is this the 5th time we've come around? Third time? That kind
and
of
you
thing?
also saw it from the outside too. I mean, if you had to guess, this place is 3 or 4 stories up, but you can't tell from the walking this perimeter because your ceiling was consistent the entire time. It wasn't like straight up the whole time.
No, but I'm assuming if we've done a full loop, we're probably another story. Because if there's another room, like, well, this must be another story up. Must be another story up.
Yep.
Okay.
So again, feels like 3 or 4 to the best of your ability from this outside perspective.
Okay.
And it seems like the stairs or ramp or whatever we're walking up just goes straight into the ceiling. Like there's no.
It literally like the floor just eventually goes up and meets the ceiling and comes to like a point as far as you can tell.
Is that what the engineering check got?
The engineering was to identify the different rooms. If you're saying you want to
Gotcha.
check with further detail at the top of the ramp, I'm fine with you rolling another perception check up here.
Yeah,
Perception.
He'll definitely go up there.
Yeah,
Like,
well, we
what
can
the
have
heck?
somebody lead and others aid. I'm sorry, Keegan, you were saying?
Yeah, he's like, what the hell? Like seeing it and goes, why would? Okay,
I'll
this
aid you.
has got to be something.
I will barely aid you, but I will aid you.
The plus 10.
Take it.
So you can recast your spell. You have the lights going there, and that's it. floor
I have
meets
a
the ceiling.
reason to have a vendetta. Okay, look, I have a reason to have a vendetta, as you can see.
How many twos? Someone please count how many twos have been rolled this session.
I just love that when you roll a 2, the 20 is staring at you. You know what I mean?
Every time.
I
Literally
don't love
any
that.
other number would be great
but-
there.
Yeah. Yep. Does my 10 achieve anything? Do I just... There's nothing? Right? Okay. Yeah. It's fair. Usually what you get with the 2.
Allowing you to make your way back down.
So there's no hatch or anything. I mean, I know we rolled on the perception, but there's no obvious like hatch or anything.
Not that you notice, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well,
He'll
that was a
jab
fun
at like
climb.
the ceiling a few times with the stick and just be like, I don't know.
To Koa's eyes, you jabbed the same spot 4 times. You're like, yep, nothing. Well, that was a fun walk. Back down then.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
It seems
Doesn't
strange,
really
doesn't
make
it?
sense, but
Yes, this place was inside of a bigger wall, right? Like this was a contained building inside of a walled area. It seemed like. So why have all of its own defense like this? Obviously, I guess if it was someplace important, but this ramp with just a bunch of tiny rooms off of it seems odd, even for a place like this.
Also, I mean, there's gotta be a reason for it. You just see something else of function would help to figure it out.
I can map things out a little bit, but I'm not sure I can draw building plans. But if you're any good at it, Mikhail, you could try to draw something out and see if anyone in one of the towns recognizes the point of this structure and why it would be like this. Perhaps Elliot, with his knowledge of the mole, would have some idea.
Not a particularly good artist when it comes to just, drawing.
Well, can't you draw it and then use your magic to mend your artwork to be better?
No, that would be a neat trick, but no. Mending returns it to its whole form. So if I drew something and ripped it in half, I could put it back together, but it would still look awful.
Well,
Maybe-
I'm out of ideas then. He starts walking back down.
I would have told you guys about the rooms also, just to be clear. Of course.
And that kind of makes sense why there's no traps or anything like that inside the rooms, right? Like, if these are just like servants' rooms or if these are like guard rooms, you wouldn't have them be trapped, and this doesn't seem to go to anywhere important inside the building. This is just the periphery. So nothing seems to be particularly important over here. It's just the service area. If these are the service rooms, none of them look like they could be a kitchen or kitchens or what have you. So that's going to be elsewhere. But it is not uncommon to have multiple entrances to a keep if you were trying to do something like that, like keep them out of sight or what have you. So whatever purpose these rooms serve, you just can't identify them for now. Just the assumption that you made with your 19 engineering check earlier. All right, cool. Going down below, you go all the way back down to that front hallway area.
And there's only one other door to check here?
Yeah, and it's a double
Yeah.
door. It's a larger one. Yep.
Okay, there's no like staircase down, like any kind of basement or anything out here?
Not that you can see from this initial hallway that you walk in.
Okay. Well,
well,
We
let's examine
stand
the
out of the
door.
way this time. Oh, okay.
So
I'm gonna have a
Aldo
look
goes
at the
over and
door.
makes his perception check at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can aid if you want.
Yeah.
Well, you gave Aldo a 12.
Doesn't seem like there's anything here. I don't know if it's gonna fall down again, but
The door's so worn. If there was any ornateness to it, you unfortunately can't even identify it. It's just so worn down.
if I try to just open it, Does it open, or is this going to require strength again?
It's a great question. Unfortunately, because of how rusted the hinges are, it will require another strength check. Hopefully, it's not like barred from the other side or anything ridiculous like that, where like you literally have to break it down. Hopefully, you can literally just pull the door open and you would be fine.
Right. Not raging right now. Let's give this a go.
19 is a really solid roll. Do you are you happy with that?
Yes.
The 19 total, you are pulling at this door in a way that no door should remain on its hinges. Sorry, it should remain in place. There's only one reason why you're pulling at this door would not have been able to open it, because you know you had a firm grip. Okay, so there's only two reasons why. It is definitely a pull though for security reasons, right?
Okay.
So there's only one reason why. This thing must be barred from the other side, or magically locked, but more likely because it had some amount to give to it. You could feel it. You think it's barred from the other side.
I've given this thing a good tug, and I believe
Hey,
it's got to be barred. I can try to slash at it, charge at it, or well, keep trying, I guess.
Even if it's barred, I don't know if that's going to work.
It's kind of rotted. I may be able to cut through it, or if the other woods, I could try it. Is what I'm saying.
True. Starting to think maybe we should start bringing an axe or something here. Hate for you to be chopping in a door with your brand new sword.
Wasn't there an axe by the body earlier?
Yeah.
Somebody brought it, right?
Look at Aldo.
Aldo looks over to Koa and he says, Don't you have an axe already? You know, keep it with you?
Koa looks to his back where there's a big sword, looks at his hip where there's a cutlass, looks where he's got some javelins, and sees the big shield. I suppose I didn't leave room for that one.
it would be on
Maybe it's
Storm.
behind the shield.
It would be on Night Storm. Funny how that. It would be on Night Storm because that is something that was given to you as a gift from a dead person. Like that, it makes sense that you wouldn't just like, unless you had it hanging at your house. You would either have it with you or you would have it somewhere.
Oh, the
Yes.
one from, yeah.
From Yara that came.
That
from her
one
dead
was
friend.
more ceremonial feeling. I don't think he keeps that with him.
That's fine. If you left it back in Leshev, that's a very fair response.
I think it would be in Lachette. Like, I would love to say, oh, of course I'd have it, but that feels like the kind of thing that was given as a... It meant something more than just like, I better hack a door with this guy's memory.
Yeah.
I'll just charge at the door. Either I break the door, or something horrible's on the other side, then I guess there are worse ways to go.
It's just
I mean,
silence.
I'll have your back. None of my stronger spells are gonna happen today. I've got the weaker ones.
If I cut a little hole in it with my sword, could you use your hand to lift the bar?
Less than 5 pounds.
Could be rotted.
Well, I guess if you get a hole in it, then we could probably still just reach through and maybe get the bar off of it. Depends on what it's shaped like and how heavy it is. We still have the stick. We could wedge that under it and use it to lift it. If the hole is the right size, we'd have to make it underneath where the bar is. Where do you think the bar is? About here, probably.
You guys can actually inspect that to find out where it is. Earlier perception checks are good enough for you to have a pretty confident opinion on where it is.
I mean, I would assume it's over the door handle. So wherever the door handle is, I would assume it's higher than that. But
That one.
Okay, I'll take an estimate, Scott, and I'm going to try to poke a hole with the greatsword.
Did you try going to use the sword? Okay. I didn't know if you were going to go with the a weapon, or if you're going to go with like the shield and try to like charge at it or whatever.
That's
cool.
the next attempt. I'm going to try to poke a hole in the rotted wood first.
Sword's not the best option for trying to hack apart wood. It's just not designed for it, but it absolutely can. You absolutely, of course, can do that. So Wade, the way that there's two ways to break down an object like this. One is literally attack it through its hardness, which average wood is a hardness of 5, which means damage reduction 5, which means if you do 10 points damage, it only takes 5. Until you bring its health points down low enough that it becomes broken, and then eventually low enough that it becomes destroyed. The other option is to do a strength check, in which case you're just trying to go against the break DC. Now, you know that a 19 was a really good result, and it was actually pretty close. But unfortunately, a 19 wasn't enough to pull the job off. So when you say you want to attack it with a sword, are you saying, Scott, I want to make another strength check? And Keegan can like assist you.
I'm saying I want to hit it with the sword as an attack roll. You already said the door was not in great shape, so I'm assuming it's not in mint condition. So I'm gonna see if I can lower its quality or whatever have you.
Yeah, sure. I will actually just allow, because you can't miss the door. I'll just allow you, and you can't critical hit a door. Their objects are immune to critical hits. So not all objects, but anyways. So you can just roll damage 5 times. Sorry, well, let's start with 1 at a time, right, and work our way through it. After you go through 5, that's where I'll say problems start. Wade, I know you already rolled. Would you be using power attack, I assume, since you can't really miss a door?
That would
I
make
was going to
sense.
ask that. Yeah.
I didn't think about power attack. Yeah.
So we'll just assume that that's an 11, because that would include the +3 from power attack.
That's fair.
I assume you're not raging?
Not for this.
Okay, cool. So, and Keegan, I assume you're not playing your music.
No, I don't. I have like 2 rounds left.
Wonderful. Why don't you go ahead and attack again? That's an 11 to start. That's pretty solid. So let me just do some stuff real quick. Go ahead, do it again. One more. All right, let me add up and subtract. So that's going to be
25 plus 30, it's 55.
So you are scratching away at the door pretty bad. It's just this door, the only reason why you're doing as much damage as you are to it, which by the way, it now is the broken condition. It shouldn't have been that easy for you to hurt this door. But because it's so rotted for so long, you are tearing through this thing. This wood, as we already know, is not average wood, right? Like this is a much higher quality wood. It's been defined many times in previous keeps. It's so waterlogged and rotted and so on that you're cutting through it as though it's like regular wood. So the amount of damage that you've done here gives it the broken condition, which means that the break DC has dropped for it. So theoretically, a 19 actually would have been able to break it if it was this damaged last time. Do you want to just try to smash through again, or do you want to continue hacking at it, which could potentially hurt your weapon?
I think he tries to smash through again.
Cool. Keegan, you're welcome to go ahead and give him an assistance on this one. You don't have to roll strength if you don't want. You can actually use intelligence or architecture engineering to help him find the right spot.
Okay.
Okay, he gives you a +2, Wade.
All right. I'm going to intimidate and glare the door first. I won't roll because I don't imagine it'll work. I just want you to know I'm doing it. So it's a 13.
Okay. Unfortunately, a 13 does not drop the break condition by that. It does not drop by that much. That it's able to go through. I think it's fair to say that your character would give another, like a third try before he's starting to think maybe there's alternative options here. Would you want to rage for this last one?
Yeah, if I rage and charge the door, does that do anything to make this a bit easier?
Charge gives you a +2. Rage increases your strength.
Okay, I will rage and charge.
Okay, Keegan, roll first. Unfortunately, he tries to give you advice, but you just like and like push through before he's able to get the rest of his words out. So we're gonna mental math a 2 onto this. And you smash into the door, and the hit of the door is so much that it actually breaks the rage for you. Maybe it's not a bad idea to start seeking alternative options or get the axe, right? I'll let you guys drop it into RP.
Go all the way back to that dead body to get the axe.
There's other ways too.
I can slash at it some more, but don't want to damage the sword beating at this stupid door non-stop.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's working too well. I mean,
It's working. Just less than I'd hoped. Perhaps if 2 of us charge at the same time, who else wants to run at the door?
Aldo
I
looks
was
at the
really thinking about using proper leverage, whenever you impact the door. I was kind of pointing out stuff.
Leverage.
You didn't
I was using
really do
leverage.
it.
I put my whole shoulder into it.
Yeah, but I was saying here, and you hit it like a little too high.
What do you want me to do? Dive at it? How do I hit it that low while charging?
I mean, your knees are good. You just bend low when you. Okay, that obviously isn't working, but I don't know. The charging, it looks fine. The cutting seemed to be working better, but I don't know.
I can try it
Feel
once
like we don't
more
have
with
the
your
right-
leverage, alright? Once more with your leverage.
Really think us both charging it will work. We can try that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys charged both at the same time. I think you got it.
Mikhail's like already just giving Aldo the like, yeah, of course.
Charging will definitely work. Alright, Scott, he pointed out his leverage, and we're both going to charge it.
Are you going to rage?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, Keegan, go ahead and roll your strength check with a +2. You can just mental the +2.
I got this. I got this too. We'll Jim bro this up, okay? Aldo stands in front of Koa, and he like puts a hand on his shoulder and he gives him a slap in the face. He's like, "You gotta get angry, Koa. You gotta get angry." He moves over to Mikhail, slaps him in the face. He's like, "Okay, now, both of you run at that door." Okay, 2 slaps on the ass as they both charge at the door.
Next time I'm charging at you!
I think the slap on the ass, the knife in charge is just turn and look at him with that "I'm gonna punch you" face. Mikhail, does that include the +2?
Yes.
So you gave Wade a +2. I mean, no, so you don't give Wade anything. So you both get a 9 total.
Nothing.
Yeah.
We're both poisoned.
It's always the goddamn doors.
And with that line from Koa, it's always the goddamn doors. We will fade to black for the session. The 3 of them feeling worn down from the poison running through their veins or the frustration of having to deal with these 2 fools. And we'll pick it up next week with hopefully ideas of how it is that you can get in this blasted place. Before we go anywhere, Keegan, do you have anything exciting going on?
Yeah, join me over on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s on Tuesdays. Same time slot, but we usually end about 2 hours earlier than this, where we'll be in my homebrew world of Hyeth running a campaign that's almost over called Into the Storm. And I don't remember what my players... Oh yeah, they're going to go fight an 8-ank, which is like a big crocodile beaver thing. Gonna be good times. It's gonna be good times.
There's a joke I wanted to make there, but I didn't. I'll make it when stream's over. So anyways,
I wonder what it could be.
Be anything. It could even be a boat.
it could be a boat. Congratulations, Hammer, on the marriage wedding thingy. That's very
Goal!
exciting.
That's what they yell for the Vikings in Minnesota, anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to eat magic mushrooms, or they are going to eat magic mushrooms, do some ayahuasca or whatever it is that the Vikings did.
Nope, that's Aaron Rodgers. That's an Aaron Rodgers thing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Battle.
He locks himself in caves and does drug. I don't even know what ayahuasca is, but that's his thing.
I said battle the significant other's parents to the death. Is that what Vikings? I don't know. I didn't follow Viking lore. All right, cool.
Do a
So
lot of braiding.
what?
A lot of braiding.
Oh, braiding the hair. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. There's a
It's
show about Vikings.
Pubes,
I haven't
everything's
watched it.
braided.
Cool. Wade, what do you have going on? What's up? What's keeping you distractible?
Star Wars Episode 3 is having its 20-year, I think, anniversary, and so it's coming back to theaters. And one of my nephews is a big Star Wars fan. So I'm taking him to see Revenge of the Sith in theaters 20 years later. Which, I mean, I didn't mind the prequels. A lot of people hate on the prequels, but there is nothing, if you like Star Wars, there's nothing like being in a theater for the opening crawl. It is a pretty awesome feeling when the trumpets start blaring and the opening crawl starts running. So I am excited for that. And I like Hayden Christensen. He's grown on me a lot over the years, so I'm excited for that.
I will say that is not the worst one. If it was, what is it, Clone Wars episode?
The second one,
Two?
I don't even know if the second one was bad. It was just very forgettable.
Not only was it
I
bad,
don't
Nothing
remember.
happens.
I never remember it other than the scene where Padme falls 50 feet under her vagina and it's just like, I'm fine. And it's like, there is no way that exoskeleton, I don't care if you don't have balls there, that would fucking hurt.
I
Anyway,
remember my dad and I walked out of watching episode 2, walked out of the theaters like I don't think I'll ever see a Star Wars again. This was so fucking, but then enough time passes that you go back for more.
2 was okay. Force Awakens was okay. It was really the 2 after that were
No, I'd put
the
Clone
1 hour,
Wars
2
on par
hour
with
detour
those.
to the casino that ultimately amounted to being a pointless endeavor. And then like the crawl of like, we're running out of gas. They might be running out of gas. Like that's the entire, whatever that second one was called. The silly Jedi or whatever the fuck it is. That one was rough.
The order
The
must
silly
die.
Jedi.
Yeah, or
Or
whatever
something
it
like-
was.
And then the third one opens with, somehow Palpatine's back. Like I think that's what it says in the crawl. It's like,
yeah.
huh?
Oh, great.
Somehow Palpatine
Somehow?
returned.
Remember how Snoke was supposed to be the villain and wasn't? It's just
Literally just
hormones?
somehow Palpatine's return. And then like the dude comes in, he's like, somehow Palpatine's back. And it's like, what? Wow, I can't believe we've been building up for not a trilogy, but a nine-tology for this to be the intro. What a
Somehow.
conclusion to the Skywalker legacy.
so bad.
So yeah, I'm excited for Revenge of the Sith. Also, I have a podcast, Distractable. That's it.
Jake, can you top that? Or can you bottom it?
I went and seen the Lord of the Rings extended editions of the movies recently. That was fun.
Have you ever seen the first one? What's the first Lord of the Rings movie? The Fellowship of the Ring. Have you ever seen the edition on YouTube where what's it do? Does it
every
every
goes
time
faster.
Sam takes a
Yep.
step, it plays
God.
the scene where if this is the last, if I take one more step, it'll be the furthest from home I've ever been. Come on,
Yeah.
Sam. Every time they take a step. Oh man, it's like 9 hours long. Will change your life.
I think it's more than 9 hours.
I know what you're. Yeah, it's like
Every now and then you'll cut to like another character and just like the movie plays and then it cuts back to them and it's like, step. Master Frodo, if I take one more step, it'll be the furthest from home I've ever been. Come on, Sam. Step. Master Frodo, if I it's just life-changing moment. Molly wanted to kill me. For
I
playing
wish I
that.
could put on May 4th. I wish I could put that on and not have the girls just like set my house on fire.
Oh.
Like you'll have Gwen with kerosene just sitting there like, get it, mom.
It's
No.
rough, but man, there's something just so funny about it. Especially when there's someone else with you who's pissed off. It makes it funnier.
That makes it actually doable.
Especially if they don't know what you're doing. So it's like the whole opening that you're like invested. You got past like all the talky shit and whatnot. And you're like, all right, the adventure is about to be. Oh no. Oh god, that's so
Especially
funny.
if you could just sit there and no sell the whole thing like it's normal. Just
On the plus side, when
why
they
does this
deal
keep happening?
with the I don't actually, never mind. That's not at that point. I don't think. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Okay, I have to go to bed. Tomorrow's daddy daughter day. I have to go spend time with my kids, so I need to get sleep for it. So thanks everybody. Let's find somebody to raid. Click. Show me names. I guess Blue's streaming. Let's go see Blue. Blue dabba dee dabba 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 dee dabba doo dabba dee dabba blue.
Next session, we'll take on the door some more.
Not that one.
I still have 4 rages left today.
We're gonna need them. We're gonna need
For
all
the door.
of them.
Get
The
that.
door.
Get that door.
Always a goddamn door.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, don't you guys like the door?
If it was
No.
new, we could take it home and put it on our house. But like,
Neat.
Jacobo, carry this door home that I've been beating with a sword for half an hour.
Wouldn't that be funny if somehow we rock back into Leshev and we just like have these 2 doors dragging
That's
them
what we
along?
give Khrushchev or whatever his name is. Khrushchev is Soviet. My bad.
I like the idea. And again, it's literally just Jacobo,
Khrushchev.
the one friggin' mule,
Terrible with names,
donkey,
man.
whatever it is, just like paws digging into the dirt every step of the way to drag this door like 100 miles back or whatever it is.
Herb, you old bastard, we brought you doors.
You might like that. You might actually, he might educate you on the doors that you're seeing along the way. Like you'd be like, oh,
incorrect
this door.
fucking vernacular. Yeah.
Yeah, or the incorrect vernacular on the
That's what I
doors.
said.
Oh, I
Gone.
say correct. My apologies. I'm sorry.